listen to this. Bad boy. Fucking time. Good morning.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Yes, welcome back to ESL Pro League Relegation Day 2. Today we're going to have Virtus Pro fighting to stay alive. They could very well be relegated to Premier at the end of the day. We have Big and we have HellRaisers fighting for a spot into the Pro League, and obviously such a momentous occasion requires my very best denim. I am joined, as always, by the Beaver. And Platypus was good yesterday, but I think you're kind of forcing the issue here. The turtle, I guess it would be.
The turtle works.
I thought Lauren was the turtle.
I know, that's but I mean, what are you going to do with this?
Can we just
So it's great to see everybody that Jason is getting ready for Dallas by channeling his inner Texan and dressing up in denim.
Oh, I see what he's doing.
So he's just getting prepared, he's
ready.
getting acclimatized. He knows that the finals are coming in, he wants to be on his best form, so he's getting ready early.
For all you aspiring analysts out there, this is the kind of preparation that is needed to become one of the best.
What, do you know someone's the best? Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Mountain Dew League. If you guys haven't been paying attention all season, this is the league, the division directly below professional. It's a direct line into the professional division. Teams have been competing all season long. for a spot in these relegation matches. We've had Godsent from EU already qualifying. They're taking the place of Kingwin. We have Penta and we have Big fighting for their spot. We'll see them tonight. And it's HellRaisers and Virtus.pro who ended the season towards the bottom of the standings in EU Pro League, and that's why they are also here. A little bit surprising, you'd say, with Virtus.pro. But either way, yesterday we saw some matches come out, and even if they're going to surprise us even more, Virtus.pro dropped a Big.
2-0 as well.
Yeah.
That was... Oh, Chad's got a... Here we go.
It wasn't super convincing, you know, like we sometimes see Virtus.pro just like crumble and fall off the face of the earth. It was, they looked timid to me in the way that they're approaching their CT sides especially. And Big, you know, they would just execute heavy. I think if Virtus.pro played with a little bit of disrespect, treated them like the level of team they are, they probably would have run all over them. But I think due to recent results and maybe the pressure of the situation, we didn't see the vintage VP or close to the LAN VP that we know, you know, as a shadow of themselves.
They are on boot camp right now. You'd think they'd be getting a spring together.
They just got
What?
there. They got there yesterday.
Give them a couple days.
Yeah, let them warm into it.
So you think that this is all fine?
This is the day.
Yeah,
This is the day.
I'm all good. I'm all good with VP.
Okay.
I know they can come out of it.
All right, fair
I mean,
enough.
either way, one thing we did see, obviously, was HellRaisers was very impressive. I know, Chad, you talked about this team is looking very, very good, building off the performance they had in Kiev, and obviously towards the end of Pro League. This team yesterday looked very solid.
I think they were the most disciplined team I've ever seen in an online game in a
my
5-on-1
God.
situation versus USP.
He's done it.
Yeah, that was insane.
Wasn't it? They're all just holding in playground/party, waiting for the last guy who was 100% on eco to find them with 30
full eco
seconds
as well,
left in the round.
USP.
It was like, I like it. Like, I'm getting behind it. But maybe they're taking that a little bit too far because they were already like slaughtering them at this point. I was like, come on, guys.
Hey, they're fighting for relegation.
If you're going to be disciplined, you might as well be disciplined for the whole thing, right?
Well, if you're going to practice like that, then you can become a great team.
Excellent, excellent. Wise words from the Beaver. Either way, if you guys missed it yesterday, we showed some of the highlights. This is the results and the schedule that we're going to have for today's matches. HellRaisers beat Penta 2-0. Virtus.pro fell to Big 0-2. The winner's match that we're going to have today is HellRaisers taking on Big. The winner of that gets a spot in the ESL Pro League next season. The elimination match going to be between Penta and Virtus.pro. The winner of that goes to the decider match. The loser of that is actually eliminated from this relegation bracket, so they will not be in Pro League next season.
So they go down to the Premier after that, right?
Yep. Or the Mountain Dew League, I believe it's called.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Season 25.
Season 25.
A lot of history there. How
Yeah,
many seasons did you play in, Jason?
Of ESEA? Actually, not many. I think I've only played in like 3, because before that it was CAL, Cyber Athlete Amateur League.
Yeah.
And then there was
CPL
CGS, and ESEA didn't come back until after CGS when I'd kind of stopped playing. So I played in a couple here and there.
Okay. Cool.
Rolling back the years, episode 2.
Episode 3, I think.
Yeah, I think it's episode 3.
God
Do you guys
bless.
know that turtlenecks actually originated as protective wear?
Protecting from what?
Well, I assume like when you would be it probably would have been made out of maybe Kevlar or something, like metal of some variety.
From
to
your
actually
mother when
protect
you
the
come home
neck.
with hickeys?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
You never know.
But the most
Invented by the teenage boy.
in recent times, the most notable people to ever wear turtlenecks are not only Henry G,
Okay.
but also the Wiggles.
That's true.
What on the Wiggles?
Well, Jason,
They're an Australian
Here we
kind
go.
of dance troupe, I guess.
dance troupe.
Children's entertainers.
They're
something.
children's entertainers.
Yeah.
They're legendary.
Oh, this looks like your version
They
of the
look a bit
Crosby
creepier
Show.
now.
Yeah,
These
this
days
is,
now
They
they've
got
got
old.
all
They
this
got
is
old.
not
yeah.
good.
Can Henning?
If you're at
Can
home,
you bring this up? Do we break copyright if we bring this up?
I don't know, but you know, let's not confuse production here. If you're at home, just Google the Wiggles and you'll see it. I don't know what to say about that. Let's move on to the first matchup that we're gonna have.
Let's do that.
It is well, actually let's talk about Virtus.pro really quick because we touched on them a little bit. Do they? I mean, this is surely not Penta. Surely. That's all I got to
Are we
lead into
talking
this
about VP?
conversation.
We're talking about Penta.
Virtus.pro.
Let me start. Let me start by saying, you know, I saw some good things from them yesterday. There were some strategies that they were applying to situations which I haven't seen out of them until this point. I think they're obviously doing a lot of work. They're in that prep period now, coming into. They're going to have ESL1 Cologne. You know, the majors coming up. These are big events for these guys, and they are some of the biggest game players we have at the moment. When they get on the big stage, they show up. Online is where they obviously struggle. We've gone over that 150 million times.
Yeah.
But for last night, it wasn't like I touched on it before. They looked timid in their CT approach. If they were a little bit more aggressive, Henry, I think they could have had some success.
I think you're absolutely right. They actually warmed up towards the end of that first half. They weren't as assertive as usual. They weren't taking the aggressive peak. They weren't gaining map control on the CT side. They seemed like they were playing so passively, trying to have those crossfires on the bomb side, getting overwhelmed by that execution style play. It was really weird to see them actually respecting their opponents so much, considering they're up against a team like Big.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, right? The level of respect there. When you know that you are a better team in general, you would say you would be much more confident in yourself, right? But because it's a high-pressure situation online where they maybe feel out of that comfort zone, out of that, you know, pressure environment, they were more scared of this, or maybe it just looked like they were more scared. They might not have been. Maybe that was just their approach of the game. But against a team like Big, who were just doing set executes, that was a mistake.
Did we see something out of Penta that's? I mean, they weren't exactly a set execute kind of team yesterday.
Well, the thing is, Penta, they just got off the plane, and it was a bit of a rush to get on the server.
Yeah.
So you think we're going to see a better Penta today?
I think so. Like, the star players didn't really turn up there. Sunny and Zen, primarily. We expect Sunny to be their superstar. He didn't really turn up yesterday at all. Zen was at the bottom of the score with like 3 frags after the first half, I think, as well. I'm hoping they've kind of got things together and actually give them a good game today. On paper, this should be an easy game of Virtus Pro, you would assume, but all signs point to this actually being quite a closely contested affair.
Yeah, I was looking at the map history between both of these squads right now, and it's very difficult for VP to pick into a weakness, I'll say, for Penta, because a lot of Penta's like map statistics are in the positive. They are obviously playing against lesser teams. They're not playing against like big dogs like the VPs of the world all the time.
Yeah.
But they have, what, 5 out of the 7 maps are in positive win ratios. The Nuke is a 50% win ratio, and then Overpass is the only map which is, you know, not good for them. And if I was them, I'd probably just ban it.
Well, I'm so glad you actually brought the maps up, because guess what, boys? Yeah, we're going to get right into it. We're going to dive right into it.
Juicy.
We're going to have it. Nuke and Cash banned.
Okay.
The thing is, for me, the veto shouldn't really matter too much of VP here. They can play almost all maps. Cash, pretty standard ban for them overall. Coming in with VP starting on the CT side of Inferno. We saw that yesterday as well. That's where they struggled. That's the map we were kind of referencing the most there as well. Their CT side, they looked like kind of cagey. They didn't want to go for the aggressive peaks, and they were constantly, every round they won was getting reset afterwards as well. It's not until the last 5 rounds they got it together. It was actually a 9-3 at one point in favor of the T side. They got it to 9-6. It was a decent game overall, but yeah, they really need to sort that out today and actually start playing like they usually do.
Yeah, let's quickly compare the win rate of both of these teams on Inferno. For VP in the last 3 months, it's only 28%.
Sure.
For Penta, it's 100%.
Yeah,
I know it's less than teams,
but
if you have a 100% win rating on a map, right, it must be pretty good.
Well, I imagine it also helps. I mean, yes, and one of those wins, by the way, was in the grand finals of the Mountain Dew League that they were just at this previous weekend. That was over Big, who will beat Virtus Pro, obviously. But I think you have to look at that and also say Penta probably watched this match this morning. It was just like, we just got to see perfectly how Virtus Pro is going to play. So we just saw him play last night. Go over the demo, maybe pull some things away from it.
Do we think Penta going to have that sort of kind of execution style we're seeing from the kind of lower down teams?
Jason can tell us.
Yeah, no, I don't. That was kind of the big takeaway for me from their T sides at the Mountain Dew League was just very, it's like closer to like 4-1s where they go. They like to stay pretty grouped up and just have one person. Not even like map control. I mean, it didn't even feel like map control. It just felt like someone who's like on a certain other part of the map just to watch the flank just for the first 20 seconds while they walk to a bomb site. Sometimes they do a little bit of a set execution. Sometimes they do a little bit more of just like a contact play. But yeah, it doesn't seem that complex and not nearly as structured as we saw Big yesterday.
Yeah, so the CT side, as we touched on, was a problem for VP. If they're not going up against the set execute side, like you're saying, Penta aren't really like that, then you're not going to see as many issues. They were not going to get faked out as much. And something that I really did like, it was VP's T side. I actually pulled up a clip, which we've recorded, and I can show you a little execute they've done. This is rolling back the year's strategy episode 1. They've actually turned this one. This used to be in the
spin-off.
in early Inferno, they used to run a strategy just like this, where they would do a wall of smokes along the pit, and they would.
I did like this.
Yes, but they would push the apps player out into the smoke to jump up onto circular/castle graveyard, whatever you want to call it, and frag from there. This wall, they've done it the same, right? So the whole point of this is these smokes kind of chain together that you can jump through them or can't be seen from the site. Stacks is going to come out, clear the balcony, jump into the pit, and this is what they did in a 3-on-5 situation. They were able to get full pit control. They didn't win the round from here.
Yeah,
you can see how effective.
But it's quite a cool idea, isn't it? Just going for that full pick control, because it's such an OP position. In that sense, when you establish that control, it doesn't really matter that you're not on the bomb side, right? You've got so many great angles at that point. You're just isolating that player that might be in the pit there. You could have 3 coming out. The smoke's giving you a veil from the bomb site and arch yourself. So that's really cool. Get there, establish control of the pit first, then go to the bomb site.
Two interesting things about that tactic that I actually took away just from that replay is, one, Snacks being able to line up that Molotov into the smoke. It seems like it's a simple concept. Seems like a simple thing to do. You can lose yourself pretty quickly inside the smokes. Also, I mean, I remember that strategy used to be ran with the player running through the smokes and jump through it. And I guess maybe that broken wall is just too much of an obstacle that teams they maybe didn't want to mess with it.
Yeah, because before what you'd do is you'd be able to get to circular pretty easy, right, and then jump up from there. But in this kind of scenario, you've almost completely isolated the site. You can just run out and clear that balcony with pre-spam like he did, because that player will be flashed. He's flashing into the first smoke, and also Bialy, he's quickly flashing through that new kind of open area in apps that bounces off of a chimney and flashes pit as well. So with that Molotov and those 2 flashes, everybody on balcony or pit should be completely blind, so you're able to run out and clear and not have to worry about being tricky. Whereas old pit, you were kind of able to dodge flashes. It felt like a little bit easier to hide, right?
Yeah.
Whereas this new one, once you use that Molotov and the flashes, they're screwed.
Now, that's a good way to end that. They're screwed. Now, with VP, part of the reason why we saw them go so down on their CT side early on was, I mean, you mentioned it yesterday in the post game, was the economy of this team, and they just in the situation where they just didn't have the Molotov. I mean, the counter nades obviously for when the executes come in, but also no utility with which they could feel comfortable being aggressive to kind of try and prevent map control from coming out. Is that something that you need to just kind of force the issue if you don't have the nades? Like, is that something where you just say...
You do need the nades to actually establish that control. That's a big thing of it. Obviously, we talk about throughout the ages of Inferno, having the smoke down the bottom of Banana, being able to push down there and establish that control first, and then there's leaving one player there potentially once you've kind of negated the rush potential coming in. Without the nades, it's really difficult to really explore that sort of idea. You have to hold up in the crossfires and hope you can out-frag them when it comes down to the aim duels. But yeah, the economy, that's a massive problem for the CT side of Virtus.pro at the moment. They obviously like to focus on the double orb setup sometimes as well. Pasha and Snacks both like to orb on this map, and once they start doing that, they pick it up, they'll win one round, and they get reset. That was a massive problem with that. I think that was just down to the fact once they had the orbs, they weren't going aggressive enough with them, and the fact that they were allowing a team like Big to get full B control, all their nades, right? That's a huge problem. Then they're an execution-based team. They're doing the full execution, primarily actually doing another idea, which was smoking in front of the B-bomb site and focusing on CT spawn. They did that a couple of times, and they did variations with fakes as well. I thought that was a really interesting way to do it, and that kind of makes the orb almost like useless at that point. He's just stuck on the bomb site, can't call anything, can't hit any shots, and they're taking down that player in CT spawn.
Yeah, to build on that, the reason that like a team can do that, right, is if you run like a normal B take on an anti-eco, which they did, which Big did, they did a full-on smoke coffins, smoke CT spawn, Molotov the bomb site, clear out all the corners, plant the bomb. Very basic, very simple to do, and a great way to make your life very easy. When you do that and you show that you have that in your arsenal, you've get full map control like they did, and you're able to do a set execute into a bomb site. If you do the transitional one that Henry's talking about, where they wall off the bomb site and push around to go into ruins, what you do is by showing that you're posturing in Banana and potentially setting up for something like that by not having any presence on the map, the CTs will expect the normal execute to come in and play 2 players in the site. You completely negate both of those players, and it makes it much easier down the line to fake off of it. And that's what we saw happen yesterday. It forced out 2 players from the A side to rotate to B with both of the normal B holders behind the wall of smokes.
What was interesting about that as well, it was Sunny that was sent in with the same smokes after they'd already shown that once. He didn't actually get a single kill there. He just showed presence. He just ran into the bomb site, and that was enough. After they saw the smokes and one player going in, everyone starts rotating in. Big, on the other hand, with 4 players at middle, ready to go, walks into an empty bomb site. Once the bomb was down, that was it. It was round over. That was very nice from God B, especially. You could see he still got that kind of...
that flair.
Yeah, exactly.
Tactical flair.
Yeah. I do have another point that I want to build on from what you were saying about not having the nades and stuff to be able to do that kind of stuff, strategies. Henry, you were, I think, tweeting to players from Astralis about this in the way it's transitioning away from on the CT side, no longer having the force spies with armor and everything, maybe just going a P250, maybe a 5.7, stuff like that, and how that helps you on the first gun round. I think that is the way it should sway, but if you are going to force spy, which I would recommend Virtus.pro do in this situation because technically they should be better than Penta, right, is just to play those situations in a setup of some variety to give yourself the best chance. What we saw happen yesterday was they force bought, and Neo went aggressive middle with armor and a pistol and instantly died, and then his teammates who also invested are now in a man disadvantage and a weapon disadvantage, and it all kind of spirals out of control from there. So it would be good if they are going to lose pistol and
isn't that just basics though?
It is, right?
Like, why are we not seeing it if that's such a, because that is such a fundamental concept.
So let's go really deep right now into force buy strategies. So some force buy strategies that your in-game leader calls just allows you to be free-flowing on your CT side and potentially do whatever you feel's coming. But we don't have time for that right now because we've been told we're about to go live. So over to you at the desk, Lauren and Mitch. Manzi, the last cast for Mitch. Have a great one, mate. You can do it.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And it's also good to be thrown to by someone other than Moses sometimes. Sometimes a spicy throw in the mix is kind of nice. Yeah. Welcome, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Lauren, and this is quite the game to be going into. But you've got a spicy stat for us, Lauren. A bit of a pepper there.
Well, it was kind of brought up a little bit on the desk, but to kind of elongate on that, this Penta roster, as its current 5, has yet to lose this map in its inception. So, and they've played it a fair amount as well. I think they're almost on 9 wins in a row here. Now, on the other side of things, it's almost a 10-loss streak for Virtus.pro. They picked up 1 game during the Pro League, which was against G2, if I'm not mistaken. But that broke up that 10-loss streak. But this has been a very, very telling map. People go, oh, but that's online. Don't worry about it. You go take it to LAN. They're at 50% win rate. They lost, I think it was 16-2 to Fnatic out there, and I think they beat SK at some point. So, you know, quite different times to it, of course. That is including the entirety of 2017. But still, yeah, this is going to be a very taxing moment. Now, of course, stats always get to, you know, taken out of context a little bit there because, all right, VP play, you're top. Yeah, a little bit of Salt Bay there. Because you take it back into context where it's like, well, VP do play top 10 teams, you know, day in, day out, especially on this map. So pull in from what you want from that, and, you know, Penta, again, don't often play the very top tier, but They look good on this map. They seem to have this one in the, a little bit of a bit of a back pocket pick that they feel comfortable on. And I think we need to change our mindset from yesterday as well, Mitch. Because I saw this matchup and I was like, do you know what? This is VPs, right? We saw the games yesterday. Penta were pretty underwhelming, if I'm honest. And you thought, well, how did they manage to be big at those finals? And then you look into it. I think the Finns had some trouble getting home. I think they missed a connection on their flight. So they were, literally getting in, sitting down, playing the game. Literally, a 10-minute turnaround. Bit unfortunate for them.
We acknowledge this, right? We were pretty clear about this also. I think I had a particular Penta fan just make sure. I think both of us knew
we had him.
exactly what the issue was. We get it. We honestly do. And that's fine. And that's why it's not so bad that this is a double elimination setup. For Virtus Pro, it also means they have a second bite at the apple. But individuals weren't stepping up for Penta last night, Lauren. That was definitely one of the biggest issues that we could identify. Zen, especially, he was one of their highest flying players, especially over the weekend at LAN. And, on a map that they were very good on, Train in the past, they're 12-3. So if you want to talk about map records, and that's a good one to go from, was also not good for them. He wasn't firing, but have had a bit of sleep now, Lauren.
Yeah, no, and that could be vital for these guys. Calm it down, chill out, get back into that mindset of, all right, let's grind this one through, because we saw Innocent turning up a little bit. He had a couple of good moments. Crystal had that ult going on Train. But it was just, a lot of the pieces weren't working out. It just didn't seem to click.
I feel like Crystal is like the embodiment of that moment where we see, like, I don't know, like a Nico with a Deagle, or, a Guardian with an AWP on checkers and Cash, and, always go, I've seen him do this. I've seen him do great things with this. So it's like every time we see Crystal get that first kill, every time we're like, he's going to do something here. But it's consistency has been his issue.
And the forever storyline that we'll always stick to is, VP backs to the wall, right? But this is it. This is your chance, VP. You should not be dropping down to the lower leagues. Simple as that. They can turn up on land. They can do it all. They're major champions out there.
Look, Lauren, we'll just add a couple more slots to next season of Pro League if things go wrong. You know what I mean? No, look, even a fan vote won't save Virtus Pro if this all goes wrong. That's the thing. Rid of the pistol, though. Taz, first to receive, and the entirety of Penta have made their way forward here. Smoke up, and Snacks has a quick peek and doesn't find very much.
But they've seen everything now. So the rotate's coming in. It's all about how much time can now the two players on that B side do. What can they kind of achieve out of this one? Sunning gets a little bit aggressive, gets caught on the reload, and can't really do much more. HS is still a bit of a thorn in their side. Tech 9 and armor, bomb now planted. Zen and Crystal don't have armor. It's all HS, and he needs to really wake up here. That wasn't all that good, if I'm completely honest. Now, Crystal in the 1v3. At least they got the plant, but Taz staying alive as well, doing quite nice with that. Snacks buying a bit of time there as well. Got everyone round towards the site, and the diffuse is going to come through.
Yeah, HS was the raid boss in that situation as well. Tech 9, and he had the armor. Unfortunately, it was a headshot that caught him out with the USP, and he wasn't able to get too much more done. They're the situations where you really want to hope for a bit more. So, with that being said, it was still a bomb plant for Penta and Virtus Pro to take the round. They will be buying back in pretty darn fast. And again, we're looking at how aggressive, or perhaps how passive they're going to be playing on the CT side, because as it was mentioned on the desk, this was one of their undoings last night.
And the strange thing was originally, and it was when Neo was over on Banana as well, it was a little bit of a different look to Virtus Pro. They were very aggressive, very attentive towards pushing down, towards the bottom of Banana, being very much in your face against tier 1 teams. Now, of course, their record doesn't really say much to that sort of effect, but at the end of the day, it was a very nice way of holding B, and we didn't see much of that. They were overrun. They didn't have that utility. They didn't have the money brought up maybe they felt comfortable with. Hopefully we see Virtus Pro that mindset of, we are champions here. Let's not play to any other caliber than our own. Ignore who we're playing against. Let's go through the motions. This, though, from Penta looks like a set piece just to maybe get them a bomb plant coming through from apartments. But Pasha could undo this before it even begins.
Yeah, I mean, he loves to take the Mag 7 up on a, a non-full buy round himself, and now he needs to do some damage. First shot connects, second one not so great. The pistols eventually cut him down, but it's the rest of VP that chime in from defensive positions here to receive and bend with the wind. It is Penta coming through.
Yeah, Bialy's positioning then in Graveyard was absolutely paramount to that round, because Pasha was a little late on the, responding to that.
His second shot, he really tried to prime that.
Yeah, so that was a little bit unfortunate, but Bialy really kept that safe, and you had the support coming in as well from, I think it was site with Neo there. But we do see the buy coming out now from Penta, and it's far from perfect. A Galil and a UMP, but they wanted to get that utility. They wanted those mollies into play. We've seen that they have a very diligent B hit coming through before. We know they can do those, a bit of a molly kind of carpet, but they've used one towards the top of Banana. We can see the deep nades and the deep mollies coming out, and I like this. I like an attentive side towards Banana. You put the pressure on them. Don't let the T's get much for free.
And another molly even coming to force Penta further back. Snacks and Taz taking a little bit of damage there from mollies themselves, but they have the control that they seek so dearly, so often here in Banana. Taz takes additional damage, though, from shots coming through the smoke. Now he needs to behave himself.
But this is really good. Although there's been a lot of utility expended, they still have the smokes up on Neo and Taz. Taz being a little lower, needs to be careful. Still going to do the old boost there. It's a little bit of a hindrance, I guess you could almost say, once it got worked out very quickly before, but maybe they're going to find a way to play this one out a little bit smoother between each other. But Penta's plans have been a little bit put on hold here. They've had to kind of reconsider every option because they looked like they were really vying for that banana control, but getting that denied, all right, let's take over Raps. Not so contested these days, I guess. We did see Pasha up there, but still, not as much as it used to be. So now Innocent and Sunny have that, and you can see the slow grind of trying to take over banana again begins. By this point, though, VP are almost out of utility. Just that one smoke now and a couple of flashes.
Yeah, one would hope that Penta in some way would have been able to just keep track of exactly what was used in banana, or at least to a degree, and know that perhaps they can make a later push for it here. So they're going to smoke up on the corner.
They finally used that last smoke on B as well. So now HS, Crystal, and Innocent, they can probably work this out. I'm pretty sure there was a pretty early smoke before from Snacks, I think it was. So again, this could all be very worthwhile. And Pasha's actually moving away from B. This could be a problem. But Snacks finds a corner and just sprays down, finds Crystal, but it's go time now.
The smoke not quite covering over the entire aperture there, and Taz is able to back away comfortably. Snacks to back up. The two players were stacked there. And Sunny's going to fall as well. Interesting that they sort of try and sneak Crystal in there early, especially when Penta had done very little across the map to dictate any sort of rotation of VP over towards A. Crystal kind of just faced the music and was cut down very quickly.
Yes, and then maybe trying to get that little late lurk on through and, you know, cause a bit of a nuisance for any player trying to push off of A, trying to support towards B. Anyone, you know, hanging around late. We know that Neo does that a lot. He'll kind of be sometimes the last man across and have to play that kind of position out. Didn't work out, obviously. VP keeping well, not 5 alive, but, you know, keeping a lot of the players up here. Looking good overall. Minimal reinvestments.
They've had one death in 3 rounds, so close enough, I feel. That was Pasha, actually, who fell over on the balcony earlier on. So pretty clean stuff from VP now. And again, it's an exercise in banana control. For Penta, they need to peel that one away, but it might be a focus towards mid. It's a molly thrown early. The smoke at the top there, but Pasha's caught out by Sunny. Not bad. It's a good opening here for Penta. Only have the pistols, and now that recovered rifle here for HS, but Bialy receives, cuts him down, but it can't find the second. And it's just wave upon wave of Penta breaking on VP.
This is a little bit costly now. If they take down Neo, this is really, really problematic. Now, you can see why Crystal committed. If they'd managed that, you could have got the bomb through. They knew that there was maybe the flank coming around behind, but Zen's still alive and he's got an M4. So there could be something here. They know where Neo is, or at least he had an idea where he was. Might hear the drop down towards site as well. Not 100% sure how much sound Neo made there, but he's going to play this one safe. Play the site, play the time, and Zen now slowly creeping out. So many angles, so much danger afoot, and oh, he's guessed it perfectly. Neo goes down. It's a 1v1. 55 seconds to Taz is all the way over at B.
Yeah, but interestingly enough here, Zen didn't make a very quick play to try and plant the bomb at A. He might even try to cut someone off in mid. This is very interesting, actually, and quite clever. Taz may well be forced to turn tail and head back now. The question is, when does Zen feel like he's comfortable enough to walk? Okay, now he's going to run. So he's making sound all the way through, but it's none to be heard. And Taz can't be too sure about this A play. It's been quite some time, about 20 seconds elapsed since Zen was last there, and now he's going to have to come back.
All right, plant time. Let's see Zen's after plant position as well. Taz has to just play back into this. He's got a smoke too. Zen, where are you going to go? Now, Taz hasn't made much noise. I'm pretty sure maybe a teammate called and, you know, helped Zen out here because he's, you know, facing the right way now. He's a little, it looked worried about Banana initially, now focused up. So the bomb's actually planted very open. That's good for his position now. Taz, you know, try and find the fight ideally, but there's so much threat here.
Given where the bomb is placed, yeah, well, I feel like given where it is relative to the site, it's actually a little bit more towards the left here. That sometimes indicates that the player is going to be waiting in Banana. So the smoke is correctly thrown. Now Zen has to respond. He's made a bit of noise here, and he's fired his weapon. This could be quite dangerous. Taz's going to skirt around the outside. Zen gets up on top with 3 points of health, and that's Penta getting their first round of the half and match.
4 kills for Zen as well in such a huge round.
What was saying last night?
Yeah, he was not present, Zen, last time. You know, we were waiting for these individuals to show up. You know, everyone hopping on about, you know, Sunny's got this huge potential. Zen's there, you know, all these guys. HS, the, you know, next Rops in line, you know, the Estonian powerhouse that's coming through, this up-and-comer. And now maybe we're going to see a bit of that. But that's the first little bit of a glimpse. Again,
and that was a round where they bought PT50s and had a UMP for Penta. That's extreme value, especially in the way they've managed to keep a lid on VP's economy as well and get the round. Now it's 5 AKs to come in. Crystal especially is yet to find a frag. One accusation we used to level at him is that he didn't do too well without the AWP in a lot of cases. It didn't suit his style. So we'll need that in the coming rounds.
T-side Inferno as well. We know it doesn't suit many. Taz now forced out double molly, really crisps him up here. HS, fancy HS, please. You put the mollies down. Know where they are. Snacks, though, on top of the fountain. I think HS saw this, but yeah, pre-fires his way out of there. Doesn't really fancy the fight with Snacks. I don't blame him, but there you go. Getting VP to expend that utility is what they need to be doing. They still have the smoke on Taz, still a flash as well, but they're grinding them down here. Still a lot of smokes up on Penta. They've got enough to build whatever they need out of this one. We'll see where they commit to. They've forced Bialy to play over on the rotate, though.
that smoke here as well in front of Bialy. He has to rely on the information from the rest of the VP players at the side. Unfortunately, they don't know too much either, and this smoke is far from convincing. It may allow Bialy to play back in against anyone trying to sneak through the gap, but not now. The smoke's being placed down. HS is going to be able to continue to waylay Bialy. This has to be the hit from Penta. Good flash. Stack's caught out in the open now, forced to get back in the corner. Takes a lot of damage as a result here. He has to play back in, finds HS, but it's Zen and Crystal all about it. A nice entry.
He was quick on the rotate. That's it could have been important, but no. They expected. They were watching. They were quick to even think about that one.
They were cognizant. They did throw
really
a second smoke over towards the CT connector, just in case.
Wow, that's unnerving, isn't it?
Well, you've got two players up on that side. The flash catches Taz right out in the open. He takes damage, he's forced away. So theoretically, in that space of time, Penta only have a couple spots to check. They trade out the one player sitting in new box. Totally fine. Really clean.
And to be fair, I don't like the second box position. I don't think it's complemented all that well by new box either. I think you can make a nice crossfire piece, but I think they were rushed, they were hurried. I don't think Snacks could have adjusted all that easily either. You kind of got punished for that, not being in that prime position. Because you know that B, the crossfire you can set up on B is so hard to get through. If you have 3 players especially, Bialy wasn't there quick enough to get into that spot. He was still quick, but...
Yeah, that's hard mode when there's 3 players
still,
there.
The thing is that the VP's money has been depleted. They do have that rifle still, and Neo is able to keep that up. But the rest are around 2K, so you're kind of screwed on this one. But we'll see what they go for. Ideally, I doubt they're going to get anything. It should be a clean round here.
So far, minimal early aggression from Virtus Pro in the CT side. A little bit, well, quite a lot of utility, I guess, used early round to try and take control of Banana, for example. Not really an option here, given the complete lack of utility on the side of the poles.
Yeah, and the thing is that all good and well the first 3 rounds, right, for VP, you're starting to think, all right, they're going to feel confident, they're going to feel good about it. But then, you know, the gun round's always going to be the real important one in the back of your mind. Even when you're looking at the scoreboard, you know what's important, you know what's imperative. I like the way they're trying to utilize Neo here as a bit of a spear point, trying to find him to make some impact. We saw what happened before, bearing in mind that Penta were able to turn around when they only had that UMP and a couple of P250s. This sadly doesn't go so well. Zen's, you know, clearly he's been doing the aimbot. He's been on the warm-up server. He's been putting the time in.
Shout outs to old mate Uletical. Cheers, mate.
Yep, no worries. And good to see a UMP getting a kill or 2 as well, build up the funds. Haven't seen Crystal with the AWP yet either. And again, a nice usage of the one weapon they still have up here, bit of a boost. I prefer it when you're actually up on the box. There's no mollies actually left on Penta, but it means that you don't get burnt. So you can still do the impact. Harder to fall away from it, but still you negate that sort of threat, but still. This could be quite worrying. All players going towards this, 3 players here. VP have guessed it right. They just don't have much to really fight them with.
No, you can see that gun's getting passed around there by everyone, and no one's able to make anything happen with it, really. Push it out the challenge with the USP, gets himself too. Okay, a little bit of something there for Virtus Pro. But again, Penta aren't that team, unlike VP, that might, you know, late round, even with 30 seconds left, to switch bomb sites there. So they had to play into a stacked site. But again, VP had very little to work with. And it's ironic how many players got that M4 in that round, and the only kills came from a USP and a Dream from Pasha on the side.
I was going to make a town bike joke, but I just don't think
I think last time I did that, everyone was a bit freaked out, so...
It's your last gasp, Mitch. So just go out in a blaze of glory, just burn it down with you. It's perfectly fine.
We'll wait. We'll see if VP loses then.
Ah, that's true.
That, yeah.
This could be naughty from Crystal here. Just straight through the smoke hole. That's filthy. He had no one there with him either. There was no flash. There was nothing. He's found another. Molly in towards Bialy. That's going to push him out as well. This is just disgraceful. Crystal just walks in. He doesn't care. And if you're VP, you're going, why are they walking through smoke? Why are they doing this? Why is there no flash? Like, you see Fnatic do it, they do the quick flash up mid, they do it all themselves, it works out, it kind of makes sense. That was just filthy.
And what better kind of play to spearhead that kind of push than Crystal as well? One of the most bombastic players that we sort of get to see, especially around the German scene. The bomb is down and Zen's going to back away. Snacks has too much smoke to see. It's time to back on away. Taz also not much to be done for him either in this position. VP have to save these guns. Their economy has just been slaughtered each and every round.
God, yeah.
You can see it there. They bought to nothing in this particular one. So this is where the save becomes that much more important. And this map exacerbates that factor of CS and economy much more, given how hard it can be to reinforce from the site. Snacks and Taz, both those B players, by the time they got to A, there was nothing left of the rest of their team.
Yeah, that's just Inferno through and through, isn't it? We've seen it so often playing retake on this. Near on impossible. At least, that if it's even close to even odds against each other at all. I'd love someone to work out a stat of, let's say a full bought up 2 sides, right? At least relatively so, UMPs included, whatever you want. How many times are they able to pull off a retake, whether it's favorable or, not favorable odds? I'd love to see it and see how out of whack this map might be to the others. I feel it's so tricky. Anyway, a bit of force up around the, I guess, kept weapons in the hands of Snacks and Taz. You got the Mag 7 with Pasha, that's not too bad. He's done some damage with that bad boy in the past. Neo on the pistol and Bialy the same. Taz wants to make a difference. He wants to play this out, but there's so much danger just down here. He's got support behind him. Now Snacks, but Snacks goes, and HS is the one to do the damage. 2 big kills for him, but Bialy, that 5-7. All right, there's still threat on board.
That could have been a massive problem, actually. Now, Pasha has to get up close and personal. He's got no other choice now. Crystal knows this. He backs away. He gives that weapon the respect that it requires in those close quarter scenarios. Now it's Neo. A 5-7 to hand. I mean, there's a veritable trove of weapons just in Banana. Unfortunately, that's off the beaten track for Neo. He's going to go straight towards his site and try and take matters into his own hands.
All right, well, he kind of gave away his position by dropping that smoke through. I can imagine they know he's probably CT, but I don't think they're expecting the timing of this, and Crystal just flashed himself. But, so, Crystal's at new box, Sunny's pushed up towards the smoke, and Neo, he's a man of experience, waiting for this, looking for his opportunity. No kit, though, so timing is of the essence.
He knows his way around one of these situations, but again, so many corners to be checked and not enough time to do it. Crystal just happy to see him walk right into the net and be picked up here, and the money is flowing for Penta. You see, they had their very high value round in which they finally start to get the cogs turning, and since then it's been from strength to strength. And you can see that Snacks now is going for this AWP. Pasha again, the Mag 7 tried and tested, another force in that direction.
Well, let's remind ourselves what happened with Big as well. The difference maker, the big factor was that Pasha with the AWP was huge. He was a phenomenal impact player, but it's Snacks this time. Dan M fans are going wild. Flash comes through, turns it. He just took so much damage early on, though. He's kind of left in that cubby there, smoked out. He's going to have to back away from this. But it does mean they at least can, tender for banana control at the moment for Virtus Pro. Taz is still committed over by the sandbags. And we'll see what else happens here. This could be a very impactful play from Snacks if he gets it right.
One shot will be all he needed to really turn things around, but he's quite low on health. Taz, though, nicely done. It's like playing whack-a-mole up against Virtus Pro in these situations, and Taz just pops in and gets his damage done.
Eyes towards Bialy here as well. He's been watching the push out from this point, and look at this angle. That is sweaty as you like. But now Neo playing close towards quad, he can swing around and create a really short notice crossfire. The smokes come in. There's one. Nothing else to follow yet. And now they go for it. Sunny.
Geez, that's ballsy.
How does Bialy there? Just kind of, I guess, limiting the angles he could be approached from, but there's still Neo. There's still that threat up, and Pasha is still watching through from mid. Neo deals with it well, maybe overcommits towards Innocent, so now it's a 2v3. And Taz and Pasha aren't in a great position. They're going to have to play retake from this. The bomb's probably going to go down unless they make a very quick impact play. The timing, not favorable towards Pasha. He didn't see them, but he's got a great idea as to where they are.
Pasha pretty much has to drop into the pit here and try and wreck Innocent as much as he can. Or just over the balcony. It's going to be enough for him there. It's traded out. Innocent has traded a couple of very important frags here and keeps this round alive. However, he can't get out of this position. He's seen Snacks go to the site. He doesn't know where Taz is going to be. This is quite risky now. No flashes, no utility. And Snacks just goes for the peak prior to the defuse and gets it done.
That work between Taz and Snacks on Banana early on really gave them the odds in this round. Snacks just, he took the shot a little early, but he kind of baited in Taz, right? So you kind of make yourself look a little bit more like a tasty morsel. They kind of commit towards it after you've missed the shot, plays in Taz, and they didn't molly off the sandbags there. For some reason, maybe just they got caught out early. They already expended that utility. They could maybe do a little bit more of a delayed hit up Banana, maybe try and outweigh it. Once that utility is now a VP and they're really vying for that Banana control, the deep Banana control, just delay it a touch. Even if they do take that top control, you can always play it back in. We do see Crystal with the AWP, so a bit of a challenger has appeared.
We've seen him have decent success, actually, being a spearhead with the AK in a couple of these rounds prior, but now, again, there's always some pitfalls for the unwary when it comes to playing AWP on the T side of this map, specifically struggling to get good vantage here. We've actually seen really nice plays from Banana if you have a good lineup on the short wall there, just in front of Taz. But in this particular round, Snacks is playing a little bit back further behind him. A lot of utility early on the round, no surprises here. VP expelling most of that here to gain an ironclad control on this part of the map.
Yeah, the thing is with HS and Zen, again, they've used their mollies, their nades, everything early on. They've got a flash and a smoke left, so it's very hard for them to get past if there was a very close by hold. Now, actually at the moment, VP have fallen back from this. I think Snacks just boosted up Taz, so they're now going to be playing a little further back. Well, Taz is just playing anti-flash over on the top of Banana. Now let's have a look towards quad, because it looks like that's where they're falling back towards. So Neo's playing very, very deep towards pit, and they're playing the site basically here. They're giving them top mid control. They're giving them a lot of room to work with. So this is quite scary.
I think it's very risky as well. We've seen a lot of teams that like to turtle sites on this particular map, and it can be really quite dangerous, especially if you have any sort of decent smoke setup here to cut pit out of the equation. But Penta are taking the time on this one. 40 seconds are left in the round here, and Crystal's actually heading back towards B. So this might be the first of the more of the disillusion plays. We're actually going to see misdirection from Penta in this round. Sunny remains at A, but doesn't do too much to drum up the natives.
He doesn't need to. He's there to try and catch the rotate. They're banking on the success of these plays, and they mess the smoke up again. How are they doing this, and how is Snacks able to make such an impact out of it as well? He goes down eventually, and now B is under threat. Bomb's going to go in. Innocent's there, but Bialy quickly finds Sunny. That's one threat removed, and now they can try and smother that site out.
It could have been a lot worse for Penta hitting this site, though. They managed to trade 2 for 2, essentially, and now Crystal can come into a world of his own. Innocent waits, sees Bialy above the wall, and then just picks him as he gets around the corner. Neo thinks about the AWP for a moment, thinks against it, and now he has to play in his route. It's not the first time in this particular map he's been in this position. This time up against Crystal and Innocent. Spray down, not enough. Innocent finds him there as he tries to come through from construction, and Penta, a very crucial round here to bring it back up. Virtus.pro are dropping guns for each other, and you can see Snacks, Pasha, Taz, double eco territory. It's dangerous.
Yeah, money has been shattered here for VP. Pretty gutting for them, and you can see instantly aware of it. Penta well and truly up to date on what their money situation is going to be. I've got that spray, and it's horrific, isn't it? I remember getting that, and I was just like, thank you, Valve. Way to go. Way to go. It just looks awful.
Maybe it's an omen. Maybe Virtus.pro are trying to send us a message.
To the stars. I think that's someone else's tagline there.
Oh, yeah, true.
Team.
There's not enough left in esports.
No, we'll find something. But still, Snack's going to find Zen early on. That's a nice bit of impact. A lot of money lost there. Sunny going to be trying to do the one to build up some funds here, and he might be in the right place for it if he gets the timing right, if he doesn't look away at the wrong time. Bialy and Neo both going for a walk, and Snacks
getting covered in cladding.
Not to do much more.
Now, Neo not seeing Sunny Bob early there kind of hurts him a little bit there. He's going to be waiting for him in to receive with the Mac 10. Bialy managed to get out after that, and HS is just going to boss his way on towards his side as much as he can.
It worries me how much they're getting picked apart here, though. Crystal's banging it out, fair enough. Pasha fancies to go through the smoke. Doesn't go so well. Maybe the flashbacks of what Crystal did to him at the top of mid there, just coming back through. Bialy's a mile away. He's recovered the Big Mac Daddy, so he's all right. Probably would want more than that, ideally.
Yeah, I think that sort of punctuates your point fairly well. And this AWP for Crystal is working out. I mean, especially in a round like that one where VP don't really have much in the way of smokes or anything to prevent Crystal from getting decent line of sight there. He was able to pick off Tads over at those coffins and make a comfortable entry into the site. This is very good so far from Penta here. And Virtus.pro pretty much just have to sit down and take this for now. This was a round where they had to be patient. They did manage to make a fair bit happen with these 5-7s early on.
All right, so 3 kept alive for Penta. Their money is perfectly fine, though. They're in a really nice spot with that. Overall, they've been building up well. The reset, of course, came through for Virtus.pro. It's double eco territory, so you can see that barely they have very limited funds even in this round. Again, this is the double eco coming through. They can buy up a little bit. Well, Neo can. He's going to buy to about 3K. I don't think anyone else really can. Snacks as well, because he's on 3. Yeah, it's super, super limited. But it is what it is. It's what happens. Welcome to CS. Penta, though, great money, great start. And it looks like maybe a stack towards B for VP.
Now look at the utility. There's just a flash here as well, so they're just going to have to grit their teeth and just try and fire their weapons once Penta show themselves around this corner. Again, the stack's always an opportunity here. What is this? Okay. That's the veritable totem pole of grizzly bears. All right, lads. Sky-high ambitions. I like it, but you know what? Pie is going to be on the face of Virtus.pro here, is that he seems to be heading towards A, and Neo just gets absolutely pasted to the wall.
You hate to see it, don't you, Neo? He's been watching that angle the entire time. As soon as he looks towards the right, considers, oh, they could have got out the balcony.
Virtus.pro have worked on their routine for, the cheer competition for the last 6 months. They get there, and then they were at the wrong venue.
Oh,
no one was there to see them. They made a whole movie about it, I'm sure of it.
What was the...
all the spandex gone to waste.
What was that kind of cheerleader movie, the really famous one?
Fire Up, is it?
What is it?
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, me too. What is it? Cheerleader movie. Was it Bring It On or something?
Bring It On, yeah.
Bring It On. That was a great film.
I enjoyed it. It also made me feel like I could be a cheerleader. There were guy cheerleaders in there, and
Who would dare rate this only a 5.9 on IMDb?
Sort yourselves out.
How dare you? Kirsten Dunst is gutted. All right, she gave it her all.
It's like the movie version of a cultural anthem. Sort yourselves out.
All right, they're going hunting here. HS going to be called out. Oh, there he is. And a little bit of free farm comes in and gets taken away. But yeah, any guns recovered, any damage done. It's nice for VP, but it's not really enough.
That's why Zen's doing this. This is why making this foray down mid to make sure that doesn't actually happen. He's lucky to be alive getting around the corner, and then he turns around and finds Taz anyway. So again, Virtus Pro, it was 2 rounds. They had to sit in the corner, wear the dunce cap, and now they're done with it. They're going to buy back, and they're back with a vengeance for sure. Zen has really played well today, and this is, I guess, what we were hoping to see last night. Yep. The conditions surrounding Penta's match were tough. There's no doubt about it. But now,
server conditions.
Yeah, well, server conditions, fam. Don't mess with that. But they're looking much better now, and a performance befitting the winners, of course, of the Mountain Dew League finals over the weekend.
Yeah, this is what we were all wanting to see, a little bit of, you know, what made them able to pull that off. Now, you know, this may not actually equate to them picking up the game out of this, but it's still nice to see them being a competitor. I think yesterday was a little bit flat in performance, so glad to see them able to adjust this. Now, a very easy bit of banana take here. You can see HS is a little bit curious as to those sandbags because Taz has been a consistent element there, but they're actually playing quite deep on the side at this point.
It's like the gift of the girl getting hit with the sausages, but it's bananas and it's the Penta logo. All the banana they need. But again, perhaps the more concerning side is that we've got a minute left in the round and Virtus Pro have been able to sit on the most part of that utility to stall, and that hasn't been drawn out at all by Penta, so that might indicate a fast hit or an attempt to force a rotation elsewhere, or just go through smokes like we've seen work for them in the past.
All a ruse, though, isn't it? You've got 3, maybe 4 smokes going up over by A as we speak. Stunny's still there, being a nuisance, but this is a B hit. Now, VP have already been playing this very, very passively, and they've read this well. Pasha already going to head over. He's going to get quickly towards Speedway. Neo's still there. It's all on how much Stunny can do. Oh, is this a double? Yeah, Crystal's coming back. Okay, this is nice. Crystal and Innocent are both coming back. Neo's now going to head over through Library. Zen now, Pete. Oh my god, they're going to cut off the 2B players as well. They just have to get past Bialy. That is it. Zen finding Snacks too. He's just been unleashed. It's just Taz now holding down B. They're coming right on back. But maybe this is a mistake. They've outthought themselves here, Penta. They've got 20 seconds. They've still got 2 players. It's HS now picking up the mantle.
All right, Taz last man off the side here. Who really needs to go big or go home? And at this stage is not going to be enough. Penta roll across the top of them. And that was VP trying to buy back into this game, Lauren. I guess money doesn't solve all of your problems, does it?
4-9, and the cash has been cut off. 3K with VP. You want to keep... Ooh. Okay, buying down to about 2K. CZs, 5-7s. I don't know what to say. VP is struggling here. They're, you know, it's kind of floundering territory. The vast majority of bolstering their rounds right now was that pistol. Of course, in their back pocket, 3 rounds back-to-back. As soon as we got to the gun rounds, they've only managed 1 since they fell into this. So a little bit of a problematic half here for them. But, you know, their T side wasn't too bad when we saw them before. It was the CT side that was a real dominant issue there. You kind of theorized that, you know, against Big Baby, there could have been more if they'd been able to kind of punish that further, but it wasn't to be. Anyway, into this one we go. Again, Penta struggling to get that top banana control, but it doesn't really matter. You still only have pistols to come up against.
It's definitely an ugly start here for VP in terms of what they can bring into the round. I've got to say, Penta have been looking very on point. It's so impressive from a team that we used to really treat as a joke team in the Pro League, Lauren. Different players, to be sure, but we never really took them seriously. They never really earned that right. But now, perhaps, it's the beginning of something great. 9-4. So much damage already done, and Pasha might just have to come forward with this one here as well. Or just get cut down in the smoke. That's probably more of a tail between your legs way to finish that story, but it is what it is. And now Bialy up on that side is going to get pressure. Crystal will find him there. Pistols out for the boys. And HS finds Snacks as well. It's just Taz waiting in the wings, waiting for his chance to return to the spotlight, but he thinks against it. The jitters, too strong.
God. 4-10. This is the thing, right? I was saying at the start of this game, they can buy this round, so keep eyes on the buy. But I was saying, do you know what? It should be fine, right? Like, we saw VP yesterday. Yeah, they lost to Big, but it's still VP. It's still Penta. Penta didn't look that great. There was always that thought in the back of my mind, like, but, you know, Penta did just get back from that. These 2 players who are meant to be, you know, quite heavy hitters, barely had a chance to warm into this. What if? You know, it's always that what if. This is only the start, it's only the first half.
Well, I think it was Chad. Chad was very much a proponent of Penta for a big improvement today.
Here we go, though. Double AWP could be a difference.
HS took a lot of damage from that molly that just came down. See a lot of smokes being used to quench them, and geez, he's low. The airstrikes on that banana. The things people do for a quick bite. There's 2 smokes up now. They'll be clearing in a second, and Zen and HS going to hang around here. So we'll see how they want to use HS in this round now. The grenade thrown does very little to dissuade Snacks to come, but it's peak and he finds Zen.
So they gave him the AWP, basically, was the way around it. You can still do a lot of work with it, obviously. Ooh, that molly was a bit close there, wasn't it, Taz? Oh, has to get out of there, 5 HP, but yeah, they gave him the AWP just because you can still do... You're far more likely to get a kill even that HP than with a rifle, just 'cause you can do one shot. It's time to kill, all that jazz. Just you know, listen to Steel about this one, maybe, we'll see. Double AWP still into practice, of course, with Virtus Pro. Stack's playing through the kind of side of the smoke. They're going to play out into it. Confidence is somewhat key with this man and that AWP, but we'll see. No real opportunities given yet for Penta. They're finding it hard to find a way in.
Yeah, I mean, they're up against a double AWP, but they won't know that until Pasha takes a shot, or at least they see that on him. It's the first time we've seen that from VP, whether they wanted to or not. They're just buying up now in this last round of the half. So fast play could really be the undoing here, but for Pasha, this is just what he wants. One by one, it comes straight at him. Now Crystal and Innocent are playing together, and he goes for the pick. Now Pasha won't be a third, but he's done the damage. He may have done enough here as well. Innocent and Sunny now have to work this as a pincer, and half of that is done. It's just Sunny now to come over the top, and he's been spotted out. It's all but over 10-5 at the half here. Virtus Pro not finding those CT-sided rounds, Lauren.
No, but they needed that real final round there. They needed to get to 10-5 to give themselves an opportunity going to that second half. The first 3 that sat with VP again were the pistol rounds, so they need that to bolster their numbers. Gun rounds were tricky, but that second half is now imperative to their survival.
After the break, Virtus Pro try and bring it back here against a resurgent Penta. There's a lot on the line in this series, so stay tuned. And we're back on Inferno, ladies and gentlemen, and VP are looking a little bit singed. 10-5 is the halftime score for Penta. A very strong T-side showing here. Despite a few moments from VP, they've been a little bit muted in these rounds.
Yeah, this second half is so scary now for VP fans and VP themselves here. Now, I would say the VP on their T-side were, I guess, far more competent yesterday than their CT side, or at least we didn't see the same issues throughout the game. It came way closer, so there is light in the end of this tunnel, but Penta are looking a little bit different here, looking like a very different team than we saw yesterday, so I think that this is a new look that maybe we were meant to see yesterday, but we didn't get the chance to.
Well, this is just the look that we were supposed to be seeing.
Exactly, so hopefully for them, they can keep this up. It'd be nice to see, what they can actually achieve here. And well, for VP, it's still, you've got to get going pretty early here. You've got to get up and get the rounds on the board, because so far it's been a real struggle for them. They
did win, obviously, the first pistol round. I think the scoreline was something to the tune of 4-0 or 5-0 before Penta actually got started here. So to win both pistols in this map and then for things to sort of potentially go wrong for Virtus Pro would be a very damning indictment of their ability to hold these gun rounds, Lauren. That's something we need to look for. So for Penta, I mean, if we want to go by pistol round stats, they ought to win this one out and get out to a good start here. They did well to recover in that first half, despite losing that pistol round. That's what we're looking for, of course, to start things off here. And we can see that, obviously, Virtus Pro in situations where they don't have the money, we see Pasha go for that, the Mag 7. There was only one round where we saw that CT double AWP from Virtus Pro, and it did work quite well, to be fair, for both AWPers. all these things to be considered, and also what Penta will be producing now that this is definitely going to be a bit more comfortable for Crystal to play AWP on if he so chooses.
That's a good point, actually, yeah. That'd be an interesting one to see if he actually does go for that. At this point, though, let's see what we have this round. It looks like an all-in B play from VP. One smoke on Neo, that's been put to play. Another on Bialy, but now Innocent already sees the information. Everyone's here, guys. Get all over. Zen, though, lands a blinder as well. This could still be a little bit problematic. Taz has found Zen, though, so at least there's a chance. And they're just sending the wolves towards Innocent. 2 players go hunting.
He just had to stay alive a little bit longer. He would have had a 2-player peek in towards what Virtus.pro were coming around into construction with. However, there's a 3v3 now in the retake scenario here. Eventually, Penta are going to have to pull the trigger. Pasha wants to play up close here, and Sunny Bob's on his own. He had snacks there. That's a really nice setup to do, especially mid to late round. And that could be real struggle town. Now it's up to individual brilliance for Crystal. Has no armor to speak of. The head of stacks goes rolling, though. It's just the one. It's going to have to do for now. It's all on HS. He knows where Taz is. He's seen him poke around, but there's a player behind him. And it's the rope-a-dope for Virtus.pro. The bait and switch, and Pasha finds that kill. Both pistol rounds, one in this map.
And it was so nicely done. You could see how aggressive they were. They weren't even allowing a chance of a retake. They were confident. Both of the players wanted to secure coffins, so 2 of them pushed up towards that ruin entrance, and they held it. They didn't allow the play back in. So nicely done from VP, stabilizing the scoreline somewhat as well. Now, the buyback in from Penta is light, but it's enough that they can maybe do a bit of damage. 2 rifles invested, 4 Virtus.pro, 3 SMGs there, and the UMPs, of course, to be the choice.
Big old B stack here for Penta. And Sunny is the scout.
Oh,
God, you got to love those,
Marshall,
really.
What are you doing?
Oh, he's giving that away to Sunny there. Who expects that kind of peak? I mean, it is, I guess, a pistol force round for Penta. Virtus.pro just a little bit slack there.
You can see the gun from that spot. Like, it's you're one of the players with the rifle. I guess you're meant to be a little bit more. I don't know. That's a little bit unfortunate.
And with Innocent as far down Banana as he was, he got the information now to provoke a rotate back for Penta, so they can actually have players at this side instead of just Sunny on his own. So far looking good. Oh, the deagle comes through from HS. Virtus.pro cannot afford to let things drop here. They won the pistol. This is their ticket to closing the gap, giving them a buffer.
That looked like the Source Deagle. I swear he was still running when he was doing that. Like, don't get me wrong, I like the Deagle at the moment. I think it's one of the more balanced pistols out there, but that was a little bit spicy. All right, so there's still that double stack towards Pit, which is quite deadly, but they do only have pistols. They're not checking it. That smoke doesn't cover everything. There's good damage being done, and there's still Sunny here being patient. Innocent en route and HS doing the same. Neo securing top mid. He's been watching for that push-up, gets the kill. Innocent now down. Sunny looks for the play back in, but it looks like VP are being very mindful of Pit, and maybe not mindful enough. Sunny's been given 2 big opportunities. Oh, HS finds snacks.
I'm done. I can't believe this.
It's Neo. He
42.
can save it.
He's just going to have to explode in on towards his side now. There's a molly in his way. He can't get around it. He has to take the damage. And Penta turn it around. Just dastardly situation. It's a nightmare for Virtus.pro. And the Deagles come up trumps this time around. Penta break back on the pistol force. And Virtus.pro, the egg is on your face, gents.
Yeah, it's certainly not all sunshine and rainbows here. Sunny, look at this start. Pashal's just so unaware. I don't know if he didn't realize he could be seen from there, from top mid, but your gun shows and your whole player model shows. You could see the headshot. He just took his time. He was like, great, this is nice. But it was HS who did that kind of crazy shot that was just, it didn't look like it should have hit. If I was VP, I'd be tilted that shot came through. Like, a moving Deagle is just dirty. So, anyway, he might have actually, been able to stand still for a second and get that shot off, but that looked, right on the cusp of it. Anyway, money is now depleted for VP. They need to suffer through this round. Any damage they've done is a benefit. Any plant, brilliant.
Don't see this often anymore. Sorry, I mean, we don't see that much these days. That really aggressive peak actually down towards the staircase in apartments there. Nice to see it. And this is probably going to be a rough one here for VP. You can see how low they are. Snacks is hoping to get in and just try and be a wrecking ball here. Crystal's going to be able to back HS up pretty comfortably. Neo and Bialy can wrap here, but Pasha's being kept away from Banana completely because of smoke in mid. So now for Neo and Bialy, the question is, do we turn back around? Do we come back to A? What do you do about this?
You give him time. Pasha can't move. Zen's locking him down. It's done. He can maybe go back towards T spawning and maybe look towards second mid. But you're going to give these guys time to play. Innocent's now found him. Pasha's chances have just gone from maybe like 5% to pretty much 0 here. Got to hand, not going to get it done this time. Zen is there and diligently watching. And you blink and you look at that scoreline and it's not good. 12-6 here. And to remind you of the map pool, I'm pretty sure we'll be on to Train next. And then Mirage if required. Now, I know Train does sit well with Penta in their record again. But you know,
it was not great last night.
No, it wasn't. That was the big thing. It was very, very lackluster. I think that was the biggest kind of downfall. We didn't see those players turn up. So again, it looks like a new version of Penta, but still, that's on the horizon. It's not over yet. It's still 12-6 though. But that nade, oh,
there was two, I think, thrown down mid.
Yeah.
That is definitely going to shatter you a little bit here as well. Virtus.pro shaken, but not out of this now. Tentatively inch their way up the middle of the map here. They really don't want to run into any more dastardly traps. Now, this is fairly aggressive by Crystal, given that he actually gave up this position already.
Where are you, Crystal? Well, you're just sat in the middle of no man's land there. There's no you can back to. You're just right out. Maybe hoping they hadn't walked up. Sunny, though, uses that team flash well. It kind of comes through from down towards Pitney. He does the favor right back to him. And there you go. HS makes the most of it. Really nice team play between the two. You can see Pasha there was isolated. Couldn't help out Snacks. The flash worked out really well from Sunny. Nice angle, though, found by Pasha. Not sure if he's going to get a follow-up here, though. 3 players remain. Bomb duly noted by Penta.
Pasha, a man with very limited options. And so much to lose in the rest of his team right now. Especially in a round like this one. I don't really need to explain that any further, but for VP, they spent bank on this round to try and stop Penta, and it's not worked well at all. And Penta have covered each other so well with his crossfires on the A side. Really hard to take issue with them, except for Crystal going a little bit maverick, a little bit rogue, but you had to expect that from a player like him. He's been doing it, well, since 2008.
Pasha might be just on the save this time. Off we go. Yeah, time to keep control of it. And look at that scoreboard. The thing is, you look at Penta and everyone's delivering somewhat. Yeah. You know what I mean? You got 12 kills on Innocent, but that's fine. He's holding his own. It does feel a little bit like no one's really providing much for VP at the moment. You've got Snacks doing okay, but still that was a lot of the AWP coming through, and it's just a little bit of a shame.
Yeah. Pasha, they're taking out maybe some of his frustration on some of the fittings. Better to do it in game than in real life, I'm sure. Money, not good for VP. This is really average, 2750 being the most here for Taz. There's an AK in for Pasha. So now I'm really interested to see how they sort of support this weapon that was saved in from that prior round. Mind you, that Pasha really doesn't have much to work with.
Bialy just brought down to like 1.7. That's...
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, he has. Okay. Pasha brought down to 150. Yeah, it's going to be awkward.
Yeah, they need to get guns away. They need to do something to make a bit of impact. They'll be fine for money down the line, but they don't have that many rounds left. It's 13-6. All right, play towards B. Look how passive Penta is setting up here as well. You got Zen over by Nubox, and then Instant playing off angle by Coffins. Now they've got a couple of smokes, but it looks like they want to get quite close before they kind of give away the game. Innocent, yeah, that's the kind of angle I'm talking about. You've got to be careful though. Does find contact, flash comes in, now the kind of explosion comes out from Virtus.pro. They want to get that side fast. Zen, though, well aware. Nice positioning, lands the shots, doesn't get kind of overwhelmed, and finally Innocent comes out to support in the final. Well played there through from Zen and Innocent. Good crossfire, not panicking, and yeah, this is getting scary.
Yep. The round loss at least is there. Pasha was the one obviously brought down to only 150 odd, so he's not going to be well brought up. The rest of them had about 2K, so that's fine. It's the best you can hope for here for Virtus.pro. And you have to go for this. You have to force up whatever you possibly can, and they have done so. Losing this round, I mean, they might be able to scrabble some UMPs together in the next, but that's going to be about it at this stage. Plenty of utility, UMP for Pasha, no real loss there. Potentially on this map, we've seen him be more effective with the Mag 7 anyway. And a slow start. Spread up over the mid and second mid side for Virtus.pro. No presence in towards Banana, and this has meant no utility required to be used for Penta to take control. In fact, none of that has been forced out yet. Good patience for Crystal to hold that molly here.
I wonder if we're going to see the smokes that we saw before.
Oh, the nice line of smokes towards Pit.
Yeah, maybe. They're not quite there spot for it, but that's a shame. They've been quite a cool little thing to see if it actually came back through, but it's what it is. Innocent actually playing a little bit more of an attentive play, or I guess position, over by Banana. 2 players down the bottom there, sprays it in. Got to be careful. That's
maybe could have gone a second early before the smoke plumed and actually had to dig at it, but
yep.
It's funny. You should be able to get away comfortably enough. 50 seconds in the round here. VP with 4 players grouped up here towards Banana. Bialko will remain over towards
Who, Bialy?
Bialy. Calls him that.
Matt.
Oh, God. So 2 players. There's only Zen and Innocent here at B, so no early rotations to speak of for Penta. So this is Virtus.pro doing what they do best and, keeping you confused about where they are over the map. And now the raps come through. Bialy sneaks through. He gets away with murder.
Oh, Sunny, Jim, what's going on here? You're having a bit of a mare. Bialy's been let loose. Now Innocent's pretty much shitting it. Like, look at this guy. He's like, where
this is
can I
that
go?
mission in the video game we have to hold off against waves of zombies, except this time it's angry, like, grumpy, grizzled poles for as long as you possibly can. Zen, oh, it's not a good position at all, and this is far better from Virtus Pro. They played the map well. Time is ticking down. They need to get a plant somewhere along the line. They can't get sprayed down. There needs to be a plant here.
Taz?
There's one off in the corner. Taz needs to make this one happen here. Desperate. He gets it down just in time, but now the 1v1. Virtus Pro collapse in the meantime, and it's Sunny v Taz with 3 kills to his name already, and Taz is in the corner. Sunny should damn well know where he is right now. He has the time, he has the kit. It's time to make a move. He knows that Taz must be in the back of the... And this is going to be a clench your butt and go for a kind of play. The Spudge comes in and Sunny's done it. Virtus Pro can't keep themselves alive in this one. It's going to be match point coming up for Penta. And there's nothing the Poles can do about it.
Can you believe it, Mitch? This scoreline. Oh, dearie me. 15-6. Sunny making all the difference there in the end. The time running so low.
Virtus Pro panicked as well. They lost so many players in trying to set up that
throwing
plant.
bodies at it to allow that plant to come through. Taz trying to hold that deep off angle to force Sunny to swing into it, but no timeouts either, guys. Which, you know, they're just going straight through this, right? It's 15-6. This could be the final round. We got the AWP up on Crystal, and a decent buy coming out for Virtus Pro. So there is real option here, but if Crystal lands this one, and he's gone back for it. He's gone back for it.
Who else but Crystal to repeat that? My God.
Oh, he's feeling it. If you start feeling confident, you start, you know, we're up with 15-6, let's go. He's everywhere on the map right now. He's over in apartments now. The guy, all right, we were talking about his AWPing. His movement's not bad either. Keep your eyes on that one, on Train especially, which is going to be coming up next, no matter what the scoreline is here. It is still a best of 3, as we are in relegation. VP unallowed to step towards Banana as we speak. Locked out, innocent pushed all the way down.
Yeah, 6 setup actually for Penta in a round that they really want to win. This is how you really get an ironclad grasp on the map. Smoke's top mid as well, so you really limit the options for Virtus Pro here. Now, Crystal can work with Sunny over on this arch side as well. That would be quite a devastating combination. HS can just stay quiet on the A side for the moment. This is where the risk does start to manifest here for Penta. They've got players that are committed to Banana. The one over on the left that's innocent there. So he needs to win this duel out. He needs a bit more. He needs Zen to back him up, and he's going to be there. Zen sprays down. Not too bad. They trade 2 for 2, but there's time for Crystal to rotate to B, and Sunny and HS will also need to go there soon. A 3v2 favors Penta.
Let's see what Crystal can do. They're not going to go for this. Where are they off to? They're going to do the boost. That's nice. But there's still Crystal. He's still thinking, where are these guys? All right, Molly comes in. That hits. They know he's there now. Has to fall off the angle. Bomb goes in. Bialy could be given a chance here. This is a very weird position. No, you don't. Crystal goes down. Snacks gets called out. And it's a 1v2. It's on Bialy now.
He's off the boost as well. He needs to challenge both these players. Sunny could have gone for the peak then, but he doesn't. The kit's there. Tries to go for a bit of a nade, and this could be quite risky now. It's the 1 versus 1 again. Sunny in a position to close things out here. Bialy needs to keep his team alive. He's often the mastermind. The head's been spotted out. There's not much you can do there. He tried to go for the full defuse, and Bialy cuts him short. Virtus Pro, a lifeline in this game, but look at the money. It's still not very good.
No, it's borderline. They can get a buy. It's going to be kind of shifting bits around, but they'll be okay in the end. AWP can come back out. I think I have to be dropped over towards Crystal at this point. We'll see how they utilize this one. Ooh, Sunny's got the spawn, so he's going to take it. That'll probably be switched out to Crystal in a moment's time. He's going to be just behind him, but if you've got the spawn, go for the shot. Why not? He's feeling it. Here we go. Straight down. Spots one. Can't land it. But he can call over. It's going to be a B hit. Be aware. We see nothing else yet. I've seen at least 2 people cross. Now the call comes through, and they're going to be aware of it. Look at those mollies coming in, and look at the early damage going out towards VP. Oh, Stacks! So low, 8 HP.
I don't know if that's worthwhile at all. That you've really gained very little ground of the grand scheme of things, and he couldn't catch anyone out at sandbags. It could have been a well-placed risk if they could have got a kill for that, but now they're just super low. And here comes a stall.
Look at this. Look at this positioning. There's 3 people facing here. Like, that's not
that camera
think
angle.
About Cobble.
Thank you.
Like, VP used to do this on Cobble on pistol rounds. They used to do it in middle. They'd push up and then do this sort of stuff. But Sonny, he's just pushed through the smoke. He spotted them all out. He still knows where they are. At least spotting out 2 is information enough. That can mean that Crystal feels a little bit better about rotating, but there's still a problem that they can rotate out of this. They don't have to commit, but they don't know what's been now gathered by Penta. They don't know if there's mid control passed over, if second mid's safe. Neo and Bialy gonna have to check that pretty quickly as well and just make a guess, make an educated guess here.
VP need more. Crystal made an early rotation, actually. Very clever by him. He had no real reason to think that it would be towards A, except maybe the sound of footsteps, but he's there anyway to back up HS. HS, who himself is prepared in an anti-flash position over on A.
Crystal has read this so well. Look at that position. He spots another. Shoulder peek works out for him. He always wants to fight back in on these angles. He's such an aggressive AWPer, but Neo slipped through the kind of net, I guess, and he does find him. Now look at the HP, though. Pasha 12, Snacks 8. It's still a threat. And HS's position, it's a pretty tough one to check on. It's a very late commitment. So now we're going to see what they can work out here. Innocent finding Neo means this is very much up in the air, and HS is the final raid boss, and of course he's got a UMP, and this might be it. This could be it. Look at the time as well. There it goes. HS closes down. Map 1 goes to Penta.
You didn't hear that. I cannot believe it. Penta has started off in such a big way, and Virtus.pro continue to look all sorts of average. Let's head over the desk now to get a little bit more of a, I don't know, a academic angle on what we just saw go down in this match.
Mighty uncomfortable with everything that just occurred. Chad, what's the Aussie word for uncomfortable, or just like, you know, general, just creepy feeling, weird feeling?
You just hate to see it.
You guys have funny sayings for things. There's a bus and a half. Why not? Thanks, Chad. Anyways, yeah, you do hate to see it.
You're making us sound like we don't even speak English.
I mean, sometimes you don't.
Sometimes we don't, but you know who looked like they weren't playing very good Counter-Strike in that first half, Hank? It was Penta who were throwing these really weird smokes that weren't actually covering off the choke points and then still winning rounds. And I'm sitting there thinking, how is this possibly happening?
Yeah, I'm lost for words right now. VP, just to know as well, they win both pistols there. They got a 3-0 start in the first half.
Yeah.
End up getting like, what, 5 rounds in total? Then
yeah.
it's just horrible right now. This is just not the team we're used to seeing. I can't really describe to you. Like you said, Penta weren't exactly playing sound CS by any stretch of the imagination. There were a lot of mistakes made by them as well. Some great rounds in general. I guess like some of them were really good, but some really poor ones as well. VP just couldn't capitalize on the mistakes they were making. Same story once again. Every time they won a single gun round, which is all they got in the first half, completely shut down. Money was a disarray at that point, fully shut down, double ecos all over the place. It was just a mess.
I mean, you said it, Chad, yesterday that you liked the T-set that you saw to them on Inferno, but at the end of this one, it was just kind of like, what's happening here? Like, was that just like kind of the giving up phase where they're down 15-6 and they're just like, this isn't going to happen?
I'm not sure. It didn't seem like Penta were playing the same way that Big were playing. They were very reserved on the bomb sites. They weren't really poking and prodding as much as what Penta were doing. Crystal's taking Jules down mid with the AWP, right, which is risky on the CT side for sure, because if the Ts have an AWP or if they're set up, they could even just, one-tap you with an AK. But they were confident in taking those fights. Like that round where we saw Sunny just then, they stacked 3 towards the B site. He pushed out through the smoke for information, found a frag. They weren't afraid of VP, right? They're not just like, hey, we're going to respect you because you're VP. You're setting up for a strat. We're going to ruin that strat. And you could see right there, when they did it, they tried to still fake B, sent 2 guys up mid, but the B fake did nothing because the rotation had already come in. They established that it wasn't a hit. They still had all the vision, I suppose, and then they rotated back and they had 2 at each site. Crystal, like, continuously re-peeking from library is probably not necessary in that situation.
What I liked from Penta, though, is it was something we didn't see from VP yesterday. On the CT side, like you said, when they can feel the executions coming, they're pushing through the top of banana and actually shutting down 1 kill just to kind of thwart any tactic or an execution VP had in mind to find that 1 kill, throw a spanner in the works, and you can see VP, like we said, it seemed like out of their depth at that point. After they lost that first kill, they had no nades left, they had low HP, everyone got battered at nades at the start of the rounds. It was just really difficult for VP. Like, even when they got a break, when they got the first 2 kills in a round, you remember that one as Sunny comes pincering in from banana and CD spawners as well, comes down to a situation they just about get the bomb down, Taz can't win the 1v1, just every chance they had completely shut down. That
T side, they did a lot of 4-1s like you were talking about, and it shouldn't have necessarily been rounds that they were winning, because there were certain situations where VP was set up in strong holds, right? They just weren't hitting the frags. It looked like VP were missing shots that they should be hitting, and Penta were winning clutches they shouldn't have had any business being in, right? Like that 1v3 from Zen early on with the 1v1 with Taz. And that was kind of unfortunate for Taz because he didn't know where Zen was going to be, right? He could have been in Ruins, he could have been pushing around through CT, or he could have been Banana, smoked the bomb. And then he kind of moved a bit too far away from the smoke, and Zen jumped over the top. So that was just kind of awkward.
That's when they had the 3-0 as well. And there was a force buy in the second round from Penta. So they went into that round with, I think, 1 AK and then P250s, and they ended up winning the round with Zen, getting 4 kills in total. So he gets that bomb down, like you said, Taz smokes it, but that was the beginning of the end. Like, they didn't really get anything going at all in that first half once that happened.
Let's do, because, I mean, remember, like yesterday, we're going to throw to a break. It's going to go straight to Casper. So let's touch on Train a little bit. This has got to be a map that if you're Virtus.pro going into it to survive.
This is their stomping ground, isn't it? This is what I said yesterday with Big. That was the third map yesterday. I said if it gets to Train, they should be comfortable. I don't see any of these teams going toe-to-toe with a team like Virtus.pro on Train. Like we said, one of their hallmarks in terms of a team, they kind of defined how the map should be played, especially on the T side, with a mixture of nice defaults, fast, aggressive play towards outside. Famously, Pasha likes to lurk towards the Ivy area. He'll be mixing up as well. They like to double AWP on the T side. They've been very innovative on this map in general. So we're hoping surely this is going to be theirs. But from what we've seen the last couple of days, it's really difficult to have any sort of hope, you know?
So this would be considered, if you were just a stats man, this would be considered Penta's third best map. Their best map is either Inferno or Cobblestone, which they're undefeated on with this team. And then it is Train, which they have a 75% win rate on, which they have 12 wins and 4 losses. Obviously against lesser opponents, but it's like they're comfortable on, right?
Just a note as well, this is going to be Penta starting on the CT side, right? Because Virtus Pro just started CT then. So they're getting the first map victory, then going on to Train as well against a weakened VP. Confidence for sure, and they're on the CT side, which is probably the most CT biased map we have in the entire pool right now. So if they win the pistol here and get that same momentum built up, this could be another 2-0.
Well, maybe one of the hopes if you're a VP fan. I mean, they have given a couple interviews where they feel Train is a little bit more T-sided than people give it credit these days. And then they're a team that historically has always gotten a decent amount of work done on the T side of Train. We haven't done this all season. I do just want to do it really quick. Does Virtus Pro get eliminated on this map? If we're going to do predictions, is VP winning Train?
I would say yes. At this point, you'd hope so. Just if that Counter-Strike fan inside me just don't want to see it go down like this.
Fairies just died all around the earth.
I hope so.
The little CGS players inside both of you?
They weren't in the CGS.
Okay.
Come on, Jason. I hope they don't lose. I'm not going to give you a prediction.
You're just rebellious these days, aren't you?
But if we look at it, the way that Zen and Sunny performed today compared to yesterday is leaps and bounds. You know, Zen was the best player today in that first map. Yesterday he was the worst player.
They've gotten some rest, spent some time off.
But do you notice like the way that they take duels and stuff? Like it's not fundamentally sound Counter-Strike in any means. It's just people being good. Like it's hitting like lots of shots and being aggressive and kind of catching VP players off guard in transition.
There wasn't anything that impressive in terms of wow. Like when we watched Big yesterday, it was like wow, look at these crazy executions, these fakes going in. They really kind of wets down on them. This time it was just duels and controlling the economy, just kind of basically good Counter-Strike overall.
Yeah, the thing that scares me, right, is even if VP have a solid T half, you know, let's say they get 5 or 6 rounds, I mean, something like that, they should be really happy with. This 4-1 style means they're going to be isolating inside. They're going to be isolating Ivy. And that's where Taz and Pasha have been playing. Pasha yesterday, he didn't look too bad. But it's not that Taz, I feel, is being caught out of position or whatever. I just think that because he's the solo guy, if you're 4-1ing, it's very difficult to stop unless you're willing to transition over and do a 2-2, which VP have been known for. It just if they're going to start with that, or if they're going to transition to that later, it might be too late by that point because they have started on the T side.
Will be interesting to find out, and we are going to find out after the break, so stay tuned. Virtus Pro, 1 map away from being relegated to ESC Premier.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Pro League. Of course, I'm Mitch Leslie here with Lauren Panty Scott. And let me tell you a story of a group of friends, the best of friends. They were great when the lights were on and the crowd was cheering, but when they were sat in front of their monitors getting their tan, things just started to go wrong. It's the story of Virtus Pro here in the ESL Pro League, and it may well have a sad ending for Polish fans. It's 1-0 here in this best of three. Penta currently lead. It's all on the line for VP.
Now, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of hope at home. In case the VP fans are sitting there going, this can't be real, this can't be real life. The last two maps are still the best maps for VP currently. In the last 3 months, these are the only maps they've really stayed positive on and kept that good win rate on. First map up is going to be Train, of course, second in the entire series, and third, Mirage. There's still a lot to be seen between these two, so don't write them out yet. But Penta have now kind of given themselves a challenge, right? Inferno is statistically still Penta's best map as of late with this roster. Very, very good. You know, almost undefeated on this. But, you're walking into the last two maps the Virtus Pro are good at. If there's any point to be proven, if you ever want to show that, we do deserve to be in the Pro League, we do deserve to be here, this isn't a fluke, this isn't luck, you've got your chance now. You're walking into Virtus Pro's stronghold. This is their castle. This is what kept them throughout their time here. VP still sit on, 63 win percent, in the last 3 months or so on Train, and Mirage, 70. They've had some pretty devastating losses, sure, but that's the likes of Fnatic and such, the big teams, the SKs of the world. They still keep their class.
Yeah, there was that one map. Was it against... It was in the Pro League, wasn't it, against Astralis, where Virtus Pro actually thumped them on this particular map.
16-4.
16-4. So there is hope, of course, for VP. But fans need to be hoping that there's that depth that we've seen from them so many times. It's so funny as well. We're still in the same era of Virtus Pro winning massive events, obviously winning out in Vegas, I believe it was. This is only a few months ago here. So for these guys, it's been a slide online. And you need to remember, of course, that even outside of that peripheral to the ESL Pro League, there's a lot of other competitions in which we've seen promise from Virtus Pro. Well, one thing is consistent, though. They have not been performing online or that much in events recently either. We get a chance to see more from them in the future, but right now, if they want to keep playing online and have that regular routine, a couple games a week, they need to stay up here in the Pro League. Otherwise, they'll be playing, again, earning the name of Virtus Premier, which I'm sure they'd like to avoid.
Yeah, exactly. Now, let's just take you through the recent results for VP on this map so you can understand what, Penta are walking into. VP still managed to best Godsent, which Penta did as well as of late. They managed to best Mouse Sports in quite their prime position. ECS has really, bolstered them as of late on this map. They've, they lost out to FaZe and Heroic as well, but still, that doesn't matter. We are into the game, we are live. VP, this is their map to stay alive on. For Penta, this could be the way forward and the gate to get into the Pro League.
Yep, so far might be getting shut, at least in this round. It's been a pretty clean performance here from Penta with these pistols, and Snacks is stuck behind E-Box and wondering maybe if he should just reach in and grab an end of a wire and end it here. It's Sunny from up on high to finish the job there. Good stuff for Penta with that pistol, something they couldn't do in their first map.
Exactly that. Big difference here. Virtus Pro's Inferno was kind of bolstered, I guess, given a bit of a more backbone to it, because they did manage to work out the pistols.
And that was 7 rounds, by the way. So they had 1 round outside of the standard, what you'd expect.
So that's where you have to put it into put it into place, but still, different map, different team. Got to look at it in that way almost. They become different beasts here. So they know they've got what it takes on this map. They have that great approach here. It becomes everything else now for VP. It's not the map that's going to hold them back. This is their ground. This is their home. They should not be losing to Penta on this. Penta has a great win rate here too, but it's not against the same teams. It's not against that caliber of tier 1 players who will destroy you, give them an inch. At the moment, it's Taz, the only one to really break through for Virtus Pros. Thus far, they've lost 2 players and now losing 3.
Yeah, Pasha now has to come in and try and make something happen with the Scout. It was 1 hit that did connect on towards Sunny, but it's going to need a little bit more than just that to be successful than trying to push through from Ivy. Neo really forcing the issue there against HS, but it's then to shut him down.
Speaking of Neo, during the kind of, I guess, the era of what can happen with this team when they come into this real final foremost for VP, I always feel that Neo on this map has a beautiful game. He brings a beautiful game of CS, and it's something you don't often see. You don't necessarily see that in other maps. He's a bit of a rock for the team sometimes. He's not necessarily that kind of flair player. He doesn't always kick off. You can look at Snacks for that, or maybe Bialy on occasion. Pasha has his moments too. But it's Neo on this one I always love to watch. Beautiful movement, gorgeous approach. But you also have people like Crystal on this map as well, and I only highlight it because it's the movement they play around on ladders, and Crystal has that movement that really makes his AWPing such a pain in the ass to handle. HS though, with that, I think it was the recovered scout off of Pasha from last round. Gonna find the connection towards Neo, already taken down low. Crystal oversteps though.
Always.
Gets caught out.
Always the same from him, yeah. He definitely goes for a little bit more of aggression. Getting any more information outside of what's in T-Con sometimes can be hard to do, and he definitely fed himself. And that was VP were very much waiting for that. Taz, let's see what he can happen here as well. It's HS actually getting cut down. Taz was actually the one to jump through there as well. HS managed to find the lowered Neo, I think it was, from the earlier scout shot. Now it's a 3v3, and VP are actually making progress here. They're trading fairly well.
I think this is a little bit of lack of discipline as well from Penta. Innocent's getting great information by pushing down here. They kind of already know this though. They saw those 3 players there. It's just opened up opportunity. Not much, but a little bit of a window. Innocent's kept it in check. Now he falls back. He doesn't want to get overwhelmed or challenged down. Bialy, if you can control that.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, you know, with the knock-up as well, the aim punch coming through there, that was really impressive. Taz going to fake out that he's going to be trying to get B, get that bomb down, try and pull a player out of position. And he might have to just go back to it and try and get that plant in, as he is working with limited opportunities. But they've made a great deal out of very little this round anyway. Going to walk through the smoke. Zen might be aware of this, thinking of it as an opportunity and a possibility, and he does. Good mindset, good approach. 3 alive, keeping, I think there was all the rifles up. I think there was a UMP and a scout with the other gun. So, again, it's not a huge loss. And an early AWP coming out for Crystal is good for him. He can get that one building. And this map does still sit pretty CT-sided. There's very few specialists who kind of turn that table. Virtus.pro is certainly one of them. They can play that T-side very well. You look at Astralis, a very good T-sided team on here. There's a good couple of teams you can always mention in that sort of vein. But still, this is good for Crystal to get an early start and for Penta to get their confidence going early.
It's the best possible start you could really ask for now, especially if you're Penta starting to second-guess yourself, maybe wondering, are we in over our heads? Even winning that first map, sometimes the doubts can creep in, but this is a good way to allay them. Flash on Pasha, he's completely blind, but no, fortunately, there was no one there to follow up on that one. But Crystal and Innocent can play this by 2 angles. That grenade will leave a mark. Just Bialy that really gets hurt by it there, but Crystal, again, the aggression ends up being his undoing, and Pasha takes Innocent down. This is a good opening from VP. They've done everything they need to do so far, and now they have access to that site.
Yeah, HS is in a real predicament, stuck in that Olaf spot. Too many angles to cover for. Somehow finds Bialy, still does not go down without leaving a mark, and beautiful control from Sunny. The Finn stays cool under pressure, and Snack's now in the 1v2, certainly capable, but the odds are looking a little overwhelming. No utility to define the play. An instant read towards B as well from Penta. He may not go to this, but it seems though he is. Jumps down, looks for the shot. He needs to bang it out. He can't. Zen is there. A quick read from Penta. Keeps control of the round. No one recovered, though. They couldn't keep that up there. They can reinvest it, though. If they dropped him out, no, maybe not going to. Match pause.
A pause. Well, that's good to see here as well. I mean, for Virtus.pro, they didn't want to take one in that first game at all. They actually have a coach. Penta do not. That's why they weren't really using the tactical pauses themselves, if that was the case. It's actually tech pause here, though, being the issue. So far, nothing that we can really identify. The VP players have like 4 ping, so it might be something else outside of that. But either way, now we can, I guess, assess the situation a little bit more accurately. Remember, CS is a game where if you win the pistol, the rounds after it, and the first gun round, on both sides, you already have 10 rounds, right? So Penta, it's the best possible start for them. They've shut down Virtus.pro's first buy round. And that's pretty big. Virtus.pro definitely need to get a look in, at least on this T side. It's something we expect of them, especially as a team that we would otherwise have considered a specialist on this map.
Yeah, they really are. I'm hoping we see something good out of them. I really do. It's hard to watch this and just not see them kind of in their strength. You know what I mean? You feel as though they'll be able to get this one done. And VP do have decent enough results at the moment. They've had some real out there kind of moments too. You know, Fnatic 16-2ing them. I guess going to OT with Space Soldiers, they did win it, and Space Soldiers actually aren't, you know, they're not someone to be sneered at, again, but they don't sit easily in that tier 1 group, you know, you don't instantly put them towards that, so again, great individuals, but that's still
we're still waiting for them to really break through, aren't we?
No, and I think everyone's keeping close eyes on them. I think a lot of people notice that
European
potential.
minor is something that people are looking at Space Soldiers in. That's a brutal field.
Yeah, exactly. The minor is ridiculously stacked as well. Very, very tough tournament for anyone involved.
Even the NA one's not very nice either, but yeah, Heroic, Nip, Envious, Big, LDLC, Kingwin, Space Soldiers.
Yeah, pick where you want to go. And imagine now if Penta actually starts to become a real competitor too, throw them in the mix. You know, there's a lot in there that's just kind of a little bit intimidating. And
Tricked, and I think there's both Academy teams, isn't there?
Yeah, the Fnatic one. I'm not
North
sure
Academy?
It could be.
Yeah.
Yeah, so now we're going to be seeing the P250 buy with utility. This is a little different. Only armor on Taz. Quite the investment from Virtus.
They're really reaching for this.
Yeah. Well, I guess they need rounds on the board, but you're not going to probably get it from this round. You know, they should be able to secure... I think should.
You are so conflicted right now.
Yeah, because the thing with VP, there's always a should, right? They
so many qualifying statements.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's... I'm just not going to do it. There's no point. But the 4-1 play coming out at the moment. Zen's pretty close by over by B as well, kind of playing close up by the ramp. I think that tagged up Taz too.
Get wrecked. That's got to hurt. The wall bang. That's got to add insult to injury as well.
And it's because they're not seeing anything else anywhere else. You know what I mean? Like, it's the kind of idea of if I don't see you, by main, if I don't see you down by Ivy, I'm going to maybe expect you over by those brown halls. And again, it's just like, stop it. Stop shooting at me. Leave me alone.
Innocent's a little bit low on ammunition now. He doesn't really want to spend too much. HS is helping out as well. So, okay. Penta getting in Virtus.pro's head a little bit here. And this time as well, thank God, no aggressive play from Crystal. He hasn't gone forward and tried to to take things into his own hands. He's actually been playing at the back of the side, maybe because he's been told, perfect timing! The bomb's loose from Sunny. Love it! Crystal with 2 kills, and now Snacks has to try and wrap around and salvage it. Gun picked up. No armor for him. Challenges out HS, that's 2. But that's all he's going to get. And Penta stopped that short. VP spend real money on that round, but they can still buy in this one.
Yeah, they work through the kind of fact that they didn't win a round, so it builds up, of course. The money gets in their pocket, but yeah, that was a rough start. Pasha, though, does at least have the AWP, so that's going to be something he can put to play here, hopefully. So the Crystal wasn't quite on. A bit of a miss there that he saw come through. And Sunny, his performance has been good. This is the guy that was a little bit quiet yesterday on this specific map, too. He wasn't, you know, because we hype him up. He's a very good player. Very, very talented. I think a lot of people know him from the end stage and the finish scene and, you know, breaking through there. But it's good to see him here performing well as well. Now, let's see what we have coming out from Virtus Pro. Ooh, a bit of a scrap there. Let's see what HS is up to. He's already going for a little walkabout towards main. The double flash turns it well, gets the better of Snacks, and that is a beginning you want to be seeing.
Oh, the smoke as well. You hate this so much as Virtus Pro. One of the main Aperture's entrances. Are you kidding me? He goes forward. He actually gets Pasha and takes Bialy down to low. And by low, I mean 5 HP. How many more ways do Penta want to cut VP off?
I expected to see this aggressive play from Virtus Pro. I thought that, you know, VP would play this, you know, no respect, get in their faces, destroy them, you know, the morale in the team. But no, it's HS just walking through, completely ripping. Oh, let's go, 4 kills already for this guy. Now Neo's left there like, cool guys, I really like the way you've all died in spawn. I'm gonna have to, I don't know what to do now, guys.
Second buy round here for VP, getting absolutely shafted. Just
love it.
That's, I guess, a good metaphor for what we saw happen to the puppet over the 2v2 tournament. That's what has happened to VP. Everyone's getting some hand warming done. Neo in a 1v5.
Hey, he's a bit of a god of train, but
somewhere in the distance, someone shouts from the nosebleed section. I've heard him. I've seen him win these. HS is not going to take any more, and there's 19 seconds left. Neo. Yeah, what do you do about this? He's going to go back towards B here and try and challenge.
No one's actually on A, though. They've all pushed up. He can get a bomb plant.
Yeah, he's going to be low on time. He can plant.
But they might be able to stop. Oh, my God. If he wins this, I would eat my hat. Oh, my God. Why is it? It looks like he's against bots, you know what I mean? Like in the server, they'll just come running at once. He's found 1, okay. He's not going to find 2. Thank Jesus Christ for that, because I got a little scared. Because that's just one of those rounds you're like, you've given a chance. There's a small
for everyone
window of
playing
opportunity.
the pansy drinking game at home, that's your cue, by the way.
I think I need a shot after this. Christ. And, okay, the thing I love is the fear of the name, right? It's something that's discussed before. It's that you kind of play differently because, well, you don't necessarily play differently, but you kind of become a little nervous when you're playing the big dogs, right? You're playing Virtus Pro, you know? The Polish powerhouse, the team that's destroyed everything. They've won majors, they're that team. And you're Penta, right? You've come into this, you're a player called HS. You're like this young Estonian who's just coming out of nowhere, and have the confidence to go for that play is just sick. Absolutely love it. All right, Crystal. That wallbang could have been also pretty problematic. Doesn't actually connect in the end.
Yeah, the reverse of that from was what we saw from Guardian, I think, on this map.
And this is actually, the fact they bounced off the wall, that could have been lovely. But this could be just like one of those quick hits. Maybe sent to play by Bialy. I wonder if he's got anything to put out. Or maybe just watching to see if anyone goes for it. And, oh, Crystal just takes a wider peek and finds Snacks. And this is very disheartening. I don't know what's going on with VP here.
If you let this man get wind in his sails, it's going to be lights out CS. Pretty simple. Don't know if Crystal saw the first player jump across. He definitely saw the second. So that's now I guess the warning call given to Innocent. Oh, he wanted to spot the player before he uses smoke. I understand that, right? He doesn't want to waste it, but he's giving himself over now. And look at this. Not much use to stop them. Pasha gets a second here. This might be Penta feeding themselves into the meat grinder. Zen sees 1. A quick headshot puts him down, but Pasha will challenge his corner. No doubt. The shot comes in. The knife was out for Zen, and that's not what he needed.
HS. He's sat in the smoke. He's gonna try and find the right timing. It's a guessing game. He's gonna do well. Neo goes down. Taz now next up on the chopping board. Tag's solo, 2 HP. He still gets out of it. 12 HP, excuse me. And now it's Sunny. Player who did very well early on. Now has to find his way through. Taz has the bomb. Limited amount of HP. Oh, he spots Pasha as well now. He needs to just play the time, play it smart. Pasha needs to make all the moves here.
The bomb is loose now. Sunny doesn't need an upgrade on weapons.
Well, that's naughty. He's got to a position that Pasha probably won't expect. He's definitely seen him now, but information gathered. Sunny's confident. He's going for these fights.
Grenade. Very small amount of damage done here. Pasha with 3 already for the round. It'll be 4 to clutch it out.
Shadow.
He's been spotted out. He does know that Sunny's there now as well, and Sunny needs to play this very carefully. This might be messy no-scope action here. Pasha tries to get the flick. The correction wasn't there, and Sunny turns it around, and Penta, couple rounds which looked like slapstick comedy from the 1960s, but they still managed to put them up on the board. Chalk it 7-0, and Virtus Pro are now barely treading water.
I just saw Natu say something perfect, and I think it does sum up some moments throughout this. I can't say it, you know, word for word, but if you check out Natu's Twitter, you'll get a good.
Well, we can paraphrase it,
yeah.
right?
The dumber things you do, the more it benefits you. If you play in a certain way, the opponents will not expect this because it's not necessarily beneficial to the larger picture, but in that moment you can make it catch people off guard. Is the the long-winded term. We used to say it a different way. Play. No, I can't find it. But no.
You still have CS casts to do. See, that's the difference.
Yeah, I do. You're out of it. But the B play is going to be interesting. Sunny here could be able to find 3 players.
I think he just got information. I think he just went for the peak there. Taz saw him early on. Now snacks up at E-Box, gives himself away. So Virtus Pro have gained a lot of ground here with minimal casualties, but Innocent wins that one out. That's huge. He barely takes any damage from Snacks, who gets completely shut down by E-Box, and that's a forward position now, neutralized. Innocent almost got punished there, and he will be. I think he went to throw a flash, and Pasha had the moment to come through.
HS trying to play on the verge of those smokes, get up close, but this time gets outdone by Neo. Bit of a back and forth between these two, and finally, the firepower arrives from Virtus Pro. It's Zen now, 1v3. An unlikely shot, because Pasha's already got the line of sight here. If he tries to cross out of connector, as Pasha is your first man to get past, Neo's even spotting it. This could be almost near on impossible. Good utility left, of course, but very unlikely.
The last few rounds have been costly for Penta as well, so even if they lose this one out, it could be rough money-wise. The smoke there might be a gap there for Pasha on the left side. Zen gets across, takes a bit of damage. Pasha's trying to lay into him there, and that's it. Virtus Pro win that one round back. You can't sit on your laurels here, though, because you're at risk of being reset, but the money on Penta had been kept low all of those rounds prior.
Exactly. They don't have that big buffer to depend upon. Good rounds, of course, but still, you're going to see their money's now depleted. So if this round goes Virtus Pro's way, the back is finally broken. They can get back into this. But it's still a long way to go. You know, you're looking at the odds so far, it's 7-1. The 7 rounds gone very favorably towards Penta, not, you know, completely and utterly whitewashed.
Yeah, if VP lose this round, not only they reset, but they give Penta that chance to actually shore up their economy properly, again, to receive an onslaught from Virtus Pro. But Innocent tries to go for a bit of an aggressive play early. He's caught very easily by Pasha. Sunny just goes smoke out. Hopes to catch a player that was close. It was only Pasha and long.
There's actually no one at B right now. Zen's backed off from it. Now, this is the thing, right? You talk about favorable teams and teams that should be better on certain maps, right? The reason you look at VP to have an upper hand here is they should have depth. They should have tier 1 depth. They should be able to go to a multitude of looks, cut a different figure, according to what they see and how they've been treated thus far. They should have a lot left here, but now it's down to Zen and HS. This is, oh, look at that little angle. That's quite nice.
Zen now can only really await his fate. They're going to drop in from above as well. He hasn't been spotted yet. Neo goes down first, but Zen has to move. He can't just stand there and wait for it to happen. He gets taken down. It's him and HS to fall on the side. Now Crystal has to try and come in and make something of it. Good amount of damage towards Pasha, leaves him back with 1 HP, but he's got an AWP. He can still be dangerous. And Sunny now down to 12. He's going to have to back away. The money is not there for Penta to keep trying to fight this.
Yeah, nice early aggression as well after that plant. The after plant aggression was great, coming through for Virtus Pro, pushing up and not allowing that retake to really begin. Yeah, they did sacrifice, I think, 1 player during that, but that's fine. Why not go for it? Now, Sunny wants to keep control of this one just because at least they'll have a gun up, because their money is going to be very, very depleted at this point. Bit of a hard reset coming in, but it's fine. They can suffer through this one. A good round from Virtus Pro, though. Maybe starting to feel the game out a little bit more than previous, maybe finding a way to approach it.
Yeah, the setup was weird for Penta as well. It doesn't tell us a lot about, how they were thinking about VP's approach. They smoked twice towards Ivy or Long, I guess. When Pasha was only there, he obviously picked off Innocent fairly early in the round, and they weren't even set up at B, so by the time they got there, they were in what I'd like to call suboptimal positions. They hadn't scouted brown holes at all early on. There was no utility able to be ejected. You had a player in a one-and-done spot down by the spools. All these things really not really working in Penta's favor in that round.
Should be a clean round for VP here. Should be able to play it out well. Bit of a 3-play stack towards B, but we've seen this before. It's when Sunny likes to go for that early look. Have a little bit of a peep down towards those box halls here. Pasha is watching it, though. Does have the AWP, so here comes the flash for him. Plays into it, and that's 4 stacks at the angle. Neo goes down. Good work between the Penta side.
Yeah, it's a good way to make use of that single rifle being brought into this round by Penta. Sunny could even pass it over here as well. Be a utility caddy with what he managed to hold on to, perhaps. Pasha with limited information about the setup here on this site. Bialy actually going to go ahead of him on. So this is going to be a plan. It's going to have to be a retake situation. Say it isn't so. Sunny finds his second kill there with the rifle. HS is low, but he can do some damage here with his USP. Sunny's just playing passive towards the back of the site. There's no plant yet. Sunny sees the player down bottom as well. He needs to watch the smoke push, but he gets one anyway. The bomb's loose and Sunny gets away to safety. Not a round you can lose as Virtus Pro. This is where you fight back into this match. Pasha might be caught, but he knows. He was given the information. That was communicated well by Snacks on Appa, but the bomb still needs to be planted. There's a rifle for Sunny, who's still looking healthy, and Innocent has a Desert Eagle. He's gone over towards A just in case. It's almost as if Sunny doesn't know the bomb is still there.
Snacks.
He's seen it.
Yeah, Snacks is going for it now. Oh, what a shot from Sunny! It's Snacks now in a 1v2. What is going on? Sunny has just played this beautifully. And now Snacks he's going to be quaking in his boots. This guy's playing out of his mind right now. Bomb goes down. He's got a 1v2 to handle. Innocent still unknown. Having to quickly get over towards B. Sunny playing this from up above. He was there, now down by the old train. And Snacks going to try and find connector position. First flash comes through. No kit towards Penta. It's got to be a timely affair. Now position noted. It's on Sunny. He can still do this. He has armor as well. He's been spotted. Snacks now.
Play for time.
He's playing dangerously here, yeah, but he is playing for time. He's playing it well. He's still giving a fight. Sunny needs to take the fight quickly. Time is ticking, and there it is. Snacks destroys his hopes and dreams. That would have been beautiful from Sunny, but that's all he can get.
Yeah, fantastic round there for Snacks, at least to keep things alive there. Sunny playing so smart, so cognizant of the fact that he was the fulcrum of Penta in that round. They needed to work around him. The only shame, perhaps, is that when they couldn't keep tabs on Snacks towards the end of the round, Innocent couldn't work with Sunny together and make something happen amongst it. He only had a Desert Eagle in the end. So VP, they get the requisite rounds back, the ones that they fought for, the ones that they deserved. Penta are actually going to bring UMPs into this one here. They want to keep the onslaught going. They can feel the momentum. It hasn't dissipated yet, especially after that previous round. Sunny surely is flying high. He is 17-2 after 10 rounds.
What do you say about this, Mitch?
Yep.
All right.
Pasha, yeah, not much chance of getting a shot through that. I like this boost. Creative. Oh, he didn't manage to connect it either. That's rough. Looks like Sunny did actually take a little bit of damage there, but still, Pasha has to back away. That could have been golden. Heard you like more smoke, VP.
And Sunny's feeling confident. You can see it. He's actively looking for these fights. And I guess after the round he just had and the game he's having so far, why not do it? Now, VP have a lot of utility left to play. They've got a lot of pieces to put down on the board. And again, another smoke comes through. Snacks, Pasha, and Bialy all behind it. Not much to be able to achieve through that unless they go through and take the risk. Sunny wants to have a little look towards Pop, just missing out on Neo having a little bit of a look then. So, again, one-hand flash comes through. Limited time now left.
Been getting your most bang for your buck with the smokes there, but now you need a response. Sunny was mostly flash, but he's able to get at least the one frag and go away. Now that's the trade. Virtus Pro going to explode onto this site pretty quickly, and HS needs to reinforce from connector. Crystal waits in the wings, but Bialy knew to aim there. The pre-fire comes through strong. He moves towards the side now. It's going to be Innocent who took a chunk out of him there from Ivy, but Bialy's already amongst it. It's the cat amongst the pigeons, and now there's two players from Penta to fight back in.
Yeah, if Zen gets this right, he can do work, but he's... Flash comes in, doesn't get the movement he wanted off the back of that. You can kind of fly down the ladder as they turn. Nade will push Pasha back a little bit, 50 HP. Zen's still looking for a way through. Innocent's been given a little bit of room to work, but Bialy and Taz not too far off. Checks it, good work. Now Taz is your next target. Zen's found Pasha, it's down to Taz. 13 HP, a 1v1, but time. It's ticking quick.
There is a kit this time for Zen, though, and Taz is very low, but he has the information. Zen has to make the noise, and he gets the kill. Gonna leap a bomb the bomb now and get that defuse in. There is enough time, and Penta finally stopped Virtus Pro. Now, at least the Poles had a chance to build a little bit of money, but Penta are back with a round in their favor.
But the money, let's see what they've got left over here. Yeah, 3.8, they're verging towards 4K, so they can still get a buy, but it's going to be lacking in certain departments. So I want to see if they maybe go aggressive, if they try and, counterbalance it, put a little bit of a different spin on this round to try and make up for what they don't have.
Yep.
So they do have good utility, so that may not actually favor them going aggressive. They can still keep them at arm's length. They do have Crystal with the ult. He could be the man to maybe look for a little opportunity here or there. He loves aggression, so I'd like to see that. But then again, you're running into a VP who are a little bit broken down. 2 Tech 9s and a Galil, not ideal.
Sunny going to get himself very early now into Pop Dog.
I like it.
Neo's made some sound here. Do not climb that ladder, son. I don't think my heart can take it. Taz. also nearby as well. Might be just a simple pop flash down. Taz, it's a cursory glance over towards Brownhorse to see if there's any players up closer. There isn't. Now, Sunny's giving himself away. That's some super risky stuff. He drops the molly. Oh, HS is going to be there as well. They combine nicely here in Pop Dog. Virtus Pro feed 2 to the Sharks. And that's a terrible start in this round. Oh, my.
They just fell for that hook, line, and sinker. Zen now walks up. Taz, I thought he'd have an advantage on the repeat. He didn't.
Should have.
Pasha leaps in. Finds him, and now B's actually very vulnerable. But the bomb, of course, committed down towards Pop. Very hard to recover. Bialy on 4, gonna have to fight his way through 3 players to even get a look towards it. Pasha might be able to work a little towards it now with that flash coming in. Just pre-firing his way down. Nothing comes back. But they don't know that B's clear. Bialy is doing everything he can to dig them out of this situation.
He's done a whole lot there as well. Sunny's only got a UMP, so he'll probably need to play a little bit closer here, and he's still at great risk of being felled. Pasha's waiting for the smoke to clear before he even dares to check Pop Dog, but Sunny can actually go pick another one up and re-smoke it again. That'll be well annoying. 27 seconds in the round, and eventually a decision needs to be made here for Virtus Pro. Pop Dog is now smoke-free. And Pasha drops down and picks that bomb up. Now they're going to make the way forward. Oh, it's beautiful from Sunny, really. It is lovely. Pasha now with the Molotov in over towards that Ivy connector. He gets the plant of crystals right in front of him, just going to chip away. Sunny gets that kill, 9-3 Penta. Now Virtus Pro, that's Struggle City.
This play, though. See, the molly was quite nice because the fact that HS was pushed up with him as well, I love that aggression coming through. It's something that's a bit of a rarity to see, you know, Virtus Pro falling for it
it's
as well.
It's a sick bait.
Yeah, look at Sunny. This is the guy we were looking to see. 21-3, what an animal. That's a performance and a half. This is what I was saying, right? If Penta want to prove that they deserve to be in this league, and you know what, they've already fought this hard to get the chance to get into this position, you've got to go into a map like this, you know, a map that VP is still good on, statistically, right? They've held that good play on this one and prove that you deserve it, and he is. He's playing a sick game at the moment.
Now Innocent wants to play this pretty carefully here. For the most part, it's just pistols here, and Innocent does take a glancing hit. Sunny a little bit committed to that corner, but Zen was there. Penta plays so well in 2s on this map. It's really impressive to see. First the Pop Dog play, now Brown Halls. Speaking of which, it's HS also waiting in the after-mentioned. And that incandescence makes it very difficult for Snacks to actually line Sunny up there as well and puts him in a position to take a lot of damage. And Sunny puts him out of his misery. Oh, there we go, boys. Up the ladder. Okay, fire alarm's gone. Save the children, but not the poles, apparently. It's going to be HS to finish the round. 10-3 here. VP have another gun round in this half. Let's hope they make it count.
I'm a little bit speechless, Mitch. You know, I thought the first map was... I kind of believed in Penta in the first map, but this one... Where are you, VP? Where have you gone? This is not the VP I wanted to see. You got Neon 3 kills. They're not even making that much, you know, ground covered in this, and it's gutting because these guys are better than this. I expected 3 maps. I actually thought this was going to be a 2-1 to VP in the end, because you have Mirage and Train, the 2 damn best maps. And right now they are being taken to school by Penta.
You know, it's funny, we said all these results versus Penta against other teams on these maps don't matter. Perhaps it's actually VP's results against Tier 1 teams on these maps that don't matter. Perhaps the shoes are on the other foot here, Lauren, because it doesn't seem to make a huge difference. Double molly in, Innocent sheepishly having to back away from that one. Definitely the hazard zone. That will also waylay Virtus Pro for a while, getting out there. Given that, yeah, need to smoke that up now. Still, job done. I've got no one on this other side as well. Innocent sees them back away. Crystal now is a bit more in danger.
It's a really nice B split coming through. Sunny's read it quite well, but still, it's a whole Zen. Goes for the little snap. No.
What is with you, man?
Look at him. He wasn't fast. Probably should have been. But I really like the B split. It's something that Na'Vi started to do quite early on in this iteration of Train. When it first came through, they were so good. And Crystal...
so dumb.
Christ. What were you hoping for? I guess if it was a default plan, he might have been able to see it, but it's not.
Well, you know, if subjected to great temperatures and pressures, Crystal can become diamond.
Nothing diamond about that one.
Snacks and Neo. Crystal and Innocent 4. It's HS now. The bomb is down, of course. He's got a UMP, 3 AKs to deal with. Not much to be done. A VP get a 4th round here as well. Potentially to make it 5 before the half. It will be the same story as we saw from them on Inferno, and that didn't go so great come that second half. It looks like, he kind of looks like Taz.
There's one that looks a lot like Taz. Is it not like?
It's kind of got like the beard thing going on. Oh,
is that the Taz
maybe it's that one.
No, no. They're all looking for
That looks like me with my gunner optics on. Serious gamer.
I hate gunners.
No, I don't wear them.
No.
But, I mean, they can send me some for free, of
Ooh,
course.
innocent. Here we go. Flashed in. And to be fair, FuzzPro haven't really been going Ivy all that much. We've seen a couple of goes at it, but...
The last time this happened, actually, was Pasha down the other end who picked off Innocent first with an AWP, and then Penta insisted on keeping Innocent here despite everything else that was happening on the map. They smoked it like 3 times.
But look at these smokes up at the moment. This play down from, you know, Innocent and Crystal, or I think it was Innocent and Crystal, has delayed the hit. The smokes will be dissipated by the time this comes through. They weren't able to get the pressure going through Ivy at the same time, so well controlled from Penta, whether it's believed to or not. Oh, God, how is he just getting here? How is this possible? Zen out in the open, no man's land. Neo finally comes alive. And it's down to Sunny and Innocent. Sunny with the AWP. Not sure what he can do with this.
Innocent, though, decent effort against Neo now. It needs to be a quick correction for Sunny. He's got to play her up very close. It's super hard to get out of. VP are very good at getting onto that site and getting those kills when they're up face-to-face here, and Innocent is bugging, completely stuffed. Not much to be done at all. 10-5 at half-time again, Lauren. A bit of deja vu. You know what else is deja vu?
What, Mitch?
Well, this may not be the first time that VP's been relegated. If they don't have a successful second half, let's see how it all goes down after the break. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, here. The second map of this best of 3. The first going to Penta, and the second heading in a similar direction after a very commanding first half from Penta. This from HS was just ridiculous, Lauren. The aggression and confidence on some of these players from Penta is taking Virtus Pro by complete surprise.
Yeah, I think we're all surprised. HS there just ripped him a new one, didn't he? No messing around, no fear, no worry, just went for it. But yeah, what a start from Penta. Stream rounds back-to-back. Finally, VP break back in, claim 5 rounds back to their favor, but you got to feel this is clench time, isn't it? Really, you got to hope there's more in that VP tank.
This is classic from Zen, just sitting inside VP spawn, just killing him over and over, just letting him know we're waiting for you next half. It's a great MM strat, really effective around Nova. I don't know how it works here, but I mean that's up to you to decide.
No, yeah, I'm curious. If you're VP right now, you're at boot camp. There's got to be a chat. There's been no timeouts. That's the thing that just baffles me as well. You've got a coach. Maybe he's able. You know, it's an online environment, right? You can't police it. Maybe he's able to talk during this and give them the advice they need. Maybe they don't need to adhere to the same, you know, kind of rule set, the stringent rule set in that aspect. So maybe there's still that kind of advice coming through, but they need something. VP, you don't lose this map. You just don't. It's simple as that. This is yours to win. But Penta have come in. You know, they've come into the VP's home and they've done this to it. They put a nice little Penta flag up in the corner at this point. It's been a real class, and it's been mostly Sunny. Everyone from Penta's been doing fine, but Sunny has come alive in this one. And considering how we were discussing it yesterday, you know, we talked about the talent that was in this roster, and they played train, and it was very, very lackluster. That was against HellRaisers. No one really arrived. It seemed sloppy. It seemed a little off point. but clearly, you know, a good night's sleep can make a bit of difference, to say the very least. So this could be a very different half here coming in as well. So I don't know what to expect, but at the moment you can see they're feeling it. The confidence is with Penta. They're not too fussed yet. They could be easily reminded here, but if they get off to a good start, a couple of resets come through, VP could be in struggles, and we know that their CT side can be problematic too.
It's probably fairly important to identify that a lot of Sunny's ability to roam whence he may and do damage was off the back of Virtus Pro really taking a long time to get a read on how Penta was setting up on the CT side. We saw a lot of what we really crow about on this particular map is that CT-sided aggression, or using that aggression to get information and being able to make informed decisions about how you set up in the mid to late round. Basically, what we're seeing from players like Sunny and even HS in that round is not only that information, but also an individual decision or realization that he can get a little bit more and actually go for kills, and that he can just make these unexpected plays, like walking through smoke, by the way, which is generally looked upon by CS as a community as pretty crazy. That's a nice way of putting it.
Tell Stewie that.
Yeah. Well, again, it's something that is almost like a gentleman's agreement not to do, but Penta don't really give a shit. And we've seen a lot of that when they really love to get up in the face of VP in a lot of these rounds. Now, VP, there's no argument that they have the skill to match that aggression. They just need to be ready for it. They have to expect anything from this side, especially on this T side.
Well, Mitch, there's enough. We've said so much about this VP side. It is do or die time. This is the final half. If they lose out on this half, it's over. They are out of the Pro League. They'll be down in Premier. So, that lovely little spicy meme that everyone enjoys, hey, it'll be true. So let's see if Penta can do it. They're currently 10-5 up. VP need this pistol. This is the start that can get them back competitively in this matchup. Get that scoreline looking a little bit more well-rounded. And Taz could be into a world of trouble if he doesn't hit a good few shots here.
Yeah, again, unarmored foes he might be dealing with. Snacks has actually already cut one down towards that T-Con, so that's a good start. And for VP, again, there's still much more to be done for Penta. So if VP bring things back here, they're looking good. Nice by Taz, just dips his toe in the water, a little bit of damage, sees a couple of players come across, he backs away, and Neo's now setting up to help him with a bit of crossfire with these USPs.
You can see how far back they're playing. They're going to give over a fair bit. VP do play retake on a lot of maps on these sites, so I'm not too surprised if they actually let them get the plant and then just play retake on it. They have the bodies alive. HS is trying to do the kind of late lurk through A and then maybe pincer towards connector, but he's been found by Bialy. They haven't forced enough of the rotate, even though they're out on the site. VP are happy to do this. They know what they're in for, but they don't actually have a kit. So that'll be interesting. That becomes a hindrance. Oh, Taz, that's a shot and a half. Good job there towards Innocent. Another 1v2. Crystal, sure, he has the molly, but there are no smokes, I guess, as well for VP, but yeah, done, dusted, 5 alive. VP look like they're coming out to play, at least in this round.
Yeah, I mean, no reason there for Penta to win that round, especially in the afterplant at a 2v5, but the little bit of extra money is a decent sign for VP Pistols, winning them pretty well. 3 out of 4 in this series thus far. And it's definitely what they need here to start extending their lead a little bit more. Now, we talked about VP being a little bit passive on their CT sides, as something we highlighted last night. It's something that they need to watch out for here. So playing retake is one thing, but also... oh, don't see Bialy talking game. Okay. But playing overly passively and allowing Penta to get too much real estate would also be a big problem.
All right, so we've got the Tech 9 P250 buy-up. Decent amount behind it as well. You've got the mollies coming in. This could be another B hit, and it could be quite a quick one. Now, Taz is playing this pretty much soloed out. Now, I don't know if you put him up there with some of the other players who play this side, but he's certainly he's stable at this. We've got a Nova there, so that'd be a quick play up, probably the ladder from Snacks. He can hit the shot on the move. So here he comes, though. This will probably be quite an explosive hit coming out from Penta pretty soon. Neo's quickly got himself over. He's got the UMP. It's quite a light investment from VP in a way. They still have utility, but limited weapons. Only one rifle really on Bialy. So he's the kind of where this, where the buck should stop in theory. But let's see how late this hit's going to be. They can't leave it too long because they do not have anywhere else controlled on the map. And here we go. So the site is under wraps from them. Nice shot from Innocent on the way through. Taz goes down, but it's Neo. No, you don't expect Crystal to come flying through the smoke like that. It's down to 2 players now.
Yep.
Pasha and Bialy got to play back in.
There's going to be a plant here. There's a lot going to be on Bialy's shoulders. Sunny needs to get this plant and stay alive, and he does on HS. That's nasty. He's pushed all the way up, and Bialy's dropped. He is the one for the M4. Now Pasha is called upon to come forward, but guess what? Sunny has already absconded to greener pastures. But
I don't think they expect him here. They don't, but he misses the vital shot. If he'd maybe taken his time or chosen a different route, that could have been different. But hindsight is 20/20, and now Sunny has the off angle. And Pasha, I don't know if you're going to expect this one. Well, the nade will do a little bit of work. He actually doesn't at all, almost. He just kind of blasts through Sunny. Now they've still got mollies left, they've got flashes, and they've got UMPs. Pasha, with all the might in the world, can't get past Zen nor HS. And it's 11-6.
This is what happened on Inferno as well. breaking back. The pistol force in the second round. Penta have again won it out here, so that's concerning for VP in a huge way because they are back down to 2K, 1,800, not really a good amount of money, whereas Penta can buy back in with some nice goods here. It's nasty. It's not been a good story for VP to lose that kind of round. The Tech 9's up in your face. That's the raw aggression that Penta are so good at bringing so far.
Penta need to keep this clean. They can still get overexcited. You know, this is a very, very intense position they're in to get into the Pro League. It means a hell of a lot to these guys. They can't misstep. There's still so much potential on this VP roster that could just go off. Snacks. It's a nice way to make some money on a round you've invested nothing in, right? That's a good bit of bank in the pocket, but still, is what it is. Pasha goes down now. Let's talk this through again. Penta just can't get ahead of themselves. They can't let that window of opportunity open. You know, it's those unforced errors that you need to try and avoid making on all occasions. And this is a big round. This is near on, you know, one of the rounds, the decisive ones.
This is your break point.
Let's bear in mind, money is going to be tight for VP.
Crystal Cannon? No. Doesn't go for it. Just the AK. So Penta will have to contend with that. The fact that Snacks actually has an AWP in this round. They need to be very aware of that one now as well, but they're going to still try and bust their way through. The Molotov's going to slow them in T-Con in a big way. Crystal taking a fair bit of damage already quite early in the round. And now they split a little bit. Is Ivy going to be an option?
Well, look, we said this before about these kind of quote-unquote tier 2/3 teams. They don't have that default down there, and I prefer if Penta do take a little bit of their time. Just kind of, you know, feel it out in case there is aggression. Now, VP haven't been throwing that at them, to be fair, as of yet, as of late, and as of yet. Bialy is getting towards Pop, but nice little nade, forces him back away. It's good. I like a little bit more of a default approach from these guys where they don't just do those all-in plays instantly. HS is probing over by B, though. Taz and Neo are going to be put on notice here. They need to be so aware that something could be coming their way. Someone could be out. Taz spots him out. Good damage done. HS needs to back away now and tries to find, you know, another bit of relevance throughout the line. But they've only seen him, so they don't know there's more here. There's actually 4 players, maybe 5 now to be soon, over in this location. So again, it is going to be out. Zen's already through. HS is already getting some control. Oh, what a shot! Zen cracks it open. That's a problem.
Who was it that said full control? I'm not even sure, but he finds the second as well. It's tapping heads, and Zen now going to channel his inner scream.
Save
and they
time.
have the sight. You've got to save. He broke the round on his own with 2 or 3 bullets.
I can't believe this. This is scary. They need to keep these weapons as well for VP. This is a must. Losing out on anything here, even the UMPs, not good. Oh God, Sunny's going to find Bialy. He's down to 3 HP. Now Penta's money isn't phenomenal either, so they've got to be a little careful. They don't want to overexpend in this needlessly, but these are worth getting away from them. Snacks, though, going to fight his way out. Sunny still stands, still waits. Snacks again, pounces, Crystal goes. And Sunny is just like, please. Just please. Oh God, Snacks is so low, so is Sunny. There goes the orb. Pasha's still alive, and he will retain it. But look at that money. If you had those 3 players, you could have bought around it, maybe made something happen. Now you only have 1 rifle. It's gone. The money's depleted. You're on 2.5. That's almost double eco territory at this point, almost. You're very much on that verge. You can maybe buy up to about 2. You don't even want to buy to about 2K. They have nades and a P250. It's so limited.
You can't.
Full buy for Penta as well. Perfect position for them. It's 13-6, Mitch.
It's a nightmare. And it may be coming true for Virtus Pro. There's no other way of putting it. It was a terrible end to the season, and now Bialy is going to fall early in this round. Just rough stuff. This USP shot coming in from Snacks actually finds quite a lot of damage there.
Yeah, and Zen's on 13. He did find HS. That's really nice. But, yeah, in the meantime, the cleanup happens. There are 2 rounds now remaining for Penta to get to Pro League, which is great for them. But the biggest storyline here is the Virtus Pro will be relegated if they don't close out these rounds. If they lose here, the money gets depleted again. You know, the money gets forced back down. This is the last really good buy they can probably muster together. They could be out of the Pro League, Mitch. These are the last real 2 rounds we're going to see it come through. This is what it comes down for these guys. A whole season of work, multiple blunders, and it could be really exacerbated in the next couple of moments.
Started off so well, Lauren, but it's a slump, and they weren't able to get themselves out of it, and they can't do it here either. But Pasha, that's an important start to the round. He puts his foot down, and he sends Crystal flying into the wall. The opening Virtus Pro needed was there. This is the round, and they had to force into this one. The next round, they won't have a lot to work with if they lose on out. Now let's see some of those individual performances from Penta that have carried them so far. Crystal only has 5 frags. He hasn't been required to do so much. Imagine if he did. And now Neo waiting for HS to show. Game of chicken, perhaps. The smoke going to go down. This timing needs to be pretty good. Yes, HS gets through now onto the side. He's damaged as he comes down. There's not much that can be done there. Innocent at least can trade back from top side, but Taz gets the better in that exchange. It doesn't matter though. Sunny Bob drops on towards the site. Now up the train. cannot connect the spray. It's 2v3 with the bomb down.
With Innocent so low, it's going to be hard for him to find work here, but Zen just crosses through mindlessly, and he's down to 4 HP. This retake, oh! Zen, you're an animal! What is that? Bialy just gets slapped back. All right, Innocent on 14, Zen on 4. And oh my God, Pasha! What are you doing? It's just down on Snacks now on 1v2. What is the situation? This is not VP. Who sat on their PCs? Because this is not them.
Molotov not available here. It's going to be the shot coming in, and Innocent finds Snacks on the bomb side. No! Virtus Pro have crumbled, collapsed. This is their last round, their last chance, and they're going to have to force it's jump change for Virtus Pro. And on the other end of this round, they could be out of the ESL Pro League. It won't be for the first time, but this time not even a fan vote's going to keep them in.
There's 1 minute and 50 seconds to decide whether VP managed to stay in the Pro League or not, and Sunny wants to fight, and he might just get it. 4 players facing him down, and Snacks gets the better of him, puts him in his place, reminds him to stay humble in these situations. Don't get ahead of yourself here. It's still VP. You can't just run at them like this. And there you go, a quick backhand back, a quick reminder that this one is not over yet.
A harsh lesson for Penta in that round. They thought they were so close to the goal, but they can still buy into this round. And Crystal as well. Do I even go for the AWP? Yes, he does. This is going very similar way as it did in the first map. Virtus Pro made a very short, late fight back, but it was short-lived. It didn't carry them far enough. And Penta already had their 15 rounds on the board. This time, you can expect them to play it a little bit more respectfully. Give the Bears that at least. They deserve it. Pasha waits in the smoke with a mag 7.
Endangered species at this point. And Zen and HS wait for that smoke to dissipate. Pasha so close to this as well. Kind of the gatekeeper for that hit towards A. If he finds a couple, perfect. If he finds one, even better. Bialy can swing to it. If he goes down needlessly, that could be the opening that they require. First smoke goes in, Molly to follow. Clears out the corner. Pasha now needs to move, and he knows it. Now, my word, he does get away alive, but just about.
Zen just going to push the smoke. He doesn't care. Pasha's got a nade in his hand. No! Caught with his pants down. Now he drops it all and he goes to the ground like a sack of potatoes, and Zen has another chance to come forward. He's going to see Bialy there, and it's like dominoes. Virtus Pro step up, and one by one, they are taken down. Snacks with the AWP still chimes in to keep this round afloat, but Sunny's too good for Neo. He plants his feet and he makes the shot. Now it's Snacks on his own. It's a 1v4 to keep Virtus Pro in the ESL Pro League, to keep them in this match. It's all looking so hard, and Sunny gonna go for the plant here. And Snacks is gonna wait for his chance to keep it going. But these individuals have not been there, and Crystal comes alive. Virtus Pro are out of the ESL Pro League, and Penta are one step closer to securing their slot in the next season. Lauren, what a showing.
Unbelievable, isn't it? Virtus Pro, you thought, okay, Inferno was a one-off, a great map for Penta, a shocking one recently for VP. And then you saw Train and Mirage, and you thought, you know what? It's game back on. But the game has certainly not switched back on for VP. But what a moment for Penta. They've proven their value here.
Indeed, it has been, and what a game. And it's been a wild ride, Lauren. Let's shut the book on this particular chapter. Let's head over the desk here and have Moses and the boys break down what we just saw.
Yeah, God bless. This has been an all-time low for the ESL Pro League.
Is that it?
Yeah. That's it.
I think we got it. I think we've done it.
We'll stay down here.
What can you say about this one, Henry?
It's just the gravity of the situation. They just lost 2-0 to Big, 2-0 to Penta, and they weren't even close games. They were both, 16-7 just then?
Weren't they?
And they just didn't turn up at all. They actually win a pistol as well. They win both pistols in Inferno. I think they win one on Train here, and the Antico comes in second round. But still, Sunny, let's just talk about him for a second. We kind of touched on his talent yesterday, or how much potential he has got. Didn't really see that against HellRaisers, but today, what a showing that has been. Unbelievable scenes.
Yeah, their playstyle was, I guess, very aggressive, and that was very disruptive to the way that you wanted to set up on the VP side. Like HS on that round, I know that you were losing it. You were pointing at the screen and yelling. This guy, he'd pushed into main, gets a kill, then the smoke goes down, decides, I'm going to push through that, grabs another kill, then continues to push and looks up the brown wall stairs, grabs another frag. I think he got 4 for the round.
Yeah,
it just continued. He was relentless.
The lack of respect they had for VP at that point, just completely shutting them down left, right, and center.
I think that was the big takeaway for me from even yesterday against Big, the Virtus Pro matches. They just seemed timid. They seemed like a little bit put on the back foot, a little bit scared, and just never really got into the swing of things, which is so weird to say that about Virtus Pro. But yeah, they're relegated now, so Penta's gonna.
That's actually it.
That's it.
Gone.
They're done.
That's the end
Isn't
of
that
it.
sad?
That's the end, Henry.
Do we need like a moment of silence, or
Do you want? We can do a moment of silence.
that might not work? For
No,
broadcast.
not for. You don't want dead air. It's already dead enough with me here and my soul. Yeah, well, where do we go from this? Do we just give props to Penta and say?
I think you have to a certain degree, obviously.
Obviously.
Yeah. I mean, despite some of the mistakes, and that was the crazy thing is from watching them this past weekend at the MDL finals, you say this is really, really cool, but this isn't going to work on Pro League teams, and they've made it work off the back of some very, very good individual performances and as well. I mean, I think the other thing we have to talk about is the clutch factor for Virtus.pro. Some of the most experienced players, some of the most clutch players we've ever seen.
3v1s.
They were losing, 3v1s, 1v2s, 5-on-2s. I mean, it's insane.
Rounds where they're getting the first 2 picks on the T side comfortably as well. Bomb down. It all falls apart. I'm sure we're going to see some highlights here. Sunny, just unbelievable performance him on the CT side as well. What a monster he turned into in the second map. Unbelievable.
This
just
round
so
right
good.
here is a perfect example of like what's going through their head. So they lose an opening frag here with all they have is a saved weapon. They're anti-ecoing. They're not even playing for trades. Neo didn't have anyone with him who was able to step out. In that round, it kind of unfolded that Sunny, I think he picked up another 2 to 3 frags in that situation, and that was by dropping back, and he wasn't just like running with W, he was playing smart, and VP were going one at a time. And this is what I noticed last night against Big. They had an anti-eco where they lost a player early. Sure, you're in a 4v5 on the T side, that's not great. But you want to regroup, and they went to go Arch side, but Neo went on his own. I don't know if like he could have been the one calling it, and people were too slow, but he's gone on his own. All right, they lose another frag, can't trade. What do you do at that point? If you keep going one at a time, you're kind of stuffed.
What a tag team duo Zen and Sunny are turning out to be as well. We didn't see much from yesterday, but Zen once again turning it up, and amazing performance from the finish too. Like, this is an international team, just to note as well. Yeah. We're seeing those having success in CSGO at the moment. Is this a sign of things come from Penta? I'm not so sure. I think you have to take this as a bit of an anomaly. It's difficult to really gauge how much this result means for them.
Yeah, it's also tough. I mean, with VP, I mean, you always say they can win and lose against anyone, so it's hard to kind of take away too many conclusions about the teams that beat them as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, congratulations to Penta. They're gonna move on to the elimination match. They'll be facing the loser of Big and HellRaisers.
Yeah. I'm kind of excited by that prospect. Obviously, HellRaisers, you know, put them through the ringer. But if they do play Big, I think the style that they play and being aggressive will ruin Big, because Big were very execute heavy unless they adapt their gameplay to be looser and maybe go a bit faster.
And perhaps the intangible of like the increased confidence of having beat them at the Mountain Dew League finals might come into play. It would be interesting to see if some of those maps get brought back up again as well, because we've seen what Gabi can do if he has time to. Yeah. We're talking like Big is going to beat lose the HellRaisers, but that's still a little bit up in the air.
I would say HellRaisers, the way they were playing, I think that's a comfortable victory for them. Maybe a one map shift away, but overall I think they're the better team.
Yeah, and like we touched on last night with Angel being that guy who can sneak in and use that aggression, and he knows when to, you know, try and look for space. That is something that can ruin Big, because what they do is once they establish that default, if Angel goes for a little bit of random aggression, he's going to have a lot of information, and then they can ruin that execute from there. So, be an interesting match we have a little bit later, Hank, that you get to cast.
Yeah, well, hopefully better scorelines as well. I'm kind of sick of these 16-7s each and every night.
Well, you like the consistency though.
Yeah,
it's pretty nice.
Just to reiterate, that's Virtus.pro gone now for a second time out of ESL Pro League.
Yeah. And both times they were knocked out by Penta. Obviously a different lineup now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's actually last season as well.
Yeah, that's not good.
The the Virtus.pro killers.
The VP killers, yeah. Brutal.
It's very somber mood.
It is. I feel like we came into this day pretty excited for the
I thought they were going to bounce back for sure.
You just didn't think this would be a possibility for, okay, they'll obviously get it together tonight. It might be a good game, but they should win just about, claw the way back in, and then the final game, that'll be it. It'll be absolutely fine. Well, but 2-0.
I guess there's only one thing left to do, boys. Commiserations to VP. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, I believe we're going to do something along the lines of another Talking Counter episode, I believe.
Yeah. Sunglasses on?
Yeah, it's probably sunglasses on. I like that.
Okay.
Next game starts at about 9, so about an hour-ish from now. So stick around for Talking Counter, and then we'll see you guys soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to ESL.com! 2 headshots in a row, and Phoenix about to bring it
closer. AWP dies. He's looking for a move. He's going to get a hit by red shot again. Oh my god.
It's important to be part of the Pro League because it's sort of the premier league for you know, all the North American pro teams, and also it gives you the opportunity to make the LAN finals and play against some of EU's best as well.
You know, with the sponsor Mountain Dew, can be really good for up-and-coming players. It feels amazing to have this opportunity, and I'd never take it for granted, that's for sure.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Counter-Strike is sharing incredible moments with us and will return to a memorable place. Get your tickets now at proleague.com/Dallas.
listen to this. Round 4. Funky's on. Come on.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League Relegation Days. We've got some time to kill before the next match starts, so obviously it's going to be another episode of Talking Counter with the lads. Here with Chad, with Henry, the Beaver, and the Wolf, I guess we're doing.
Yep. Do you want fries as well?
I want fries as well, yeah.
Okay, sorry guys, we're just ordering some food. Yeah. But we will be talking about Counter-Strike topics. I'll get into the economy one after
you
I've done
had
this.
something intense you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, just give me a couple minutes.
Yeah,
right?
maybe we do this. Maybe Henry and I can open up with a little bit of international teams. Talk about, you know, maybe some of the struggles they probably face. Henry.
Struggles and benefits, perhaps, Jason.
Okay.
So you're not limited to your country's talent pool, obviously. You can pick up some young guns.
Those are the benefits.
Yeah. And obviously there are cons as well. We can go with obviously the language barrier, having to be most of the time being forced to speak English. I think almost every international team's going to go with that. Obviously it's a language most countries can speak. I guess in terms of that, there's communication issues in that sense, and obviously not playing with these players so much in the past, you don't know sure of their tendencies and how good they really are and how they're going to react in a LAN environment. Maybe you haven't been with them in that sort of sense before.
Here's a crazy thread to pull on. Is it possible that maybe the language barrier that exists forces international teams to play a little bit of a looser style, which seems to be a little bit more beneficial these days than that like intensely calculated, execute-heavy type thing? I think there could be something in the sense that
it's difficult to comment really.
That's a reach, Jason.
Yeah,
it is a reach. I said it was a crazy thread to pull on.
I don't think international teams play a looser brand of Counter-Strike. I think all international teams play their own brand of Counter-Strike. Phaser is just the best example of a loose brand of Counter-Strike that has been tamed by Karrigan and now looking more structured and doing more strategies along those lines. I think you look at Mouse, they have an in-game, they have a coach which is LMBT, who is he's quite strategical and smart. And his approach, it's not that they have a lot of set strategies, but as we were talking about terminology today, they have a lot of tactics, mid-round stuff that they can kind of use.
So we look at the international teams right now. Let's just list them, shall we, and see the successes.
I've got a notepad on.
So we've got FaZe, obviously. Let's start with that, Jason. We'll list them first, and we'll go through them one by one.
Yep, FaZe,
Mouse Sports.
HellRaisers.
HellRaisers, yep. Good shout, good point.
That was a very good
Penta.
Penta. I think that's it.
I think those are the big ones.
Dignitas.
Yep, that's one.
Okay.
That's the point.
Would we consider LDLC?
No, they're all speaking French. It's like Belgium and France, obviously different countries, but at the same time, it's a very incestuous scene in that respect. There's always has been, always kind of mixed.
Well, let's focus on those big three that are currently in Pro League: FaZe, Mouse Sports, and HellRaisers. Let's use those as the barometer.
Well, FaZe, I think historically has always been, until the addition of Karrigan and Nico, has always been a very disappointing project. It's difficult to say, oh, you can't just say, oh, they're doing amazing now. So obviously this international mentality really works for them. Let's go right back when it first started, right? Kingwin.
Yeah.
I think their first event was DreamHack Valencia 2015, and they always were the team that did amazing in group stages, and as soon as they got to the actual playoff, they just completely disappeared. They were really disappointing. They couldn't handle the pressure. Time and time again they always had this star-studded lineup, lots of firepower, but never the leader to really kind of pull it all together. And that was just the thing. It was one of those cliche things we say, okay, if they turn up today, if everyone's hitting their shots, they could actually cause some damage here in the tournament. But more often than not, it was very lackluster and disappointing to watch them time and time again, and just like they were just a revolving door in terms of the team. It's like, well, this doesn't work for 2 months. Let's just take one player out, bring another name in, and hope we can just solve this issue by bringing another big star aimer in instead of actually thinking about what we actually need here. Yeah,
I was going to say, do you prescribe most of those issues to like being a little bit more international as a team, or do you think it's more just like the roles on the team,
I guess
the players? Because they were that star-studded lineup, right? And we all know that if you put 5 stars on one team, it's just not going to work.
Yeah, I guess that's the thing. That's why it's difficult to find the right formula, right? Because obviously your options are unlimited. You can get anyone you want, really, who speaks English. And maybe if you were within that talent pool where we discussed, like your own country, you know these players really well. You've all been playing together, or at least knowing each other against each other for so long. You can talk to teammates and kind of have experiences. What's this guy like on LAN? Is he going to do this? Is he going to do that? When you're going for a fully international player, you're not really 100% sure. Sure, you can ask other people and get experiences from him, but FaZe and Kingwin initially was just so poor. And I'm trying to think like what when it was his absolute worst. Like it started off with what? Scream, Makalele, Fox, Jacob, and Hirton. How do you spell his name? Do you remember that? Yeah, that one.
Oh, the Skyton
yeah,
guy?
Yeah. I'd never got that. Never got that down.
Yeah, Skitten works.
Yeah, Skitten
sounds cooler anyway, right?
Yeah. But
yes.
Overall, like it was just every month, right? They changed one of the names out, and it never really, even up until when Karrigan joined, they were still looking bad. Even when AZ was in that team, they were just like amazing group stages, drop off in the playoffs. Karrigan joins, was like, okay, well, still not amazing results, but it's getting better. They're getting deep into tournaments now. It wasn't until obviously Nico comes in. Now you've got this overall amazing package, and you can't really say, oh, international teams obviously work because they've got this lineup now. You bring the world's best player in, one of the most decorated in-game leaders of all time, you're going to get some success there overall. So I think it's just finding the right formula.
I think to build on this point, you know, the hard thing with international teams is, back in the day anyway, you wanted to play with people who you kind of respected. You can see it right now. I think Renegades would be a good example. They've taken a risk on getting Nexa, right? And that's somebody who they've looked at who's played Rank S and their competitors and different formats like that. And that's where they've kind of grabbed an unknown player, but they still had Kasad, who is Serbian as well, to kind of help point them in that direction. These things like Rops, for example, he was a nobody, like essentially from Estonia. Nobody really knew much about him other than he played in those games. He played in FPL, all right? He played in it. I've said it.
Yeah, it's fine. This is an unbranded version of the broadcast.
Okay.
We can get it all out there. We can.
So that's kind of where he got found from. So the thing now is I think that we've transitioned to a new age of Counter-Strike where in the day it just used to be you would see a lower team than you and go, oh, that guy's talented, and grab a player from that team. Now we have constant mixed games at that high level.
That makes a lot of sense if you think about it, really. Like, you get the first pickings of whoever it is that's going wild in Rank S or FPL, whatever it is. You're not thinking, oh, is he Danish? Oh, no, we can't get him. But if you're an international team looking for some more talent, right? It's like, let's pick him up. Let's give him a chance. At least let's trial him out. We speak English. As long as that's the only quota he has to fill, he can speak the language, we can actually realistically pick him up. If you're a Danish team, for example, and you're used to speaking Danish, you can't really even justify picking up a player like Robs. So you can't just change the core of the lineup, saying, oh, he's amazing, it's worth us just changing our entire language. No one's ever going to do that, right? So I guess that's one of the huge benefits in that sense. You get the first pickings of the new talent coming in.
I would be interested to talk, I mean, because one thing that we don't see as international team, obviously in Europe, you get to play a lot of different nationalities, all can like play with each other on the same internet with like low pings and everything like that. Over in North America, I think it becomes a little bit of a trickier situation. It's a nice experiment, it's a nice thought, but I know there's been plenty of times where North American teams have been trying to pick up international players from Europe, and either they don't want to move to North America and like uproot the whole life and live in a whole new place.
Sure.
You know, things of that nature. I think that's kind of interesting that we don't see any international teams outside of, Mixwell joining Optic, and you see like the occasional foreign player coming in.
Yeah, it would be one player, really. I guess thinking about it now, you've got Liquid like with Pimp, and obviously same story with Simple going to the similar team as well.
But already spoke English though at the same time.
Can I roll back the years a second?
Yeah, please do.
We did see in 1.6
NOA,
NOA, right? And I've just quickly brought up the lineup, so I'm correct here. The first generation of that team was BSL, Nacon, Knoxville, Shaggy and Method, and then they went on and added Element and Executor later, keeping Nikon.
Norwegians of America, I believe, right?
Yeah,
that's the idea of the whole
project. That was the idea. Yeah. But basically, these guys were pretty successful, all things considered, and they didn't shift countries to play like for each other, right?
Well, what they do is the scene back then was structured so differently. We didn't have like these massive online leagues and these massive tournament circuits. So essentially, every single year there was like 2 to 3 big events that you'd want to play at.
Yeah.
And they were automatically restricted for playing in ESWC, which was a major back then because they didn't have the top players. They didn't have enough people from one country.
That's right.
Like you had to have all. I think it was all five players.
It was 5 for WCG.
Yeah.
ESWC was 3.
3. Yeah. So they couldn't do the WCG. I think they could do ESWC, but basically the 2 events that you looked at and said these are the ones we're going to do are CPLs.
Yeah.
And back then, I forget, they had a couple managers and I guess financiers, you'd call it, who before a CPL would fly all 5 players. I know one year they did like a boot camp in Brazil for like 1 month leading up to the event. Yeah, it was, I think it was like the guy who owned MIBR back then was kind of one of their financiers for a little bit. So he flew them all out and they stayed in Brazil. They played in all the gaming centers out there. But I mean, essentially they just weren't a team for like, 8 or 9 months out of the year, and then they would just kind of boot camp for these CPLs. And it was never a big deal because CPLs were open tournaments. You have to earn an invite. There wasn't really a qualifier. You could just sign up to go to the CPL. It was like a 128-team tournament. So that's why it worked then for the logistical reasons. There wasn't enough money to have everyone living somewhere full time. Yeah, the thing is as well, these sort of situations can be very forced. You can think to yourself, oh, let's bring in someone who's considered one of the world's best, right? I can speak from experience here as well. When we were in Team Epsilon, towards the end of Source as well, we picked up a guy called PHP, who was considered in Source to be one of the world's absolute best. And so he was playing in before a recent game with Guardian. They were the #1 team for so long, maybe 2 years they were the #1 team. That kind of disbanded, and we picked up PHP, and we thought, okay, this is just what we need. We actually played with another player called Stinger, who was in Fnatic in the early days of CSGO as well. He was incredibly talented. So we had this amazing lineup on paper, right? We forced them to speak English, kind of out of their comfort zone, and we thought, this is it. You've obviously got these best players. This is going to be amazing now. Then as soon as we start going to events, we can see the synergy's not really there. They're out of their depth. They've never spoken English in a team before. You can see it's actually causing them troubles. They're not comfortable, and they're not with the sort of play style they're used to playing with. Like PHP gave a Slovakian background, and they played CS in a very specific way, and they weren't used to the UK play style, and it kind of fell apart. And we thought, we've actually ruined one of the world's best players. We've taken him from that to coming to these events and like dropping out in the groups and stuff. Is that a persistent issue in international teams, like the different play styles from different regions? Because obviously, like Swedish Counter-Strike is a little bit more individual based on game sense, like a looser structure to it. Danish Counter-Strike has a lot of that structure, a lot of the map control kind of effort. I mean, is that something that is just worked through? Is that, I mean, because if you have one player from all these different regions,
you think, let's just use Denmark as an example, right? You think about all the teams from the Danish region. Their T sides all very similar and that's from the teams in Denmark. They're all
Yeah.
quite slow, methodical, gaining map control, dissecting the map. Let's think about North, for example, and Cobble. They'll go for that mid control, long A, establish that, then fall back towards B and go for their executions. Similar sort of story for Heroic. They play exactly like that as well. And I think it's just the way you're brought up as a CS player. You're playing with these same guys, with the big names in terms of the in-game leaders who want to play a similar style, all playing the same teams in history, and it kind of develops, then you kind of nurture younger talent into playing the same sort of way.
They do have like 3 or 4 of the most well-respected in-game leaders currently in the
Yeah.
game, so it kind of makes sense that they all play
So
that
yeah,
kind
I
of
think it is
strategic
definitely
style.
true. Then you think about the French style as well. You think back to the days where Envious were playing, and obviously Titan as well. They all loved that idea of force buying in the second round and like bringing the Tech 9s and like having a really aggressive sort of stance. And I think you can see similarities in terms of where they're from, specifically in terms of countries at least.
You know what I think is probably going to change a lot for teams going forward, and we're seeing a little bit of it now, is like different play styles or different mentalities being forced or like pushed onto teams, is the way you can look at it with coaches now, right? So your team it could be an international team, it could be an American team, as long as like everybody's speaking the same language, right? That's a very important factor. But that mentality no longer has to be nurtured. It can be forced upon and shown and taught, right? So Zeus coming into Liquid, he can show them what SK did to be such a good team. Sure, he's probably dealing with a lot of stuff like the hunger is probably not the same level as the SK guys when they were coming up as Luminosity, or Kaboom, or wherever they came from, right? I'm sure that the Liquid guys, just because of where they're from and their position, and this is probably a subconscious thing, I'm not saying they're intentionally being like that, their way of approaching the game is never going to be the same. It's not the game kind of changes when it's your job, right? I remember when I loved it as a passion, I would be like having a shower thinking of strategies. It was always going through my head. Yeah. Like at school, I'd be like writing strategies in my notebook and stuff, and it was the only thing that mattered to me. And then, you know, as I went up and up and up and up, sure, like still something was really important, but when it became your job, everything kind of changes, right? Because before you were doing it because you loved it, and you still love it when it's your job, and it's something like Counter-Strike, which has been with me for 15 years now, is very important to my life. But then there's more structure. It's like, okay, well, now we have to do this. If I'm not feeling it, I have to do it. Like, this is a prac time. And that kind of stuff changes. Now with coaches, I think we can... I've lost my point, but we can kind of
find it again.
We can have the coaches bring in all the new stuff, or like this was something that we were talking about, right? Yeah. Having like a team of coaches, like a team of people who are coaches,
and like a whole structure, like a coach who has analysts and they
yeah.
can focus on certain things, and eventually get to the point where maybe you have a coach who has like this overall idea, but he has like a defensive analyst looking into opponents' defenses and an offensive analyst looking into opponents' whatever it might be.
I think oh, sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say the best setup I can see right now is what G2 are doing. They've obviously got Smiths as the main coach and watching over the team and making sure they're kind of looked after. And then he has the analyst that's working with him, who's just watching the demos and watching what the opposition are doing. Because Smiths, he wants to be focusing on what his team are doing specifically and making sure they're understanding his approach to Counter-Strike. The analyst is coming with the notes. Here's what this team does. Here's all the set smokes you asked for, Smiths. Here you go. They're done. And that's so Smith can just purely focus, instead of watching demos and wasting his time doing that, he can just focus on the information he's getting from his analyst. And I think that's, for now, is going to be the best approach going forward. For me, at least, I think that makes the most sense.
To build on that, another cool thing that we found out of the 2v2 was they're actually doing 3v3s, right, to practice retakes or bomb site holds or whatever, which is so good. Yeah, Smith jumps in the server and plays. I know that's basic stuff, right? We used to, in Renegades, do 2v3s.
Yeah, well, I know, like, back in the day, yeah, it used to be similar situations where you'd have like people who weren't on teams who were like trusted by the team, that you'd come in and you'd say like, just hop on that team. Yeah, well, 2 players defending a bomb site, you 3 try and take it, or you 4 try and take it. Or I mean, even a situation where, you know, back then pistol rounds were so important that you'd play an entire scrim and you wouldn't even keep score. You just reset every single round. When you start with $800 and just practice 20 pistol rounds in a row. Things of that nature. I mean, actual like, where it gets to the point where you actually feels like you're drilling something, right?
So there's some European teams, I know when we were practicing over here, that we would do best of 3 pistol rounds.
Yeah.
So like, obviously, that makes sense to you guys, right?
Sure.
Yeah. And I thought that was pretty cool. One of the hardest things, I think, this is kind of moving away from where we were, is in today's Counter-Strike, when we're dealing with, at the moment, we have 2 big online leagues running at the same time. Every couple of weeks, we have a big LAN event. In the lower scale, there's a lot of smaller online tournaments that are constantly happening. It's about keeping your brand of Counter-Strike fresh. Sure. It must be so difficult to do, right?
Well, we have that whole issue as well, where there's not that much time to practice anymore, right? Like overall, we have online leagues, like you said, 2 of them running simultaneously. And then if you're not doing that, you've either got travel to an event or being at the event itself. When you
sponsor obligations.
Yeah, sponsor obligations. You've got all these photo shoots and all this stuff you have to do to obviously keep the money coming in. Where are you finding time to actually find this innovation and try and practice and try around things? I think once you're set for a season, it's like, okay, this is obviously our strat book. We'll be running for this. We've got different variations of it, and it'll be more down to the fly of what's going on in the specific round. But if you want to be innovating and changing up your game like SK have recently, it's very difficult to find that kind of sort of time to go, okay, spend a week on the servers going over all our maps, work out what the problems are, let's watch our demos and work out what kind of the core problems
look at the length of turnaround it takes. I mean, we knew who, I mean, SK kind of had their fifth, it was right after the major. So, and it wasn't until Sydney where we started saying, okay, this is starting to look like that SK that everyone fears.
The problem I have is we seem to run into and it's always going to happen because everybody thinks differently. There's different opinions, people clash, personalities don't get along. It seems like personal issues are the biggest issue, like the biggest problem in teams. It just, why are we all so dysfunctional?
Like finding success is a poison in itself, I think. Like the fact is, like once you become the #1 team, you start making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year and everything like that. Ego's going to start swelling, and people are going to start thinking, "Oh, I'm the star of this team. I can start. You start listening to me. I'm the one. I just top fragged the last tournament." So it's just, and these are all very young men as well, Chad. You have to remember, most of these guys haven't really been in the real world before. They've never had that job and have to answer to authority. As soon as they start getting all the respect and the hundreds of thousands of followers, they think, "Oh, this is me. I should be the one in charge of this operation."
Got people sliding into their DMs.
We'll be in there.
See, that doesn't surprise me because, I mean, good Lord. I've always said, I don't know if you guys would agree with this, but the hardest part of becoming a pro player in Counter-Strike isn't getting good enough on an individual level. It's finding the 4 people who you can get to that point with, right? It's like finding a team where everyone wants to put in the time that's needed to become an actual professional and really, really good team. It's like, yeah, you get that player who's doing so good individually in some of the matches where you're like, all right, let's hop on, let's watch a demo, let's go over something. And he's like, why? I'm playing fine lately. And then you're wanting to put in more work, and that's frustrating in and of itself. It's not becoming the best player that you can be individually. And there is always that point. I don't know, you guys probably had this in all your teams where, you know, your team's like chugging along and you're doing really good in whatever division you're in. And then at a certain point, everything starts to click to a certain degree, and everyone seems to get better individually just because of how well the team is playing together.
I used to love that feeling.
Yeah, no, it's a sick feeling, isn't it? And I feel like we don't have as many teams hitting that point yet, that peak, where everyone is feeling so good as a team that the individuals themselves actually get better.
How did you guys used to practice specific maps? So let's say you're a new team, right? And you're focusing, you've got like, let's say back in the day it was like a 6-map pool, and you're going into it, you're a brand new team, and you're saying, right, we're going to focus on the basics right now. We'll just do Dust 2, Inferno, Nuke maybe, and we'll just grind these out in PCWs, and we'll just get those sound first, then we'll move on. How much time do you put into? You say this week is dedicated to just playing Dust 2. What would you do there?
It was easy for me back in the day in Australia, right? Because with Sivo and like we had GOT games, I think, and different leagues like that. It used to be back in the day weekly maps, so you could kind of just focus on that. But every time for me, I think when we like added a new player, like we added Ustilla, right? We added Yam. The first thing I'd do is I would jump in the server with them and show them all the spot names and tell them this is what we call everything. This is my terminology that I use as the in-game leader. This is the stuff you're going to expect, right? And that's, I think, the first thing that every team should do, so everyone's on the same wavelength. You don't want to overcomplicate things. You want to make sure that it's quite refined as well, and that's the backbone of the team is communication, right? And then from there, it's just for me, it was setting up default positions. All right, where does everybody want to play now that we're either a new team or we have a new player? How are we going to adjust things on the CT side and the T side? And once you have the default, you kind of just play for a couple of games to see how it feels, see how it clicks, and then you start building from there, because sometimes the natural chem can build better strategies than the in-game leader can think of. And you can see how people play.
You sort of just joined your team. Are you focusing on one map? Like you've shown them everything. You say, right, we're going to try and get mainly scrims on just Dust 2, like primarily. If not, we can also play this one as well. Like you're not going to be opening the whole map pool to the PCWs, right? That's not really good.
I imagine it's got to be tough in this day and age when you have to play every single map all at once as well. Like that's got to be hard. I actually wouldn't have a great idea on how to solve that. That must be so difficult.
That must be so soul destroying as a team. That you just come together and now you've got to play different maps where you can't really get that consistent. You've got these officials rolling in all the time. Like we used to have maybe like 3 officials a week, right? We'd be like, try and do the best we can, but it wouldn't be that exhausting. Right now, and everyone's watching, and I don't know about you guys as well, but with the kind of methods we tried to employ to actually make sure everyone remembers the tactics, we tried having a document that we all shared, and it was like, well, the thing is, well, the UK scene especially, everyone was like such a rat that as soon as they got kicked from the team or something like that, they shared the document and sent it to everyone. So like, oh great, so that's amazing. So can't do that anymore because someone's just going to do that.
That's scummy.
And then we did the same thing with videos. That's even worse. You're just giving them a graphical representation of exactly what you do. So like, I don't know, did you guys ever have like actual documents or anything?
We didn't have, our scene was pretty shady, but it wasn't that shady. We had document. My brother used to have like an actual binder with all the maps.
Physical paper.
Yeah.
No one can steal that.
We didn't have Google. We didn't have Google Docs and all that stuff back then.
And shite.
Yeah. But no, we used to go into a new map that you started with the lineup, and it would be the team would all get together. We'd watch 2 demos on Sunday.
Wow, really?
Yeah, we would watch
that
all
long
5
ago. You guys had demos.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not bad. All 5 of us watch a demo from the POV of the player whose position you're taking, and you kind of take your teamwork from it.
Yep.
And then the next day it's one, and then you do practices after that, set up some defaults, and what we usually try to do is iron out like two basic setups that would start rounds out, and you can kind of build on things from there. But I mean, I think there's like this general idea right now that everything has to like be like perfect like right off the bat, but like you do it in phases, right? Like you set up the defaults, and then once you have the defaults down to the point where everyone's doing everything properly and running it, you can like build different facets onto it. So if you're encountering a certain kind of defense, obviously one part of the default does this, and if you see this coming, and if it's communicated, this part of the default does this.
The more you
instead.
play as well, though, you start naturally finding variations of it. This takes one innovative play from someone to say, oh, I can hear him rotating, I'm going to pin serve through Arch and Inferno, you guys get ready to B. And you realize, okay, that's actually a nice fake of the execution or tactic we were going for there. Just takes one guy to step up and say, I want to try this, and then gives it a go, and then you think, oh, that actually worked, and actually have that as the variation of this specific strategy.
I don't know if you guys like felt this at all, but like back when I was more competing, it was players were much more open to like changing their roles and what they were doing.
This is very rigid now, doesn't it?
On different maps. Yeah, it feels like someone's like, no, I'm going to be the entry guy, or I only play the
that's the thing, we never had these terminologies back in the day, right?
No, we didn't have entry, we didn't have sniper.
Like we had probably the main AWP, right? That would make sense. And the rest of the guys would be rifles. But it was like, I want to be a support player. I want to do this. We just never had that.
No, never.
It's like you just said, right, guys, this is the map. Where does everyone? Anything? If there's a specific position you want to play, we'll see if everyone wants to go naturally. And then if there's any conflicts, we kind of hash it out and work out who's going to be the best for that role, who's going to be backing them up. If it doesn't work after a week or so, change it around. Yep. You didn't just say, well, I'm obviously the entry fragger, so I'm going in first all the time, like, or I'm the support player, so I've got to be playing here. Like, that seems very rigid to me, and I'm not sure how it got to this point.
It's ugly, isn't it? It's really ugly.
I think it's ever since we've had like analyst tests, obviously like that, kind of bringing the terms in, and it's kind of slowly kind of diluted down to.
I think that's like a product. Yeah, analyst test is a good way to put it, or just commentary in general is a good way to put it, because I know, Chad, we talked about this, because I have been very vocal that I think the support position or support role is like the dumbest thing. I don't think it exists. I don't like it. And I think part of the reason why it's become so prevalent is because it is like the easiest way to explain to new viewers like what's going on.
The one that gets me the most is like when we call people role players, right? Like I understand what it means, but where did that come from? Like, what, in a sense, like it's like obviously it means like they're doing a specific job, probably by themselves on a bomb site, trying to.
It just essentially means they're not like the star, right?
But it's just such a broad term. Like it can mean anything, right? And I just
we haven't nailed down the role aspect.
Yeah, it's just like he's a role player. Yeah, what role is he doing? Like that, you can be more specific on that. You can say he's the anchor player on the beta. He's normally by himself, like getting 1 or 2 frags and delaying things.
Yeah.
So I think like SK kind of have the best mentality that I've actually spoken to players about with this. Everybody has a role that they're meant to be playing. So Fallen is obviously the in-game leader and the AWPer. Cold Zero is the secondary AWPer and star player, right? But what does that mean? Like to pigeonhole that is quite difficult. To break it down, you look at he's very good in clutches. He's very good at multi-fragging. He steps up when he needs to. He's a big game player. That is all broken into being a star player. Then you have Taco, who is like he's the entry fragger, but that's on like set executes, because in some situations he might not even be there. He could be lurking. So and then we talk about the aggression of Fur and Phelps. Well, players who are aggressive tend to be entry fraggers, right? So it's really weird, because you can't just say that all of these players are 100% defined as like SK are like we are everything.
Yeah.
Everybody has to know how to do everything. And that's how Counter-Strike used to be, like what we're talking about. Because I would remember sometimes we'd do a rush, right? We'd do a rush.
It's best spawn.
If you don't have the best spawn on the rush,
best spawn is
you're not the entry fragger.
Like playing Dust 2, right? Let's say Dust 2, you got to spawn for long. You're not saying, I'm the entry fragger, I'm going for this. He's like, I've got the spawn, I'm going to take it. I'm going to flash over and see if I can get the first pick. It doesn't matter who it is. You get that spawn, you're taking it, and you're giving it a go and see if you can pick it up. Like, it wasn't down to, oh, no, you're not the entry fragger, you're the support players. You can't do that. Like, it was much looser back then.
Well, there were maps as well, also. This is kind of the same idea on the switch to the CT side, where you used to play by spawns on the defense. Just because you had to get, like, Train was a big one, and Prodigy was the other big one. And it's not like, if you had that first spawn that could get the outside quickest to stop the rush, that's just where you played in that round, right? You couldn't be saying, I'm the inside defender. I don't really feel like doing this right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of examples.
So I was actually talking to some players in FPLC the other day. We finished the game, and I just hung around and was having a chat to them about, like, what they think about analyst desk segments and just as players at that level of Counter-Strike, what they would like to see us talking about more. And I was talking about just different ways that I think the game used to be approached or could be approached and just different facets of it. And one of the things we mentioned was spawn-based Counter-Strike, right? Yeah. And the point that they brought up to me, which I kind of had realized before, but it hadn't really vocalized, was that in CSGO, the spawns are very tight-knit. So much more tight-knit than it used to be in 1.6 or Source. When you used to get the long spawn on Dust 2 in 1.6, you were like, your
you're at the bottom of the ramp.
One thing I just want to touch on that as well. 1.6 in Source, we had rotation spawns, right? So you actually had, it was in rounds of 4. Every 4th round, you get the same spawn. So let's say pistol round, you get 4 rounds later, you got that again. So I based a lot of my strategies knowing, okay, first round was the spawn we got. I actually had notepads working out what spawns we had. We don't have that in CSGO. Whether that's
kind of sad actually, because that's a cool part of the game.
I thought that was a cool part. Like the thing is as well, especially in Source, it could be a little bit damaging because we obviously had things like bunny hopping and stuff like that. If someone does like 6 spawns like bunny hop and they just
I've seen the Nick Knight movie.
You could sort of be wrecked in games. Like the thing is as well, you could counter it. Like even if you knew, okay, they obviously have this rush spawn on Nuke, this round coming up, and it's send 3 players to up, and you're actually countering. It's like a battle of the in-game leaders at that point, reading the spawns and who can keep track of it. I thought that was a really interesting.
Also keeping track of money.
I don't think anyone's ever mentioned that like analyst does before, you know, like that was, I forgot that was a massive part of the game.
Again, Henry.
Yeah, I forgot that was actually a huge part of the game, and we just forgot it ever wasn't in CSGO, didn't we?
Yeah, the spawns you got used to be like very indicative of the strategies that you would want to call for that round, and now it just seems like it doesn't exist anymore. Now we seem to be in the Counter-Strike has turned into a game of waiting out utility in some and getting map control and then making a decision from there, which I don't mind.
As like a commentator as well, right? If, say I'm commentating a game and I'm keeping track of the spawn as well, I said, right, they get ready for this round. They get the upper spawn once again. The CTs will know it's coming. They're going to stack 4 on the upper side. We've got a hell of a round coming up here. You could really build it up and that sort of hype. So I'm working out random elements in any video game. I find you want to avoid them, right? You want consistencies and stuff you can track. Anything that's random, right? That could like dictate where the game's going, and it's really difficult to track that. I think that's something that potentially could be looked at. I'm not sure.
Could add a little bit more excitement to it.
Yeah, just I just completely forgot that.
I'm with you.
Yeah,
let's bring it back.
Let's bring it back. Well, you know, I've just gotten the word. We're good to go. So we combine an episode of Talking Counter in with Rolling Back the Years. It was a 2-for-1 special for you guys. Thanks for tuning in. It's been a pleasure. We're going to be back in about 10 minutes or so. It's going to be the second relegation matchup. That is going to be between HellRaisers and Big Clan. So stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Hey, Future Pros. It's Cobblestone again, but today we throw in smoke. This one will cover off the box walkway and obscure the vision from drop. To do the smoke, get into this corner. Then aim to the top left corner of whatever this thing is. Then do a jump throw. The smoke will bounce off the wall and bloom on the other side. Combine this with a couple more B smokes and you've got a nice execute going.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
ready? Huh? A4, he's a good boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Welcome back to ESL Pro League Relegation Day number 2. We've already seen Virtus Pro relegated down. They are eliminated. So in the lower bracket, it is Penta who is awaiting the loser of this matchup. It is going to be Big taking on HellRaisers. And the winner of this gets one of the coveted spots in the ESL Pro League into the next season. This is going to be an important match for both of these teams, obviously. We've switched out Henry for Lauren. That's the most obvious change to this analyst desk.
An upgrade, of course.
I just wish I had a turtleneck. I wish I wore it today.
We always
do have a
seem to
turtleneck,
change one Brit for another, don't we?
Yeah, it's a lot of them around here, around these parts.
Yeah.
There's
The Commonwealth in general.
I'm half.
He is half. He has got a passport.
I'm like a double agent.
Definitely advertise that.
Yep, that's good.
Yeah, well, here's what we'll do to really kick things off, because this has been a stellar start. We're going to throw up the bracket, show you guys exactly what's been going on these past day and a half. HellRaisers and Big winning in the first day. That was yesterday. They're going to be playing tonight, obviously. Penta and Virtus Pro, we just saw that matchup, Penta beating VP. Lauren, we were all pretty flabbergasted here in the desk. Is there anything you wanted to add? I know you casted it. You had plenty to talk about with that. Do you any emotions you want to pass along? Give me a no?
No.
Give me a no.
What can you say?
We've spoken enough about that issue.
I think that's
but yeah, HellRaisers and Big. This is what we're going to see, the winners matchup. Chad, you had a lot of confidence in HellRaisers coming in today.
I hope everyone can hear the music. I'm just dancing for no reason.
I think you might just be dancing for no reason.
HellRaisers, yeah, I already touched on it. They look super disciplined. The way that they were approaching the game was fantastic. There was the branded Counter-Strike I love to see. It didn't even look like they were playing online. They took every situation seriously, and it was amazing. Like, sure, they were playing an opponent that you would consider lesser than them, but then we said the same thing about Virtus Pro. HellRaisers seem to be taking this very seriously in the approach that they really want to get back in the Pro League.
Well, it felt like HellRaisers took the approach that we wanted VP to have, right? The kind of play to your own skill level, don't dip down to the opponents, just kind of plow through, right? And it felt like VP were nowhere able to challenge that, but HellRaisers turned up and just put Penta in a box, there's no way out.
In the bin, I like to.
And that's really good to see as well, because HellRaisers, I mean, this was a surprising team coming out of Star Ladder, how well they played at that event, and then kind of the progress they made there, and to see them, despite all the positive things we've said about them since then, if they weren't able to make it back in a Pro League, that would be gut-wrenching, I think.
Yeah, especially for a team on the rise. I talk about this. The reason that Pro League is good, if you're like an up-and-coming team or a team who's on the precipice of being a top 10 squad, is you get to play more officials on a consistent basis against the high-level opponents. You don't have to wait for the LAN events to come around. You get recognition for winning games online as well. It's also a good confidence booster. And these kind of tournaments matter because this is how you get invited to, the DreamHacks, all those kind of things of the world, which is where you want to be.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a big stepping stone for any of these teams that make it into the Pro League, especially for someone new coming into it. I don't know if that Cobble was a taste of things to come. I don't know. Apparently, map vetoes aren't quite ready yet.
Would be surprised. Again, we saw Big on it just yesterday, so they were quite decent on it too. I know there was a map that was in transition for them. I feel that I hope Train's removed. I don't know if it will be. Again, anyone playing against HellRaisers on Train, I think might be an error, even if it's in your map pool and you're comfortable with, which I know it is for Big. I kind of would rather them not go towards that, but it is what it is. Depends, if they don't play a certain map. I don't know their map pool well enough to be able to say, oh, this is their constant ban, or this is a constant veto for them. So it's kind of interesting to see what Big have now in the map pool.
Do you think some of the players from Big yesterday, obviously they had some very good executes, but the rounds that not saved them, but really pushed them over the line was like that Tabson 3 or 4K in Banana with, was it P250 or 5.7? That was huge. There was also some other big clutch moments. Remember with Legio with the AWP. On the B side of Inferno as well was pretty influential. It seemed like, I'm not saying that they won because of individual performances, because their strategy was fantastic, especially on Inferno. Cobblestone more so, I think that they relied on individual play towards the end of that game
the
to get them
drop play
through.
Coming through.
Yeah, that was sick by Tabson.
It was a bit of an issue as well with VP, I guess. They played it kind of incorrectly there as well, but it is what it is. But I think the things we saw, a way I can, I guess, summarize what I think you're saying is the fact that for Big in those games, a lot of their win conditions were right. They had not only GodB's kind of in-game leading working out really nicely, they kind of forced a lot of the issues on towards VP and such, but they also had the individuals, which we kind of felt may have been something they couldn't necessarily depend on. They haven't had that necessarily the whole time.
And now, actually, we can get the map vetoes up as well, because I'm being told those are in, so we can actually kind of check out what exactly was happening, if Cobble is going to be in the pool. But that's kind of the next thing I want to steer towards you guys. That was going to be my next question, was the preparation that we saw to Big, the executes they had that were so impressive yesterday. Obviously, we talked a lot about the ability of GodB to look in and research Virtus Pro, knowing that when you're playing them. I mean, obviously, he had, 24 hours, perhaps, or a day to kind of look into HellRaisers if he wanted to. Are we going to see that level of preparation for a new opponent again?
I'd hope so, but time allowing, I guess, more than anything. But
it just depends on if HellRaisers are going to be stubborn in their approach to the game, if they're just going to be like, well, hey, we are the better team and we're going to play the game our way, or we know that what you're going to do, we're going to bring some new things, we're going to adapt to little tendencies that you like to have. I really like some of the stuff out of HellRaisers, though, especially on Overpass there, being their map choice. The way that they approached that T side, they had executes. I actually have a clip. I don't know if it's ready yet, but I had a clip that...
Going for a risk here.
Yeah. Sorry, producer.
Just throwing him under the bus, but talk us through it,
So
Chadwick.
I had this clip. This is an execute that is very similar to the one that Astralis do with Molotovs. They do it with smokes, but normally this execute is done from water, sewer, you know, short, whatever you want to call it, and then you send the majority of your members through short or sandbag area. These guys do the smokes from outside Monster and send 3 or the core of the unit through Monster. And that changes the way that you approach the site. And by the way that the 2 players on the B side are looking here from Penta, it seems like they're expecting the majority of the players to come through Sandbag, but you see 3 players come up Monster Tunnel, up the ramp, and are able to trade out efficiently onto that bomb site. And to be able to have multiple different ways to execute the same strategy but come through in different positions is such a huge tool to have.
Yeah, you saw them later in the game. I think it was Zen and HS, then both stacking towards monsters to try and deal with it. And I think one time he pushed through a smoke at the right timing and just caught like 3 off, which worked out in their way. But
that was sexy.
Outside of that, it actually worked out really nicely, that monster.
I mean, by the way, that ability to have a different take on a very similar structure to a strategy is something that you talked you talked a lot about big with.
Yeah, with
on
fakes.
Inferno, yeah,
Also,
Inferno.
yeah, they had a lot of fakes.
Kind of
That double fake was so nice.
It was beautiful, wasn't it? You could see it coming.
I actually thought they were going to go back to the B side. Like, I thought it was a double pump on the B site with just an A fake, but it was like a double pump on the B site with an A take. So, like, they even had me confused.
This sounds like a really complex, like, Starbucks order. You know what I mean? Like a double pump on B and then you're back towards A. It sounds great, though.
Starbucks?
Yep.
There's actual cafes here in Germany. You don't need to be going to the Starbucks.
Yeah, go to the
Thanks for
go to
letting
the
me know.
coffee
I haven't
gang.
lived here for a while.
Go to the coffee gang,
A chain,
Barbarossa Platz.
very nice, like it.
Cafe? You know that place?
The coffee gang's not a chain.
Definitely is.
It's not a chain.
Definitely is.
Oh,
Every
you're about to shatter Chad's entire worldview.
Let's see. Is there more than one? Is there more than one? There's definitely
I mean, more than one does not make it a chain.
There's definitely a chain.
Regardless, it's fantastic coffee. Head out there. Say hi to the guys.
There's a few of those around.
This is the Coffee Gang Hot Match of the Week.
There it is. There's our sponsor.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Straight.
Double espresso latte.
I sponsor them, if anything.
Yeah, right. Either way, Cobble, are we expecting? Is it, Chad? You might know this more than I would. Is Cobble going to be a good HellRaisers map?
I think it's a better big map. I remember some of the way that HellRaisers play this. I think they're a little bit too... they pussyfoot around drop. They give it up relatively quickly. Yeah. And the crossfires, you know, I quite like that approach. It was something that we did see Tai Lu, I think was the first team we saw play on that B site, so reserve, giving up drop and fighting when they come out gen. But I like transitional defenses. I don't have a problem dropping back to that. If you expect a rush coming in, sure, you can start like that. But I really like to make sure that you have map presence so you can stop T's taking advantage of you playing a passive setup. Unless HellRaisers have adjusted that, I'm not sure it's going to be easy for them. As long as they don't play drop like VP did, with, you know, copying that flash and losing 2 players, which if what I'm saying is true, then they won't even be close enough for that. It's just about knowing how to contain those players for long enough. Their T-side approach, with the smokes that I just showed in that clip, if they have similar smokes on Cobblestone, their execute's going to be very dangerous and innovative. I keep saying that word wrong. Can you say it for me, Lauren?
Innovative.
That's it. My brain, I think I'm dyslexic.
You want to try it again?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I don't want to embarrass myself
You made me really nervous to say on this one. I was like, just repeating it in my head. Just like, please, Lauren, don't.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
You can say that, no problem.
Yeah,
I used to watch a lot of Mary Poppins.
Explains a lot. We're starting to get the whole worldview coming in.
But no, yeah, I actually think this could be a 2-1 to HellRaisers overall.
What map do you think Big is going to take? You think they're going to take Cobble?
Cobble is the worst map for HellRaisers statistically across the board. They play it a fair amount. They just don't have decent results on it as of late. I'd say that Overpass is surprisingly good, and their train just seems to have gotten better really recently for me. Like I think it's been like a kind of like a recent addition that's become obscenely strong. So
yeah,
I don't know.
Would you say that the 2 following maps, Overpass and Train, it's very difficult to have good individual performances on the CT side if they're not going to your bomb site? I feel those maps are very hard to retake on. Yeah. Overpass maybe not as much as Train because you can always sneak up on the flank. But Train, once you get locked out, you're going to have a rough time unless you have some good utility to get you back into that site. Yeah,
certainly. I mean, that's something we always talk when we see players have a dip in performance, especially on the CT side. It's just like sometimes you just don't get any action coming your way. Sometimes your teammates can't hold out long enough for you to rotate and get involved in the action. And Train is just one where, yeah, if the rotation, the timing is a little bit off, obviously the inner bomb site you're blocked off by Molotovs. The outer bomb site is just a nightmare to try and find kills when you're retaking it. If there's like 3 terrorists alive still, that just becomes a really bad time, doesn't it?
No, not fun for anyone. All right, so before we throw Jason under another bus, it appears that we are still waiting for a few players to join the server.
We have a few players that have not joined the server quite yet. Some last-minute preparation. Lauren.
Yes.
Here's a bus.
Oh, good.
You mentioned that this was kind of a map that Big was working on changing how they were playing it, some different play styles. Did you get any insight as to what exactly those changes were?
Absolutely not.
That's a heavy bus. That's a double-decker.
Yeah, didn't follow up on that one. Just kind of left it to him. No, I don't like to ask people that much about like the upcoming games because I don't like to kind of like maybe give something away or like you know allow it to happen now. I think as I said we saw a lot more strength on their T side, so I think it's mostly the CT side setup. I don't know what it is about it. I think if we maybe get to see them more of a regular basis, we can see maybe if there is a weak point to it, if there is something that's exploitable. It was just a hard litmus test when they're playing VP, who are clearly in a very bad position at the moment. It's very hard to kind of like find the balance between that. I don't know if we can take much away from it. You know what I mean? It's very hard to find like where they stand because it could be either Big being actually very good at the moment and actually having some real strength here, or that their opponent that we actually got to see them against on actually a decent stage was much weaker than we thought. So again, it's very hard to kind of like find that balance. But as I said, I think their T sides are great. They're always going to be great. It's got B, right? I think this guy, we're still seeing the ability that he can bring. Are you okay there, Chad?
Yeah, I'm Googling litmus test. I'm curious about this, Lauren. This is a little bit of a tangent right now. You know how you talk to players and you kind of get like a little bit of insight?
Yeah.
How do you do that? Like, you must have good personal relationships with them.
I know Legia because I play a lot with him. He's kind of part of the little friend group. We play ESC again.
Who else is in that group?
Is that the name of the group?
Friend
the
group.
friend group? Surely you've come up with something better than that.
No, definitely not. Definitely all sunshine and rainbows.
All right.
That's it.
I know you know Chad. You talk to players
but
that
like friends.
Yeah,
Chad, come
you
on.
have a couple of them.
So like, there's some people who I feel comfortable talking to, like Carrigan and Cajun B and like the Renegades guys and stuff. But otherwise, it's not that I feel like I'm overstepping any bounds. I think you must have a decent relationship with them before you can kind of get in deep. Or if they don't offer up the information, then I probably wouldn't ask anyway. But I think it's like a really important thing to have that insight that you have there, right? Like, I think that is super cool to be able to know I talk directly to this player who will be in this match and I have this information. I wish I could do that more.
To be fair, I think a lot more, like, certain players are way more open to discussing stuff as well.
Sure.
Like, I guess Dupree's one of the people I can speak to quite regularly, and that's probably why I know a lot more about, like, Astralis' mentality towards other teams than others, although he doesn't want to discuss Astralis stuff because he doesn't want that, you know, they're kind of like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. And that's a lot for them. That means a lot. You obviously don't want to risk anything like that, and that's fair. Legia, I've known his girlfriend for a while as well. We're really good friends, so, you know, we just play games together, and he's always been quite open, because, again, he's kind of like the right-hand man of God B, but God B. That was banded around, to be fair, off that T side, but it's kind of, you get an idea of how they work through that and how they've always kind of stuck as a duo. It was already kind of realized, I guess, externally that they always like to stay together as a partnership and go to, like, the teams together, even though there's a lot of roster changes. They stuck through, but yeah, he's quite open.
Exploration of Lauren's personal life.
If you want to,
I didn't mean to do that. I was just asking.
Oh no,
a question.
no. I mean, that's kind of the cool thing, being able to talk to players. It has come back to bite a couple times, just because we don't really do predictions anymore. But when you used to do predictions, you used to talk to a player and be like, "Yo, man, what's going on? How's the team doing? Everything?" They're like, "Oh, we not getting along. Us three players, like this, you know, just nothing's feeling right at the moment. We all hate each other."
And then they come out.
And then they come out, and you're like, "Oh, well, you know, they have really big personal problems. You know, hasn't really come out to the surface yet, but I know, you know, they're not playing well together. They're not really enjoying practicing and all that kind of stuff." And then they just go out to stomp someone like 16-5, and you're just like, "Well, there
that was always the Fnatic thing, right?" And because it's a known thing now, I know there was a lot of like kind of inner team bickering at the time, even during like some of their strongest points. You heard back from certain players like, "Oh, they're not getting on well," or "There's a divide," or "There's this and that," and that could be completely false as to what the actual team felt. But you always kind of sat there going, you kind of like put a little bit of a skew on the match that you're watching. Like, surely there's gonna be like a communication breakdown. Surely there's a couple of issues here and there. Because I remember speaking to, I think it was MBK before some of the last parts of their Pro League game, and they're like, we haven't had much time to practice recently just because of some personal issues. Right. You know, we're still fine, still feeling good, but it's just, you know, we haven't had that opportunity to get much time in as a collective, and didn't give much more of that. And then they go out and they close out the last of the season like absolute champs. And it's just like, well, you know, you always a grain of salt, I guess, with what we get given information-wise.
Well, I remember you said Dupree, that Dupree and stuff had worked out a Molotov for that ledge at
I didn't
B
say that,
when
Matt said
Inferno.
that.
Oh, did Matt say that?
Yeah, don't be silly, mate.
Yeah, you wouldn't do that, would you?
This is the reason why we can't talk to players anymore. They're just scared to give us things that are coming out in broadcast.
Too many feet in mouths.
Definitely Matt's fault.
To be fair, though, that Molly was on Reddit for a while ago, a while before, so.
Yeah.
Imagine if Matt was the voice in your head all the time.
Oh, God. No.
Wouldn't that be scary?
No, that would be such a nightmare.
Terrifying, isn't it?
Absolute nightmare. Yeah, I actually remember that's kind of funny that I mean Molotovs and smokes now they all get put on Reddit, all the cool new ones.
I love it. I always go on.
Do you
there.
remember when it wasn't like that though? When like you could actually like come to some tournament with something.
To be fair,
crazy
Reddit at the moment with CS:GO, there's some lovely drawings of someone doing some spray control. I think it was.
With a penis. It's of a penis. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that still up there at the moment?
Yeah, it's still at the top. I just go to new. I always
you
go
go
to
new now. You're a new person.
Yeah.
Huh.
Well, we can go somewhere new. We can definitely go somewhere new. The match is ready. Everyone is finally in the server. So what we're going to do is we're going to send it over to your casters for this matchup. The winner of this makes it an ESL Pro League next season. A lot, very important things on the line. I almost said it. It's going to be Sadicus and Henry G.
Thank you very much. If I was the voice inside your head, your life would be a better place. Moses, Chad, I know you agree. Lauren, your life would be worse.
I have you on the top of my head. Most of the time.
Yeah, I agree. Whose voice do you read things in? I mean, like Morgan Freeman. Who do you go to?
What, by default?
Yeah, like who's your default voice?
It's weird how the human brain does it. When you do read a quote from somebody, you do read, read it in their own voice.
Typically.
Yeah, usually my own. But sometimes I have a script in, you know?
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Just contrived, all about you.
Yeah.
It's fine.
In my own brain.
Yeah.
Normally is.
Yeah, that's fine.
Anyway, HellRaisers versus Big.
Yeah, taking Virtus Pro spot in Pro League.
Nuts.
Virtus not pro anymore. How does that work?
That was shocking, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, look, I'll be the first to say it. It's deserved.
Yeah.
If that's the way they're going to play the season and not put in the time, then fine. Let's give it to someone who does want to work hard and does want to be in that position.
Yeah, when I came into the office today, I was thinking, obviously, they're going to pull through. It's a lower bracket. They'll turn it on now. They're at the boot camp. They've had a couple of days there. But 2-0 versus Penta, I don't think anyone saw that coming. It was kind of shocking to watch overall. They weren't even close games, 16-7
in this. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's nuts. Anyway, we are getting into this one, though. HellRaisers is playing an amazing brand of Counter-Strike, I think, in the last few days, and especially at events like Starlight as well. They got top 4 of that event, looking very good indeed. Big, a team that have impressed me in terms of their set executions and the fakes they bring to the table as well. It's nice to see them kind of still having that tactical prowess with Godby at the helm of the team. He's actually very intelligent. The problem is we have Godby, though. Yes, he brings a lot to the team in terms of a tactical respect, but his firepower sometimes is lacking that. I'm sure you can agree with that one, right?
Yeah, no, there's no question about that. Absolutely. I think we saw that actually last night toward the end of the Virtus Pro game in Game 2, especially when we were on Cobblestone. Things started to fade and slip, and it looked like VP was going to pull the series back for another map. And Godby was one of the players that struggled. Legia stepped up when it mattered in the last round.
Yeah, the second reorp of Legia. He seems to be a safe set of hands at the moment. We'll see as we get into this one, though. Big starting on the CT side here. I think HellRaisers are the heavy favorites in this best of 3. I think they're doing 2 maps. And we're going to T side for HellRaisers. 1 smoke, 2 flashbangs, 4 sets of armor as well. In terms of the buy for CTs, 4 sets of armor. And Legia with the utility players, with the diffuse kit and the flashbangs here. And to be 5 players towards B next, trying to do what he can towards the upper platform. Shut down, no Keith. Trying to pick up the pieces, doing some damage, but can't find the frag just yet.
Keeve still has to back off, but it's Godby that's going to get challenged more aggressively. He'll wrap back into the site. They're going to split through connector. However, Tapson's aware of it. Doesn't do much for it. Angel and Sticko win it out instead. And if Virtus Pro lost their spot, HellRaisers, remember, the other team trying to retain theirs. We're guaranteed to have another new team in the league next year as a result of it. It's Big that has the first chance to try and do so against HellRaisers.
Angel, 4 frags there. Quite a simple round for the T side. 5 towards B. Challenge from the CT to the upper platform area. Taken down, frag by frag. Angel, one of the key players of HellRaisers, I'd say, recently. He's looked very good along with Bondic. And, of course, everyone really has been stepping up for this team. Like, I guess towards the tail end of 2016, Matt, you'd say no one was expecting much out of this lineup. It was like an international team you didn't really think was going to make that much of a dent in terms of the international scene itself. But they've actually proven us all wrong and actually had decent showings at big events. Reasonable online success. Obviously, fighting off the relegations here. It's a really tough league overall. Some a lot of top teams, like you think, like big names, haven't made it to the playoffs. Like NIP, Astralis on there as well. So it just goes to show you that the fact that they're here, I think they are going to stay in the Pro League, is promising, and we'll see whether they can continue their success they found on LAN at least going forward. Well, for now though, 2 rifles and 3 UMPs here. Good map control coming in from the T side. And Sticko watching the flanks as well. It's looking all good so far. There was a B stack from the CT side towards that side of the map, but for now, actually sensing it could be an A-sided attack here. That would be correct.
Correct indeed. I'll rotate over accordingly. 4 players in this site. Bondic's not looked toward the top of the ramp. Again, Godby that started off. Thankfully, Sticko walks in and makes no mistake, and Bondic knows Legia is in behind the APC. Good shot onto him. However, Nex was waiting at cannons. And it's down to a 2 versus 2. There's no guns been able to be picked up by the CTs, but Nex Smart play, goes out and tears the head straight off the Angel. It's going to be Sticko to pull it back. Keeve's got the bomb down to watch over. Can't quite see it from his position inside the hut. He's not willing to back away and go through the vent just yet. He's going to contest from a very small doorway. And Sticko's moved over so that he can't even crawl back through the vent. He can see it, so he is trapped. He is a caged animal, Henry.
Yeah, and he has no armor as well, just that PT-50 to work with. Surely this is going to be a round going in favor of Sticko. The time is ticking away though, Matt. 10 seconds remaining. Sticko's got a strike. Oh! What a shot that was.
That was unreal. You were right with the time. I thought if he could just bait this out, he's got to push him. But that's an even better shot.
Yeah, not too bad at all. Like we said, no armor. You're really vulnerable at that point as well. One better touch to you, your aim's go up in the air. He's baiting out for so long, applying the pressure to the T-sided player there, and he can't do anything about it. That amazing one tap there with the PT-50. I think that did just about exactly the right amount of damage. It hit about, what, 60 HP? One tap at that range probably does about that against head armor. And, yeah, manages to take it down. Not too bad at all. HellRaisers, there's a response coming in, though, so that forced by victory. Wasn't even that necessarily an all-in play from Big. They had 2 players, I think, with head armor, and then the rest of them just upgraded pistols. We'll see an AK in the hands of Angel here. Obviously got the 4K in the pistol, a bit more money than his teammates. Zero and Dead Fox, though, interesting enough, Matt, won't be actually joining him on this investment. That's a kind of strange play, isn't it? The fact that one player goes all in. Angel takes himself down to $400. Same story for Bondic as well. He's got the Tech 9 armor. If you could do these sort of force buys, you want to have all 5 on board now. Now your money's going to be in a strange place going forward.
So Tabson. He's going to slip into the corner behind the APC to watch out toward Long. Good find. Takes the Angel, continues firing in that direction to see if anyone else will walk in that way. But it's Legia that takes down Sticko instead. Keep trying Legia to push all the way through. He could actually have gone through danger, but they were watching it. So if he gets all the way around, this could be big. Does Dead Fox know he's gone through?
Well, he's got them locked in now. He doesn't have to push any further. They've got the 5-on-3. He knows it's still towards long end. They're still showing presence there as well. He's holding middle, watching the connector itself. He can actually call for all the backup there. On the A side, it's looking very promising for Big right now. Still got all 5 players alive. Legia, the only one tagged up down to 53 HP. Only a flashbang remaining. Legia going to strike at this point. This is looking very good, but the timing doesn't lose him slightly. Tees might pick up 1 kill here. This is why I wasn't a fan of this investment from Bonnet. He had $600 for it in the end, but we've got 2 players now that are significantly weaker in terms of the financial game. I guess it's not the end of the world, but they'll take an eco here for sure. 2-1 for Big, though, on the CT side. I would say they're the underdogs here. They're yet to really post an amazing performance at any sort of international event. Star-studded lineup in terms of players we've seen at the top end before. Godby being at majors, same story for Nex as well. Tabson, an up-and-coming star. They couldn't quite win the Mountain Dew League events last week in Leicester. Tabson, though, in the grand final, I think got 100 frags in 3 maps. That was kind of insane. And he's a decorated player in terms of he's been to big events before. Keeve, probably a lesser-known name, and Legia, always been at the mid-table in terms of CSGO. Been a coach before as well, and never really found, I guess, amazing form or anything to really write home about, but still a decent player in his own right.
Everyone's a decent player in their own right, Henry. In my own right, I'm a decent player.
Yeah, I've always said that about you.
Thank you. I forget what Kenny S. said. He doesn't know anything anyway.
Well, for now, there are upgraded pistols and a flashbang available for the T side. Very unlikely to get the bomb down here. That's the objective. Flash is decent. Have some blind with the gear. Easy spray down for him. Farming that cash towards middle. Bomb goes down as well. Angel finds 1 frag, but that should be it for the round.
He is waiting half wall. Starts to wrap in. Damage done. Dead Fox will go down from a spray from Nex, who gets both of them, to be fair, on the M4A1S.
Yeah, quite a comfortable round there, giving 1 kill away. Here's the replay of Legia. Didn't really seem too pressured at all. You've got 1 flashbang into the round. You can't really expect that to work out. It's busting out middle and trying to find a trade, especially on any PT-50s and Glocks. Here we go, though. The first real gun round. We have the AWP in the hands of Keeve, who's shown himself to be pretty decent, actually. I think he's quite a solid AWPer. No AWP for HellRaisers, though. 5 AKs, and that's a problem. Dead Fox is one of their key players, I think, anyway, and we'll see whether he can step up here with the rifle. It's going to be Keeve playing the position we saw him yesterday as well. He's playing the chicken coop. Flashbangs, he likes to bounce off the right-hand side wall and then try and take multiple opportunities to find that first frag. Slow round, though, coming from HellRaisers. They have got execution potential here in terms of grenades. 5 smokes, and I can't see 1 player on the A side of the map. That's Legia by himself. And 4A1S in hand. Trying to shut this down. Smoke come in to take vision away from anyone at the top of mid, but Legia is in front of it.
Angel backs all the way off to make sure no one will push out toward long A. Four players waiting inside of the B tunnels to push potentially onto the site. Next will back off toward E-Box. Kiev will continue to watch the main entrance point. And Angel's walked back into the B halls, which is quite smart considering Legia's position. You would have heard him. Utility thrown, 48 seconds. There's lots of delay available for Big to try and hold them out for a little bit longer as Gobby continues to play directly under the drop. Vision soon to be restored for the players above him, but he's still got position control thus far. And it's no AWP, but they're still going to try and boost up an AK to take the peek, and Dead Fox takes the shot. Down goes the AWP of Kiev.
Great shot from Dead Fox. This will be a B-side attack. It's a Q to go. Gobby only has the UMP, like we said, lacking firepower. He goes down straight away, and Sticko chimes in as well.
Wow.
Very nice round here from HellRaisers. Not giving anything away. Clean sweep as well. It's almost a team ace to 0 yet to frag. It's Legia now. Left in a horrible situation. He can't win this. He'll be saving the weapon for sure. So Big, the money's reasonable. Legia's got like $7,000. Pinky bringing it up as well. You can see it on your screen right now. They definitely can buy into the next round. Saving this M4 will help out kind of to spread the wealth between Tabs and Kiev and Nex himself. But Dead Fox, Matt, we said he needed the AWP there to step up. Apparently not. He can out-duel Kiev with the AK-47. A nice boost. A little bit of an interesting round in terms of all the utility deployed towards that side of the map. But still, great shots, and then everyone stepping up. And I think on paper, you have to agree that HellRaisers have a lot more in terms of aimsters in their team than Big that do have available to them.
It's true. Absolutely no question about it.
Like, we talk about Nex, right? I remember, like, we brought this up the other day. Anyone wasn't watching. He was in that Mouse Sports team, like, in 2015, 2016. He was considered one of the up-and-coming stars of German CS. We haven't really had one of those in terms of someone who looks like world-class. And when he first joined Mouse Sports, especially on Dust 2, he looked like an absolute monster. He was, like, kind of similar to Nico and some of the aim kind of capabilities he had. And then after he found some sort of notoriety, he sort of significantly dropped off. And this kind of team seems to suit him right now. Decent performances the last few days, but we'll see whether Big can keep going here. First gun round goes in favor of HellRaisers, 3-2 now. And it's an AWP on either side. Dead Fox this really comes where he comes into his own, I think.
Coming into his zone, a coming of age. That's not really the same thing, but Henry, we're gonna go with it. Ooh. Kiev's got a shot on Sticko through the edge of the smoke.
Yeah, that was a nice little one-way for Sticko. Timing alludes to no. And it's going to be Legia pushing up towards the end of long A. That's a bit of a risk, all things considered. They've got the 5 and 4 now. Done damage towards Angel as well. Legia doesn't want to die here for sure. So Tabs helping him out, though. He's patrolling middle, making sure he doesn't have to worry about anyone coming in his back. And Legia, there we go. HE grenade towards Angel as well. That's the low HP player. So 5 on 3. Hard work's been done now. Wait for their T's to respond. And there's trade frags at this point.
Bondic continues to prowl within the depths of drop. Not quite as successful as the previous round. The problems exist in the economy as such. Poor Chicken's a little confused. He just keeps running into the wall, Henry.
Yeah, you hate to see that.
You hate to see it. Tabson's going to wait half wall, nade to go down.
Just to see how deep that grenade can actually go. Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, the timing of that throw is not easy. If you can dodge a wrench, you can't dodge Legia. Gets in behind. This is so perfect. Dead. Bomb down. Round over. Bondic left in a 1 versus 5. 23 seconds. He's already been heard. Get on either side of him. It's like Kiev and AWP might be able to save that, but Nex says no.
Yeah, really nice discipline there from Legia. Coming for the flank, like we said, Big finding those early frags to make it a 5 on 3. Didn't have to work too hard at that stage. Legia goes for the long flank, takes a bit of a risk there. If he goes down, maybe gives him an opportunity to get back into the round. But he spots 2, allows 1 to walk up a bit further that round, find a false sense of security. Takes him down first. That's the prime target. He's got the AK. He can easily 180 you and take you down once you kill the AWP. So he goes to that target first, then takes the AWP down. Really nice stuff, very controlled, and a double AWP setup now on the Big side. Legia, like we said, the secondary AWP for this team. We're picking that responsibility up as well. AWP on combo is always an interesting discussion. Chad and I don't like it, but it certainly has its place in the early stage of the game, especially when you're controlling the economy like these are. Right now, you see Nex doing some good work here. They've got no grenades, what I mean. They can't really segregate the AWPers in a sense of not having the full execution potential and making those AWPs very difficult to find anything to work with.
Gobby. Molotov down to the stairs will get pushed off, goes immediately to Hobbit Hole. Question is, did they hear the tick or not? Because if they did, it's quite clear and evident that he's gone missing quite quickly, which should indicate that he's in the corner. I think Angel is going to spot it. Yeah, Zero's got it. They knew. They knew, Henry.
So with little to no grenades there, HellRaisers should be taking this round. Lagia doing what he can there, misses a shot, that should be his death now. So HellRaisers with simple kind of teamwork towards B side, finding all sorts of work there. And it's going to be 3 frags to 0.
Simple hasn't played for HellRaisers in a very long time.
What's that about?
Well, you said simple teamwork.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay. 0, his first 3 frags in the game, coming a very important round as well. Back and forth so far. 4-3, big with a decision. Do they buy into this one? Apparently not. They've got 5k on Lagia. It's going to keep things a bit more modest. So Deagle's, PT50s, and Tabs has got some body armor here, a couple of flashbangs, no HEs to work with as we get into round number 8. It's going to be a 4-man stack from the CT side. We've got Lagia working towards long, but quick frags coming in here. Dead Fox, as he spots Tabs and pushing through the smoke there, takes him down. At this point, they can stir it right down and just wait for the CTs to keep pushing. And I think Lagia is spotted, has indeed. Angel punishes him for trying to get out of long A.
Kiev. PT50 seems to be rewarding for him in most situations.
Yeah.
But he goes down immediately.
So,
not quite immediately, but pretty close to immediately, Henry.
Yeah. Another buy available for big. They could have bought into the last round. It would have been very weak, though. They're trying to look at the bigger picture. No kits going into round number 9 here. Orbs back out there for Kiev. You can see next limited to stun to that UMP. I always say that. It seems to be the gun that people find the most amount of frags with, so maybe that's not even an issue anymore. We'll go back towards B, though, for HellRaisers. 1 player towards the top middle. That's Angel. And once again, there's 2-man setup on the A side. It's Lagia and I think Tabson, who, okay, Kiev with the orb there. He's changed to, he's been playing B primarily so far. He's being a little bit dynamic here, going towards long A. We see Fallen holding this angle most famously. Very good at it. And we get flashed off. Oh, God, didn't know flash coming in. Actually misses the shot there. So he's at least getting information as to where the AWP is. And now back into the default. Actually, I think it's a full B execution. They know the AWP's in the A side of the map. Let's get in B right now.
And they'll try to do exactly that with Molotovs, both in the arch and on the stairway. Clears back the up-close effect. Sticko gets Tabson as a result. Not a bad one to find considering the form he's been on as of late, but it's Gabi inside of the smoke. Good position, but wrong angle to watch as his crosshair snapped to the right. They jumped out to the left. It's Lagia that now has to try and do it all, holding off from a position that was quite toasty. I haven't had toast in a while.
This B-side play from HellRaisers looks very pretty brutal right now, isn't it? Everyone's just trading frags. They're not giving anything away. Multiple kills from Zero, Bondic that round as well. Looking very good indeed, and they're shutting down the economy of big overall. 5-4. Another eco required for the CT side. I don't think they'll bring much to the table at all. Deagle, PT50, CZ. 1 flashbang, another B stack by the looks of things. And HellRaisers, I think, just keep going towards that B side, bullying them there. Dead Fox back on the AWP this time. Lagia waiting with the flashbang, pops it in. Don't think that would do too much. I think he actually flushed himself in the process, so he'll be taken down. Angel finds quite an easy frag there through the smoke with Sticko as well. And it's a 5-on-3 as quick as that.
As quick as you like, Henry. Bondic's going to try and do a little more damage with both Zero and I don't know why I said both. There's only 2 of them in general, and I was referring to a 3rd person by doing so, Henry, so it didn't really make sense. But it's back over toward A, where they still have 2 players on the CT side, so this should be pretty straightforward. They're just being disciplined. This is kind of the discipline that Chad was talking about the other day.
Exactly. They know up against a full eco. They've got 5 players alive. They get to group up and go together, but they're happy to run the timer down, wait for more mistakes to be made. It's actually quite refreshing to see that kind of mentality. Instead of running around ahead as chickens and giving rounds or kills away, every kill counts in Counter-Strike. People don't put enough weight into that. Like giving away a kill, even against an eco, you give them $300, then you take 5k away from yourself as well. And when you're a team like HellRaisers, who can be quite fragile in that respect, if you have Dead Fox who doesn't have his AWP, that's a massive deal. So I'm actually quite happy to see it. They're not, you can see right now, they haven't given away a single point of HP. That's how, okay, I said a 97 Angel stick up, you know what I mean? It's looking very good.
I know what you mean. I think I know what you mean.
Oh, 1 player might get down here. Apparently not.
Nope. Yep.
That's great.
17 HP. Deagle doesn't do anything. 6-4. Economy building as well. 12k. For Zero at the start of the round. AWP comes back up for Kiev. This will put them on a 4-round spread. They'll go into a maximum loss bonus, so unfortunately they're not on the terrorist side. I'd say if you can get a bomb plant, they'll be in good position, but on the CT side, $3,400 alone won't do it. And they're pretty much bought into Zero at this point. You can see it just disappearing.
No armor as well. That suggests how low things have got. Kiev waiting to really sink his teeth into this first half. Angel pushing through middle. That's an easy frag there. Nice shot as well. I think that's Acuda's get in there. He's got the bomb. Will just be running in with his teammate as well. Smokes towards connector. Stop the rotations coming as well. Angel will probably go down to God B here, surely. There it is. You can hear them coming. Gets a pre-fire. Low HP kill. And Ligier is going to do it again, Matt. Oh, God.
That's insane. He gets behind them again. That's the third time he's been able to evade them either through danger or the bottom of middle and get behind them. So well done from him. The problem is that the bomb is down. They're both on the site. So even though he's got good position, the flank's over. It's now a retake. His teammate will go with him as well. He's brought Ligia around, and they're going to boost up onto Romeo. This will give them even better position considering they're trying to take from long and mid. They have no information, though, and Ligia's gotten relatively close with the smoke down. They have still no information. This should go HellRaisers' way. Flash out, though, and Ligia nails Bondic. Zero's gone around the other direction, spots the head, takes down Kiev. And a tap from Ligia. He's not sure which way to look. Zero knows he's not on top, but he's heard him jump up. Yeah, you can see it looking for him, and that's going to be the round alone.
As a problem for Ligia, he probably has a chance getting the full defuse in there if he has the kit. He doesn't. He knows he's going to get hunted down. Has to make a noise in that jump, and that's the end of the round, like you pointed out. Like, you hear that footstep. Everyone's just not a kind of Counter-Strike aficionado, I guess.
Connoisseur.
Yeah, like if you once you're on the bomb, you can't make any sound at that point, right? If you can't make any footsteps, you're stuck to the bomb. You can't move around. If you make a footstep, it suggests you're not on the bomb anymore, and the T won't face. So once you hear that footstep, after he's tapped the bomb for the defuse, you know you don't have to face once again. You have to wait for him to touch the bomb once more. And you can see the gear is clutching at straws at that point, jumping up in the side, trying to hope that a mistake was made by the T, but he wouldn't have won the round regardless. He didn't have the kit to work with those. So HellRaisers, I think with 5 rounds in a row, as you pointed out before, you get $3,400 with the maximum loss bonus, but that's not enough to buy on the CT side. You don't have the benefit like the T side do. If you get the bomb down, you get an extra $800 per player. You're purely relying on that loss bonus and the frags you get, like $300 for an M4 kill, for example.
So interesting what you guys talk about with spawn-based Counter-Strike.
Oh, did you listen to that? That's cool, right?
I try not to listen to you guys unless I have to, but no, I did. I was listening. This map, there's very little variance on the CT side.
Did you hear the stuff we did about when 1.6 and Source?
Yeah, every 4 rounds.
The rotation. That was, I completely forgot that was a thing. And I thought that was a really interesting part of the game. Like I remember having in-game leads I used to go up against and like thinking, right, I know this I like to play. I know he's got this spawn this round. I've got notes of where they're spawning, where they're rushing on these sort of rounds, and you think, okay, they rushed it on this 4 rounds ago. We're going to stack this position. I think that was a really cool way to just kind of keep things consistent, and it takes away random elements I don't think should exist in esports. I don't think you should have anything that's random necessarily.
Unfortunately, you're literally living in a binary world.
Yeah,
not quite binary anymore, but yeah, you get it. There's always an element of RNG in any game, no matter what.
Sure, but I mean, like something like that. That's just one thing that was removed from
I get it.
Source. And people know, like I said, I don't think anyone's ever mentioned that before. But it's just like if that was one thing that was the best in-game leaders kept track of, and they were able to kind of balance the game in their favor by potentially outsmarting their opponents. Or
T-side has a big variance on this map, by the way.
Yeah, you can spawn like on the platform above or where they are right now.
Yeah, the top of the 5 in the group there. Very close to it. I'm not sure who that is. I can't see on my screen. It is Angel as well over there. So it's interesting thought. And as you can see, they've got the spawns for A. They're going to go A. There is a massive difference in the spawn in CT if you had a 6th player, because then he's put up on the platform where the bomb actually is planted, but you never see that in 5v5 competitive.
Sure.
It's an overflow, if you will.
Well, for now, number 12. Big looking a little bit out of the depth there. After losing the pistol, got 3 rounds in a row after that with the force by victory in number 2. And they managed to control the economy of that section. Since the gun rounds really have begun, they've been overwhelmed. This is a change of pace, though. Obviously, had 2 frags at Ligia. A decent job to find 1 kill at least. But this is another B stack from the CT side. This round pretty much is over after that 1 frag. That might sound a little bit strange to say, but if you can overwhelm a bomb, then you've got the AKs, smoke out the choke points. Not really much the CTs can do in terms of a retake here, especially this pistol's in hand. So try and boost over the smoke, hope for the best. But this is done. The bomb we planted momentarily. Good job by Tapson there to find at least 1 kill. I thought that was completely done, but at least he gets $300 based off the debt for his PT-50, which costs $300. And you also get that for finding a kill with it.
Next, it's back, trying to find the next hit, get some information based on post-plant, but he won't go any further than that. So it'll go to 8-4 HellRaisers. Looking quite comfortable. Dead Fox takes down next, spots up the Kiev's inside of the doorway, still trying to use that PT-50 to the best of his ability. Still, he'll go down. Down faster than an impeached Trump.
What did you get that in there today?
Yeah, find that kind of interesting.
Round 13. Double upset about. This is normally brought out when things get a bit dire. Overall, you're kind of struggling. You're not holding off the B site. And there's a decoy. Off the map it goes. We're going to follow it all the way.
It's to distract the wolves.
Off it goes. Well, double up set up, and we'll see whether it's Kiev towards long A. This time it's not. He's going to be in the B side of the map. Got B. Have a look at the scoreboard quickly. Yeah, he's a 2 for 9. Like we kind of detailed at the start of the game. Very good in terms of an in-game leader, but similar kind of fate that maybe Pronax suffered in Fnatic. Just can't keep up with some of his teammates here. Another B-side attack here. Got B, just like call him out. Managed to get 2 frags from the drop-down room. This is looking good now. 3-on-3. Kiev still alive on the upper platform as well. Going to find 2 kills. Headshots, both of them as well. Not too bad at all. And Sticko cannot finish the round off. That was looking so good for HellRaisers. Got B. That's so perfect. As soon as I call him out, managed to get 3 kills in 1 round. So,
not bad. Do it again, Henry. Call him out again.
Oh, I'm happy now. I'm satisfied.
Oh, well.
He stepped up.
He'll go back to sleep now. Why do some counter-terrorists randomly have their visor up?
Bit of variation, I guess. I haven't noticed that before.
It'd be interesting if it was some sort of tell. I've never noticed it either, actually. That's the first time. I've never really paid attention to the detail. It'd be interesting if it was a tell between who had head armor and who didn't.
That was another interesting thing they removed from CSGO, the fact you can choose your skin.
Oh, man, I missed the elite crew.
Yeah, you could actually choose it. And
the Arctic Avengers.
We had map-specific skins we used to play with. Like, let's say you're playing Aztec, you go the seals
to blend in. Yeah.
So it was actually obviously such a small nuance, but it was just kind of cool, I thought, you know. Bit of personality.
Okay, let me test my theory. You talk for a minute. Oh, it doesn't work.
Default for now, HellRaisers.
My theory's wrong.
What was your theory? I was
going to say it'd be cool if when the visor's up, they didn't have head armor.
Okay, yeah.
But it doesn't work that way.
It's weird, like, Counter-Strike's never had a visual representation when you have head armor or body armor itself.
Just imagine a guy walking around, nice bald Moses head shining in the sun. Well, that guy's got no head armor.
Yeah.
Then again, that thing is basically a tactical helmet in itself.
He hasn't heard. He hasn't shouted at
He hasn't done anything. He's probably over there internalizing.
Well, 5 players still alive on either side, but now 50 seconds remaining. Money quite limited for HellRaisers. I can see they don't really have much to work with in terms of the execution. That hasn't really been a problem before. They've been grouping up and finding frags together. Sticko throws himself towards B. Bombs at A. He's just trying to find 1 frag here if possible. Kiev seems to be aware of this though, and it's going to be him getting the frag as well. Managed to dodge the Molotov. Knows there's another player there considering that's where the Molotov came from. Bomb down. Should be round over, and Big clawing 1 back here. It's going to be 3 players remaining for HellRaisers, but Angel got a decent position. Favor of Big. This is still a T-side map for sure. More balanced these days, but Big, they are keeping up with HellRaisers. I didn't think they would. I thought this would be a bit of a blowout, but Big actually showing to me at least they can run in the big box sometimes. I guess HellRaisers still considered a tier 2 team, but they can cause some huge upsets. We saw, like we said, at Star Ladder, taking out some big names to find themselves in the top 4, which is pretty cool. It's going to be the final round of the first half here, 8-6. Orp on either side. Kiev no armor though once again. Next goes down first, and it should be a double frag. Apparently not though. The gear goes down to just 13 points of health. He'll be smoking it off and staying alive for now. Presence towards middle. This will be the final attack on the looks of things.
Well done from Gabi to take Dead Fox. Before he has to fade off inside of the smoke, he'll put a Molotov out that they have to run through as well, but it's 0 instead. That will cut off all other access to the site by putting a Molotov out inside of a Romeo, as we affectionately call it. Is there anything more affectionate, excuse me, than 2 people killing themselves over love?
Yeah, right? Should we do that one day?
It's getting to that point, Henry.
Yeah.
I think it's near the time.
might be coming. Yeah. Well, okay then, there's the first half done. HellRaisers managed to pick up 9 rounds in the T-half, not too bad at all. Looking like the more dominant team after having the spell of 3 rounds in a row in the early stages. Big managed to find themselves at 6. We'll take a quick break and see how the second half concludes here on the Cobble.
well. We get back into it immediately. Great shot from Kyiv to start off what was an eco round, and thankfully so, because it gave them a string of 3 to combine with that of their 6. They did not get much beyond those early 3.
No, certainly not, but they still managed to have a few impressive rounds. HellRaisers, though, as a unit, looking impressive, especially with that B site. Nothing too fancy in terms of tactics or great executions, just actually splitting the bomb site together, drop down towards the upper platform, kill after kill, just overwhelming the CT side there. Looking very good, and I think they should be picking this one up, and we'll see what happens in the second half here. Obviously, it's absolutely big on the T side, known for their execution span, so maybe we see something really interesting brought to the fray, and they'll start showing
they
us
did have some cool ones yesterday.
On Inferno especially, remember the fakes they had and the kind of innovative kind of ideas of smoking off in front of the B-bomb side and going CT spawn and that kind of stuff.
You guys always say innovative.
Yeah, what do you say?
Innovative.
Yeah, I've always said innovative.
Yeah, it's interesting. There's some
I'm not sure if
words
that's a
that we
British
say
thing.
different.
I'm not sure. I've never said it.
I'd have to look at the spelling and thinking of both at the same time. It's like aluminium.
Yeah.
Is actually correct over aluminum.
Yeah, it's weird. I never got that. Is it America the only country that does that?
Yeah, Canada says aluminum typically. Okay. I say both. Depends on where you are. It depends on how high of your, typically how, I won't say how high your education is, but how attentive you are to the English language.
Yeah, sure.
If that makes sense.
Wow. Big. Certainly the underdogs here. Putting up a decent showing, I think, so far. I'll have a look at the scoreboards while we're here as well. I can't actually. They go after the half. I forget that. I kind of always throw myself under the bus when I do that. We're just going to reset everything. We're going to do it again. Let's get into it, shall we? It's going to be the big pistol round. It looks like it's going to be quite a technical one as well. We've got 2 smokes, Molotovs, flashbangs, decoys, all sorts coming in here. No upgraded pistols. The Glock train will be getting off the track in a moment. And we'll go into the CT buy as well. Forces of armor, pretty standard. And a diffuse kit for Sticko and 2 flashbangs. Angel goes aggressively towards Widowed Silence USP, won't spot anyone crossing, and makes his way towards long A.
Look at Gabi, Kyiv, all waiting. Virtus Pro-esque. Or, sorry, Virtus Premier-esque.
Nice. As
they wait out toward the statue to make sure there will be no one pushing through. Angel's got the corner covered off towards CT instead. And he has to wait with the USP. A USP that could be lethal if it gets the headshots. Jump across Legia. A jump angle, perhaps. They're just going to... Ooh, okay, that works. I was going to say, they're just going to run around the corner directly into him. They do now. No kills for Angel. The more he shoots and misses, the more problems he will have. Down he goes, Legia with the kill. Smokes off as well a wall. It covers off door. Not back of the APC, however. Flashes will do that instead, and Tabson makes good on it. So too does Nex, and Tabson boosted up, takes down Dead Fox.
It's a really interesting brand of counter-strike they bring to the table. You can see they've got, excuse me, it's like a set piece coming into the pistol round. They've got the exact buy they need, and it's execution coming in. It's very rare to see that these days. Normally you're doing defaults and then having the smoke just for connect. That would be it. They're actually doing a full wall of smoke. He said that covers a connector, not necessarily the back of APC, but they're already getting out to that position, willing to take frags. And Big finding the second half pistol there. That was very nice to watch. And it seems like God B has been doing the homework and the theory crafting with these boys. And yeah, it's good to see that working out for them. We'll go into the second round. 4 spy from HellRaisers. Dead Fox, of course, the AWP not going all in. 5-7, CZ, and Desert Eagles to work with. A few smokes as well, and some flashbangs. And we'll see whether HellRaisers can give a Big the same treatment they received in the first half.
So it's Tabson that sits at the top of the drop to make sure that no one will be boosted up for information or anything other. Positional control, perhaps. No one will be, but Bondik is certainly ready with a nade as they throw the Molotovs down. However, he's forced off the angle, and the nade goes a bit deep. Does do decent damage onto Tabson, to be fair. Can't record Tabson. Dead Fox with the deagle in hand will try to peek wide. He has moved back across. Thanks, sir. Spots the smoke coming in. Knew where it bounced as well, which means he knew where it was thrown from, so he knows they're definitely to the left side, confirming his early suspicions. I didn't quite catch if he saw it and confirmed it early on. I like that. Very small gap that Dead Fox tries to take advantage of, but why not? Ooh. Problem is, that reaches the box. He's got to go to the archway. He could have very easily been taken down in transition there.
damage being inflicted to either side. Taps down to 47. Same story for Dead Fox as well. Angel now with some flashbang, but he managed to avoid it. Does damage again, but can't find the frag. 5 and 4 now in favor of the T side. They will be committing towards the B bomb site here. Bondix waiting with the CZ. Sticker chimes in with that 50-50. Could cause some damage here, but unfortunately they'll be taken down, and that should be the round concluded. But Zero, he's got other things to say here.
Pick up the double kill again. He looked solid last night, as we mentioned, on the T side. He's down to 5 HP. They can't go too aggressive. Dead Fox is only on 8, but a deagle shot is lethal. There's no need to give up more than they have to, especially with 2 AKs in the mix. Right, Henry?
Absolutely.
Yeah, I agree.
Well,
I concur.
Big. 3 players alive. Dead Fox has nothing to do in this round. He's got 8 HP, no armor, no nades, and a deagle. So Big should be getting the 3-0 here. It's almost automatically going to be a full EK for HellRaisers into the next round. And this should tie things up, ultimately. Should bring us into 9-9.
You know what'd be awesome for Big?
What?
They were all like sumo wrestlers. And they just wore shirts that said Big.
Big. Or no shirt, it's painted on your body.
Ah, I like that too.
Yeah. No one's done that. No one's experimented with the body paint.
Yep, that's
maybe
the next jersey.
Like a kind of warrior, almost. Got the face paint going on, body paint, intimidate your opponents. Come out there flexing.
The amount of times players rub their face during a match, though, if you had face paint on, it would just end up all over everything.
That's true. Well, I guess you have to choose the right team.
Yeah. Someone that's very stoic.
Don't rub your face as you're playing games. Keyboard's got a lot of bacteria on it. Won't be good for your skin, Matt.
Noted.
Just in case. Try to avoid touching your face at all.
Never would have thought so.
Yeah, just if you're a gamer, don't touch your face ever, I would say. If you want to have nice skin, at least. Bit of a life hack there for you.
I don't know if I'd call that a hack, but I'll take it.
Bit of advice, maybe.
Yeah, advice is probably
if you're a young player
word.
struggling with skin as a gamer, just stop touching your face. You probably see it improve dramatically. Anyway. Fully go for HellRaisers. I think they've got a little bit of the worm. Well, the snake towards middle. It's not going to work out for them, though. Mowed down by Kiva at the top middle. He's just farming cash here with the UMP. Probably goes down, but doing good well. That Glock might be getting 4. Unfortunately not. 0-0.
Good shot from Dead Fox, mind you. He's got a UMP picked up. Bomb will go down in B. We'll see if he goes to hunt with the UMP or just is content with an AK. That will definitely mean he can back off. There's no better improvement. There's no AWP in the play. So that is all. All she wrote. Climb up, visit Rapunzel. Cinderella. Snow White.
Pocahontas.
Azalea Banks. Oh, Paula.
Yeah.
Pocahontas.
Well, Dead Fox, once again, the last player alive. And we said that the 9-9 was a very possible scoreline, and certainly will be coming in at this point. Bomb will go off and B. They were a little bit cavalier with their eggs on the B side. They've left no one there. I guess they probably had information as to where Dead Fox was. They could hunt him down. I always liked us to have, just in case, one player there to the very end, just to watch everything. But it's fine. 9-9 and an AK save, and it's the first gun round here. This is where HellRaisers really came to life in the first half. But Big keeping up so far. And they get the 3-0. Can they hold on? Not really a bonus round necessarily. They do have God B, who's keeping the UMP, but he was using that in the first half. So mixed effects in the first half. Round number 4. No orb once again for HellRaisers. Even though Dead Fox, I guess he saves the AK, right? So he's fine. So he's happy with that. His money's still at about 3K. So execution here. We knew this was coming from Big. You can see him lining up smokes. They've got something in mind right now. Haven't really picked up any map control. Going to be walking into the middle. I'm sure there's a smoke down for them. Actually not. Next. Just walk straight through. It's up to Sticko now to try and find his first frag.
Shots through from Sticko, but it's Gabi that gets the kill. Next, we'll take Angel. And try and push further up to catch off Romeo. Smoke goes in. Wasn't push too hard because Tabson's already slipped in behind. And down he goes as Bondic gets pushed toward him. It's the bomb plant for Gabi. And Zero and Dead Fox to try and save. Look at this MVP positioning. Ooh, look at the shot from Dead Fox.
Yeah, this is the problem with the economy right now in this game. Obviously, everyone's forced by in that second round. We discussed this so much yesterday. You force by in that second round, you're going to be so weak in the first gun round itself. Again, a good job here finding the frags and T-spawn. It means you're going to have no AWP, like HellRaisers just had. And you're going to have limited grenades. You want to have defuse kits, players about head armor as well. And Big, they know that. You know you've got a weaker CT side up in front of you. So you do something a lot looser. You stick 5 players down middle. This is something MSO is very good at reading in North side. It's good at mixing things up at the right time. Just when he knows the money's weak, they might be focusing on B going for a stack in the area of the map, or they won't have an AWP to actually hold you off for that fast mid play. You're just sending everyone off very quickly indeed, just trying to trade frags. And once you lock those kills in, even if you go 1 for 1, you're dropping the smokes on top of the connector, top of the balcony, and then if a team of our utility, how are they retaking that bomb site? It's almost a nightmare. That's when you have full control of the situation. When you have, you can see right now, see how limited HellRaisers are. They have 1 player on 6 cats. Dead Fox, he can't really buy into this. This is the airstrike sort of setup we talk about so much. You get HE grenades on the CT side, normally towards B. Chuck them in when you hear some sound cues and hope you can pick up a frag here. That's normally all it's good for, but it's very rare to actually see this work.
Hop shot. Potentially heard around the world, Henry.
Cube is up in a very defensive position.
Yeah, that's
this is like
kind of what I was saying.
Public server.
He's so high up there.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
Like, you used to hate this guy in the 30-man servers.
The thing is, when it works, like, I wouldn't even be mad on the CG side. I'd just be like, why are you there?
We've only got pistols. We're already dead.
Yeah, they're already dead.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's how CSGO works, Henry.
In this round, at least.
We shall see. We shall indeed see. Tabsent. E-box. Gonna slip out. Flashes go in. Doesn't really even need the flash. He's done a lot of damage. He's got no kills. He's got no kills at all. He's down to 5. They've lost Dead Fox. Zero's low. But Zero that could still take down Tabsent because of all the damage he did and somehow survives. And that is the round. They're already dead.
They are already dead. Well, they get 1 kill. That's next. Doesn't really equate to too much. Big now taking the lead here. It will be 11-9. Angel just trying to do what he can. Probably wants to save the head armor and PT50. But we'll see. Big with another pretty clean round. They have been very good at these anti-ego situations. And when they have money and they can allow their star players to run in, that's when we're going to see them causing a lot of damage here. I would say HellRaisers, I thought they're going to run away with this game. But this is actually looking to be one of the most exciting we've had in the last few days. They seem quite equally matched.
I would say they are. More so than I think most of us would have expected in some ways.
Round 6. Money available. Dead Fox, the first time having the AWP in his second half. 4 and 4s around him. This is another decent buy for HellRaisers. Not bothering the head up and now they know against full AKs and AWP, so they're not going to waste $350 in that respect. And looking at the setup, 3 towards B, 2 at A this time. We have got Sticko in the middle, joined by Angel as well. Smokes coming in towards the upper platforms, just following that from Dead Fox. Actually, very deep, I have to say. Allows him to go a bit more aggressive with the AWP and Zero as well. Molotov the left-hand side to see if he can flush anyone out, and then they'll leave Dead Fox in this position. They can probably send another player towards A if they really wanted to. And it's looking like what Big want to go. They haven't got any map control just yet. Smoke's going down. If they push that smoke, I wouldn't have thought so. Holding up, waiting for that to go down. Still got plenty of time available, so this is fine.
Nade bounced in, bottom mid. Zero goes on 76, but that's inconsequential, at least for now. See if it makes a difference later, Henry. Oh,
hate to see that.
That is... Oh, I was getting ready to just get excited, build it up with slow pace, and then just get wrecked by the worst timing in the world. Sticko, meanwhile, is going to play a long, swings back, catches off Gobby, that takes the bomb down for a moment. He'll Molotov that off very smartly.
There he is, though.
He knows that's fine. He's Molotov'd out, flash in. Keeve gets him. I'm surprised there's no one in position to try and trade that or hold the angle with the bomb down, but this is interesting because the smoke out next will cross, and suddenly the round does go back in the favor of Big. Zero's in a good position. Playing aggressive. And next gonna swing. Yeah, next. As soon as you win the APC position when you're playing in behind at the barrels, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's true. Well, HellRaisers yet to get around in the second half, man. Who would have thought? Currently 6-0 in favor of Big. Looking very good. Since winning that pistol, you think back to the execution, full wall of swings that pistol, they've set the tone ever since. This is another difficult buy here for HellRaisers. The Famous making a rare appearance. 3 of them.
Famous Famous.
No kits.
That's, yeah, what? Where's the UMPs?
Where are the UMPs? What is going on? They're breaking the game.
It's like PUBG where they're broken right now.
Yeah.
If you spray them and if you put them on auto in PUBG, it will instantly seize up and stop shooting after like 2 bullets. Kill me twice today is really mad about it.
Yeah.
Thank you for caring about PUBG, Henry.
No, I've never played it, really. I've played like 2 games.
What are you talking about? You guys want a squad?
Yeah, I've played like 3 games, maybe.
We want a squad together.
Yeah.
I died.
I didn't know what I was doing.
Won.
I was just running around with you guys.
Well, you guys killed everyone.
It's one of those, you have to be told what to do. I haven't played those games enough.
Well, you did all right. You did darn good.
This could be a really rough round for them. Obviously a maximum loss bonus, but as you described earlier, that's never going to be enough for a force buy. Well, a full buy, I should say. They have scrapped together something here. Dead Fox been very quiet so far. So overall, he's got 8 kills and 14 deaths, and he's on top of the scoreboard in terms of points. So that's kind of interesting. But 9 for 12.
I think he's going to go through this. Flash out, smoke dissolves. Thought he'd go with a little bit more pace. Counter flash, can't go around the corner at this point in time. They're already out drop room. That's why I thought they'd go with more pace. Bomb's over toward A, but they're going to fake that back to B. The rotations have all gone through connector, expecting it to be a split. B side's wide open. This is quite good.
Yeah, look how they baited everyone out of the B side.
That's insane. 2 players down drop,
Everyone.
They smoke it, they run through the smoke, go by them, and B's open. That's so well done from Big.
Plant the bomb, boys. There we go.
Angel will try and do it again. Legia's going to cut him off toward the doorway. Dead Fox. 1 versus 3 with the AWP. And I would say the round, yeah, that's probably the smart decision. Just get away. Yeah. Forget the FAMAS, you have an op.
Yeah, you got no kit, no nades. Save that AWP. Maximum loss bonus again, but this is bait. HellRaisers in the force back around. I'd suggest yes at this point. You're currently 7-0 down in the second half. And this is, once again, Big is looking very controlled as a unit. Like, this is a nice overall package, great use of fakes, and they've just baited the entire team at the B side, Matt, while having someone in the connector watching the smoke, and the jumping shot with the Glock takes down Dead Fox. The AWP won't be saved.
Yeah, why not? Why not? That's one way to get it. I'm surprised. Yeah, okay. The heck, Keeve already had it, so they didn't care to go grab it. I'm surprised they rotated that quickly and that aggressively, to be honest.
I guess you're clutching at straws already. You've got Famises, no kits. You've got that one AWP. You just think, we have to take a gamble here. Take an educated guess as to where they're going. We've seen signs over there. Send everyone over. God B, the master, though, not known for his firepower, but he gets in the right position there to find the first frag and call the B sides open for his teammates. Buys him a little bit more time. He goes down to the Famis eventually. Time was running low, but they got it perfect. The bomb went down. Nothing they could really do. And they find the AWP as well. It has to be another eco for HellRaisers. 13-9, 7-0. And we've got 5-7s. CZs, bit of body armor to work with here. They might go for double AWPs next round. I would say that's almost certain at this point.
Yeah, I would completely agree with you on that, as Keeve's going to try and get back in position. He's got to be careful. There's a bit of a stack out toward the hay bales and one more down toward danger. But as the smoke, or excuse me, the flames are fading away, Keeve will catch off Angel, and Tabson takes Dead Fox. Stick a good shot to at least get next, but surely he goes down next. And there it is. Tabson's got him. I would say 0 gets 0 kills here. That's my guess.
Well, CZ can be a bit of a
nuisance.
Nuisance, that's a good word for it. And there it is.
Okay, well, all right. Great predictions, me. Always was.
Well, I think at this point you just save that AK for the next round. You're not going to win this one. You know they're going towards B. Bomb we planted. I don't think you've got any grounds to even consider trying to retake the bomb site. Trying to take it the next round. 49 though. 8-0 coming in. Can't get going here at all. Cobble's normally a decent map for HellRaisers. They've taken down some big scalps in Pro League on this map especially. This is when we kind of started, oh, okay, this is a decent team. They can play. Cobble, for me, I remember, like, amazing game for Dead Fox, especially on the CT side on this map. But for now, their money's just been a disaster. The force buys have been all over the place. And at Famicid, no kits, no armor, no grenades to work with. This can't really get going here. Shocking. Big actually looking like a pretty formidable team. Top fragging is Legia, 24 kills for him, 12 deaths. Not far behind is next. Nice one,
next
Henry.
is next, I know.
Nice one, Henry.
It's
Tabson.
fine, don't worry about it.
Tabson, 14 kills. Not going wild, but it doesn't really have to at this point. His teammates, everyone's contributing.
We're in the bottom of the ninth, Henry.
Yeah, we're almost there. It's what, how long have we been here for? 2 months, 3 months?
4 months.
4 months, has it been really?
February 14th was the last time I was home. We were here for a week before that. So, and we were here 2 weeks before that because we came here pretty much after the major. Went back for Vegas, came back over, then went Katowice, and then, yeah, the list goes on and on.
Oh, there you go.
It's been 4 or 5 months.
It's flown by.
Has it?
I've enjoyed it. I don't mind. I've got nothing to go back
I'm
on
not saying
to.
I didn't enjoy it. It just didn't fly by to me.
I've got nothing to go to, so I'm fine. I'm fine. For me, I'm just happy to be out of the house, you know. Get me out. Give me some Counter-Strike to talk about, I'm fine.
Yeah, get a real tan for once.
Yeah.
Bounce Molly's going to force Bondic back. He's lucky to get away before they spotted him from the top right. Tabson was putting himself in that position. Bondic bounces off the wall to check. See if they were pursuing. They were, but not quite when he did so they both get away with it. Bombs dropped intentionally inside of the B tunnels. Interesting rotation for Kiev. He's going to go back all the way towards spawn. They don't have any information toward the B tunnels, and he wants to make sure that they're completely clear when he arrives there with the bomb that's now setting. So this time it could actually be this split. However, Tabson got down and had no idea Bondic was still in the corner, so down he goes, and the split becomes far less of a situation I would expect.
The first advantage for the HellRaisers for a long time here. 5-on-4. Angel looking to give it away, though. Dead Fox chimes in from danger. Finally, something looking promising here for the HellRaisers CT side. Lagia, though, he's fighting back. A great game from him so far. And it's going to be back towards B. It's the fake once again. He's got full control of the side. CT zone with grounds to retake. Another headshot from Lagia. 3-on-3. 15 seconds remaining. Can they get the bomb down in time? It looks like the answer will be yes. Sticko trying to hold them off as long as he can. And finally, Lagia is taken down.
Good play from Next, though, to get Sticko out late from drop. And they've actually turned this. Gobby. He takes down Angel. It was a very chaotic and almost confusing round from Gobby as he takes Dead Fox. It seemed like they had no real indication of what they wanted to do. Indecisive, I think, is the word I'm looking for. But it puts Big on map point. And I think that goes against what Chad would have expected earlier. Not to call it Chad, but just based on what he was saying, he thought HellRaisers would have this.
I thought as well. I thought that what we've seen from HellRaisers in the last couple of days, and especially at LAN events, that they should be a much better team. Like I guess been a lot of anomalies here the last week or so. It's difficult to predict how these ones go down, but this is a best of 3, just to remind you. The winner of this is guaranteed a spot in Pro League. So this is a lot on the line here. Getting into Pro League is very prestigious, probably the most prestigious online league we have. It's worth a lot of money just being in that, and they'll certainly be gunning for it. So obviously Big trying to get in there. HellRaisers trying to avoid being taken down to Mountain Dew League. Just to set the scene for you.
Tabson backs away after clearing out the initial room inside of drop. Mountain Dew League.
Do the do.
Brought to you by
Mountain
Virtus Pro.
Okay, there you go.
Tabson's going to try and get back in this position. He's cleared it twice now, but he didn't see Bondic down below.
Question for you quickly. Do you think Virtus Pro play in that league? Just honestly.
I don't want to get into it.
No.
I have opinions on both sides of that.
Yeah.
I think if they're not going to practice, then no, they shouldn't, because they're just going to make a disgrace of it. Doesn't look good for them.
I think Thorin made a good tweet earlier saying, like, right now they're playing like that. They actually won't even win that league.
No, I agree.
So,
so why bother? But if they're going to put the effort in to get back to Pro League, then yeah, I think they should play it.
Sure.
Now, what I will say is if they don't, they're still going to get invited to events, which kind of creates a bit of an issue, doesn't it? As Kiev's going to take down Angel. It's 3 left on the HellRaisers side. Make that 2. 4 versus 2 at that. Bondic, he's limited. He's outside of the doorway at connector, and Sticko is going to have to go for the flank play. Spots one top ABC, chance to get a headshot toward the tree. And he's done exactly that as we fall to a 2 versus 2. HP now favors the HellRaisers side. However, they have no kits to work with. Molotov instead to go down on the site. Kiev holds true, finds the first shot. It's down to a 1-on-1. Kiev AWP versus Bondic up close. And Kiev staring the right direction, but looks away at the wrong time.
Bondic had no kit, had to operate quickly there. Kiev, really difficult situation. In 1v1, you've lost track of the CT as well. You know he's going to strike at any moment. He could come broken wall or in front of you, and he took the wrong choice there. And gets taken down. Bondic just about wins the round, but only one player surviving there. They saved the AWP, but Big, with plenty of cash, he got like 5 digits on every single player. This will be a mishmash of a buy for HellRaisers. Saving the AWP's beneficial. It should be a mixture of UMPs, M4s, and that AWP. Of course, we'll see who gets the UMP here. Might not be anyone. They might have swapped for rifles and limited in terms of utility. I'll have a look right now. So there's a UMP for Angel. So that's the compromise. Overall, 1 kit and stick over head armor. Not a big deal, really. You know you're going against full AKs here. Maybe just a B rush from Big to shut it down right here, right now. We'll see whether that's the call. Yeah, looks to go aggressive here. Just on the top of that, a smoke on top of it. That's to deny CT to actually gain some control at the start, jump up with the AK, or the AWP, I should say, and then you smoke it off just once you've negated that.
Flames go through. Bombing again nearly gets overlooked. This time Gabi is there with Tabson. So they make no mistake to take him down. Watch on the statue, though. It's Dead Fox.
That's it.
And he's gone. You're right. This is going to be an Angel. Nothing he can do.
Just type killer.
Pray to your God, Angel, because, yeah exactly.
It's
do it. You can't die. It's unfortunate. You can't
no
do
kit, no rifle. Just hope you get a kill.
Do it. Run. Don't stop running. Hold W. Hold W. Hold W. Okay. Angel. 2. Noses a 3rd, but next. Able to get him.
Well, Matt, the T side of Big seems to be formidable.
It seems to be quite big. It seems massive.
Absolutely. Their T side executions from the pistol, from the very first round of their second half, HellRaisers had no response. They kept overwhelmed every... Well, actually, they didn't even win a round. They didn't even get reset. They barely got anything going there whatsoever. I think Big looked like the better team overall. It was HellRaisers in the first half that seemed to be running away with it, but once again, the Big T side is the victor. We're going to throw it over the desk, I think. Should we do that?
Let's pass. Let's not throw it, just in case they don't catch it and they make a mess of it. Let's just pass it to them.
No worries.
Thanks, guys. Pass, throw, whatever you choose. I'll handle it the same. Another good match. Another very good performance out of the Big team, and off the back of some, it looked like some very good structure.
Yeah, sizable victory.
Yeah, definitely.
This again.
You actually have a thesaurus.
I did this yesterday, to be fair, so I can't judge that much. Yeah.
Am I the only one that doesn't have a computer that can do this? I know I have this laptop here.
Yeah, but moving on from that, it was a colossal T-side there. Chad, do you feel it was considerable, enormous, full, gigantic, hefty, huge, or immense?
All of those? Why did you do that, Lauren? I was going to have some fun
Oh,
with
you
this.
guys are really obscure ones.
Absolutely ruined the segment for me. Yeah, no, that T-side was really good. Their C-side, what, they got 6 rounds. It wasn't anything fantastic, but that's kind of the threshold. You want to be in that kind of range. Which one do you want to use, Jason?
There's the source for Big comes up. There's one that says super colossal.
Yeah.
For Big.
That's a good.
Just strikes me as 2 words that
Chock
could, on their own independent way, be...
I'm going to buy you a thesaurus for like your birthday or something, or just have a real good look for it.
I'm fascinated by that.
Yeah.
Anyways, go on, Chad.
It's okay, guys.
How did you feel about the drop situation? Do you feel that there was anything interesting there between HellRaisers? They do like to play it incredibly passively. Do you think it was abused more than usual, or just very dull, very normal?
I think there was a few too many force blows out of them.
Yeah,
you know,
like
that kind of spiraled. The economy is very important. We always talk about it. Dead Fox, he didn't really get going with that AWP. Saw in that last round there, even with one flash, he's negated at the statue. Legia jumps out, pushes up lane.
Yeah.
And then the AWPer is pinned because he's lost his drop player. The other player's been isolated at rock.
already got down, yeah.
You're just getting pincered. Nobody wants to be in the middle of a sandwich like that.
This is really good back and forth
There's so much bussing going on right now.
There really are a lot of buses.
Yeah, we were a bit not harsh, I wouldn't say, but critical of Legian being, you know, the right-hand man to Gob, and that means that maybe his gameplay suffers because of that, but he had a really good game, 27 frags, 14 deaths, and plus 13...
and what we're seeing, I think, out of these relegation matches as well is like the criticism of in-game leaders not being able to frag.
Yeah.
Obviously, their role is to contribute, not in the fragging department, but having this team performing and then playing and attacking aggressively, countering and everything like that. And at the moment, Gob's tactical input is doing a very good job of coming up. Yeah.
Well, no, I
with you.
I think you're right as well, because there's very few teams, I guess, to this degree, at this level, that would depend so heavily on the in-game leadership being that good, right?
Yeah.
Normally, it's all good and well to be an in-game leader, but you don't necessarily see the fruit of your labor so obviously, right? So maybe you do need to make up for that deficit somewhere else by actually, you know, providing some firepower to it. But Gobby actually does pull the strings very well, and it seems that if they do have some sort of firepower, then stepping up with it, whether it be, you know, Tabson we saw yesterday having great games, whether it be Legia on occasion finding it next, whoever it is, as long as they have that there, you actually have a real bit of potential to this lineup. And maybe without it, against other Tier 1 teams, you could see them struggle. That's when maybe you do need that 5th player to turn up. So at the moment, though, they seem okay. But again, Cobble I always thought was going to be the one that they would win out of this series.
This is going exactly how you said it would go. They win Cobble. We'll see how the rest of it goes. You said 2-1 for HellRaisers. We'll keep our eye on that. You do not make predictions. So.
No, Chad doesn't need to.
I just don't think...
Do you not think sweeping statements mean anything?
I like to make broad sweeping statements.
I was going to say, I think that it was like the 80% success rate of taking the B-bomb set on Inferno. I think that's been pretty much shot to hell. Either way, we'll find out after the break because we are going to head off for the moment. When we come back, it's going to be map 2. Big is 1 map away from making it into ESL Pro League next season. Stay tuned.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
Ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, we're up 1 for Big. They go 3-0 to start off their campaign, 2-0ing, Virtus Pro yesterday. And they're up 1 map now against HellRaisers. So they're taking on both of the former pro teams, and they're doing quite well with it.
Yeah, that was their pick, though. We move on to Overpass, which is the HellRaisers map pick, and we'll see whether they can find the 2-0. I would say it's almost certainly give it a third map. HellRaisers, though, not really showing up on the CT half, especially the T side. The execution's been big. Looking on point as ever, and managing to overwhelm them. HellRaisers didn't really have a chance there in the second half. We'll see what Overpass brings, though. I'm having a look at the setup right now. It looks like we'll have a CT start for Big. Of course, they're going to be... Here's the Vetoes right now. So, as you see, HellRaisers start on the T there, and Big starts on CT here on Overpass. That's an advantage, I would say, somewhat. I can't really tell you too much about Big's Overpass approach in general. We don't really get to cast them ever, do we? We don't really go to any events they come to.
Yep. Nope.
So it's a bit of a learning process for
Leipzig.
us.
And we were not at DreamHack Tour. They were there, I think.
Possibly. That sounds about right.
Yeah, and a few others.
Yeah.
A few others.
But I'm always interested. Like, I'm liking their playstyle. I think it's a bit different. I'm not sure how well it would go down maybe in a top level tournament, and being up against teams that don't really give you the level of respect to actually even try executions. You're getting completely bombarded with aggressive pushes and aggressive AWPers everywhere. So it's interesting, but still, time will tell whether this works out for them in the long term. It's going to be the second map here. If they win this one and get the 2-0, they are in the ESL Pro League. And I think for them, that'd be such a milestone. As a
huge, huge. And I think they would be willing to put in the effort and prepare for it. I think they would almost deserve it. Yeah, for sure. Well, time will tell if they make it. Still the advantage, though. They can lose this map and go on to the third. But for now, let's concentrate on this one. We don't get ahead of ourselves. Looks like the pistol's getting ready to begin here. Not quite. We have a few more resets to go. Just looking at the big performance for Big in the previous game. Who was it that was really stepping up? I guess Legia, he was top fragging for the majority of that second half, especially. Looking very good. And how good a Big general is just completely selling a fake on one side of the map and pulling every single CT player. We saw them doing it to VP on Inferno. Similar story here. HellRaisers on Cobblestone. Just very good at faking certain areas of the map. The pistol will begin, though. And we'll have that T-set start for HellRaisers. Have a look at their buy first. 1 smoke, 3 sets of armor. Dead Fox yet to buy. He gets armor as well. A lot of teams favour towards the B sites on the pistol round for the trade potential, and obviously getting the bomb down is much easier than trying to attack the A sites. We'll see if that rings true as we get into this one now. Agia just flash down for Tabson to peek through Monster. No one on the other end of it, or so he thinks. We can see that there is. He doesn't have any idea. As Kiev will look in toward, Connector, good shot. Taps in, doubling it up, tripling as he takes down Angel. Incredible start to the pistol round for Taps in his head, finally removed. But to be fair, he was a crime against humanity and probably deserved it after that round.
Well, not too bad at all there. Tabson, one of the players, been stepping up recently for Big. 3 kills in the pistol, and like we said, a B-sided approach from HellRaisers. Simple execution, 1 smoke going down. Excuse me, just had a milkshake. It's kind of wrecking my throat. I don't know if it was the best idea.
Well, I've got some cough drops if you'd like.
Yeah, might need them. Round number 2 is going to be a semi-force, but I guess you can call it a force. But I got 3 takedowns, head armor. Angel and Dead Fox opting for utility instead of firepower here, and they're going to have 2 smokes. And in terms of the CT buy, 4 UMPs and an M4. Only 1 rifle to work with this, and that's Taps, and he got more of the frags in the previous round. 2. And not focusing on B. That's normally the approach as well in the second round, believe it or not. If you don't win the pistol, you guarantee the bomb almost if you can get the Tech 9s in there with the 2 smokes going down, try and trade maybe just 1 kill and try and get a bomb plant down. For now, they're going towards middle. Can still go back towards B, of course, through the connector. We'll see where that comes in.
Bondik's going to wait it out with the Tech 9. Zero does the same toward Monster, now smoked off. Sticko. 0. Let's just go minimalistic on this. Very slow round. Not much to report. Zero finally will look towards sandbags.
2 smokes still available. Tech 9s, Deagles, smoke grenades. Looks like we'll be heading towards the A side of the map. Very slow indeed. But Sticker, well, I don't see how they get into the A side. They can do the smoke towards bank and towards the city spawn area itself. The objective is to try and get a frag in, and hopefully the plant as well. But they're being held off by utility, and time's ticking away. 25 seconds remaining now, and the bomb's in the bathroom position. They can't really fully commit here. Kiev has been spotted, but still utility to work with here. That'll be it though. 20 seconds remaining, and I guess the bomb has to go in at this point.
Kiev is trying to get back out and find the position at long, but he gets taken down by the Tech-9. Sticko finds 2, and 0 adds in. So we've got a 2 versus 2 situation for those of you who can't keep up, and you're right. They're out of time. I thought they had enough on it, but they didn't get there in time, and the round's done on its own. They don't even need to contest. Next will do so just to add insult to injury for 0.
Yeah, so 0 doesn't manage to save a weapon to the next round. Doesn't get any money into this round either. As you can see, 0, $350. That's a bit of a blunder. They get the frag required, a 2-on-2, but the bomb gets dropped. And they took so long there, Matt. You pointed out, a slow round at the start, and that was actually coming back to haunt them. Towards the end there, they get that bomb down, great position. They want to win the round necessarily, but they'll have money going forward. Now, they have to take a full eco here. Tech-9 on one player, and Glocks around him. Sticko, the player that saved the Tech-9 from the previous one, so really much he can do here. Copy towards the connector position. Might get taken out on the Angel here, not sure. Yeah, he might actually find himself in a lot of trouble.
Angel.
I didn't like that from Copy.
No, not a fan? Tell me more.
It's the fact he pushed up by himself and he knows he's up against a full eco, trying to farm some money with the UMP obviously, but he wasn't focusing on one position or another, just allowed them to overwhelm him with a pincer play. Obviously can't see it coming, but it was a unnecessary risk, I think.
Oh, goes down. I thought it was going to use the UMP to get one more for it, but unnecessary risk. They still recover, but yes, you're right. It does limit Gobby a little bit as they go into the first gun round. He's with 3750, so he gets tossed. One of the UMPs. Kiev buys in.
Look at the money. 0, less than 3K. Similar story for Sticko as well. This is a nightmare.
Dead Fox
he needs to get the orb out, I think. Or yeah, okay. I think you go for the orb. And that's the problem with CS. You should be punished more than this. Like, you shouldn't be able to get like a really viable weapon after like getting completely kind of outplayed in the sense you didn't get the bomb down, you had no money.
You get UMP.
Like, then just get your opinions. Yeah, they're fine.
I wouldn't mind it being changed before the major.
Like, I posted my thoughts on what I thought the change would be. I think you changed it around.
Posted them?
Yeah, on Twitter. Like,
right,
it should be between like $1,800 to $2,000
it
should cost. It shouldn't necessarily be changed the way it fires or anything. Just take away the kill reward, make it about $800, so it's beneath the FAMAS still viable, and you can't necessarily just rely on it when you have limited money like this. You can't just think, I'll just get a UMP and head armor. Yeah, I'm good to go. I feel like it should still cost you a significant amount to even get into it. You shouldn't be able to get head armor. You should be able to body armor with it, maybe. I think that would be a nice fix.
So Gobby will back away. Smoke down. He can be a little bit complacent for a moment, especially because they can make noise when they come through it. So he fires him. A good jump from Sticko, elevating the angle. Good shot from Kiev because they actually trade back on Gobby, and Kiev responds immediately.
They do indeed.
Well, it leaves them with 1 UMP left, but they're very limited. 2 smokes. Can they do it with 2 smokes, Hank? If they cover off the right positions, they're going to try and fake instead with 1.
That's not really going to sell much of a fake. And look at his position here.
Yeah, especially with the timing of the fake.
Oh, no, I thought they were going to get connector. He can hear them. Oh, it's done. Round over.
Yep.
GG.
And, oh, he sees it. Dead Fox! Pretty good. Stops up immediately on the call. 0 probably yelled, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, dead. And then he stopped, but it's Nex that's going to take down Angel. It is just Dead Fox remaining in a good spray through the edge of the wall for Nex.
What a shot that was from Dead Fox. I thought again I had them dead to right, and both of them. Tries to deploy the trigger discipline like we saw on Cobble, like what, 2 or 3 times in that middle area. Unfortunately, they jump around the corner and spot him, so he gets 1 guaranteed frag there. But Dead Fox with a shot from hell, I guess we'll call it, considering he's dead. You know, sort of works, doesn't it?
He also plays the HellRaisers.
Yeah, that works. That's better. That's a better vein to go down.
That is a much better one. Jesus.
God, you hate to see that. Well,
yeah,
that would have sounded much better. Okay, well, feel free to mock me on Reddit if you like.
I'm doing nothing. I'm not saying a word.
Tech-9s and a Glock for Dead Fox. CZs, Tech-9s, and 2 smokes to work with flashbangs, and they're going towards B once again. A little bit of a fake coming in the form of Angel, and it's walking to B. We'll call this a contact play, from what I can see right now, or falling back, not just deciding against it, I guess.
So Bondic will fall back, as you say, deciding against it, and they'll go over toward their teammate Angel, who's been figuring out what's going on toward the dirty toilets.
Dirty toilets?
They're very dirty. I was in there earlier. I wasn't the one who made the messy, though, Henry. That wouldn't be me.
Of course.
Jump up, bang! Keeve sees that, reads it, takes him down. And it's gonna be Keeve that will wait back toward the bank stairs. The bank they want to blow up. Flashes in, smokes as well. Gobby's got to back off slightly.
Great position now.
Abson's in a fantastic position. Now sees the second shadow, sees the third man.
Oh, Gobby.
And gets killed by Gobby.
Come on. Tabson has a great round. It's always a bit disappointing when that happens, but, you know, it does come in sometimes. The money, not an amazing place for big, so that kill is actually quite significant. It's still okay. I can see they've got 5k and like 3 players. It'll be funny if they lose this round, they can buy with the next for sure. They get a full buy here. They open Keeve once again. Finally, a full buy for HellRaisers. That early incident when they had 2 players going down after the bomb not planted, you can see that's heavily affected them here. 5-0 for big. This is HellRaisers' pick. I expect them to probably even still win this half. Must have the city at this point, but it's been a bit of an anomaly in terms of the way that's been played so far. Angel with the first frag. Stick almost certainly going to get this one. Apparently not. Tabson, great shot from him in the playground position. So this was an aggressive round from the CT side. They wanted to try and change the pace. Having discussed on Cobblestone as well. Just when you know they're just adjusting and they're finally getting things together, you try and chuck out some really early aggression on the CT side, and HellRaisers are ready for it and shut it down.
Indeed, and quite successfully so. Inside of the site though, Gobby taking 1-on-0 to snap back to the right. Doesn't quite land his aim in time, but it allows Bondic to slip beside the smoke. He has the bomb. We just saw that. He's dropped the bomb inside of the water. It's Tabson that now has the advantage in the 1-versus-1. 3 kills for him already in the round, as Angel wants to try desperately to do what he can. Angel will slowly but surely slide up toward Catwalk, get underneath of Tabson. I think he may have just spotted his head, but Angel puts him dead.
Close round, all things considered. Tabson performing once again, but it leaves it down to just a 1v1. And HellRaisers, they had limited money before, and they could find themselves in a similar position. They might want to take a tactical pause there, I would say. Certainly won't be able to bring the AWP out. So Galil purchased for Bondic. Not a huge deal, but not a deal. And there's going to be Dead Fox with the UMP. All still available for Keeve here. So that becomes a bit of a problem on the CD side. You see 3 players without a head armor here. So the Galil becomes a lot more viable. Same story for the UMP as well. Trying to find that first pick is Keeve, but can't spot anyone. And will be falling back towards line.
Let's look up at a man's crotch. Sticko heads out toward long as Legia pushes up sandbags. 3 players on B. They'll have tons of information. What's this little boost? He's just gonna put him on top of the sandbags and leave him there? Possible. Yeah, I guess so.
That's actually quite a nice position.
Yeah, it's very unexpected.
Yeah, especially the door's open. That's quite cool. Oh, the 3 of them there.
Well, that's what I was wondering, if we didn't see it correctly, if there was something they were looking over top of toward Monster, the outside of Monster.
They were spotted. I'd be going A straight away now, like HellRaisers are. I think they spotted multiple players on that short position.
I'd be doing it a little
full
quicker
execution.
Than
Yeah. Here we go. Can they hold it off?
And in they go. Tabson's realized it. He'll go back. Gobby, tight position in front of the bathroom. Somehow makes it work as they all come in from long. No one to take him down from the doorway. It's Tabson that smoked. Flash through. Wants to get the player at long. He can hear Zero retreating. Tabson! What is that? Does he get all 3? Down goes Sticko, and it's a retake of Dreams from Big.
That's so sick. That's like a world-class play from him. That was really beautiful, the way it was pulled off as well. Flashbang over. He looked so calm. He knew exactly what he had to do there. Finds a player retreating towards long as well. Pinpoint accuracy on the aim overall as well. That was actually really nice to watch from Tabson. Very impressed. He seems to be a player that's above this sort of tier CS, Matt. Obviously, it's difficult to gauge so much when he's playing against this sort of opposition. Well, not sort of HellRaisers, that's not fair. But he's playing in this sort of level, you know what I mean? With the big, like,
no, I get it.
And he seems to be consistently having these performances. 16 kills and 4 deaths.
Would you just look at it?
Sometimes you need to sit back and just look at it.
That's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
That's such a sick round by him. Such a crucial time as well. A full reset for HellRaisers. He does that. Good night. Back to you in the studio.
Yeah, back to you on the Reddit page.
Yeah, it's definitely on Reddit. I'll be there right now.
Keeve backing off with Gobby. They're going to do so in tandem so that they don't get caught out. Speaking of tandem, you had a man strapped to your back.
Who's that?
Skydiving.
Oh, yeah, good. That was There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, homie. Flashes out. Bondic sits inside of the bathrooms. Smoke goes down in front of the truck, covers off the anti-default, if you will.
do anything with this, can they? Pushing through the flames, taking a lot of damage there. Got B, perfect position, perfect weapon for this sort of interaction. He gets one, looking for two here. Just to do damage. He won't be able to find multiple frags here, but weaken them up for his teammates at least. And Tabson with another frag. Is that 3 kills? I think it's 2. 18 kills, 4 deaths.
9 rounds.
That's
2 kills a round he's averaging right now.
And normally if you get, like I normally say, right, generally if you get 20 frags in one half, that's considered an insane half. That's like,
yeah. Dropping a first half 20 used to be like my objective when I would play as a kid.
And now, Tabson's on 18 after just 8 rounds. That's
cool Molotov. Tabson and Gabi with a good crossfire should take Angel down. They overstep the mark. Angel got both of them?
Apparently so.
Wow. I'm impressed, Angel. Possessed indeed, as Kiev will take back 0. He's left alone in a 1 versus 5 after what looked like great positioning falls apart. Good position from Angel. Down he goes.
Yeah, as soon as Big try to change things up and go for these aggressive plays, it seems like that's when they get shut down. So a nice round there from HellRaisers that allows them to balance the books in terms of they've got money to play with. I think 4 players survived, then I'm not mistaken. Yes, indeed. So they managed to keep the money at a decent amount. Still reset potential there after all the investment in the grenades. You can see Sticker's down to 250. The rest of them are on about 2.5 grand per person. Big though, I think this will probably be their last buy. So HellRaisers, all to play for now. Need to start making a dent in this first half. Sticker takes a lot of damage from the Molotov. Same story for Bondek as well. Keep holding towards long. I think too aggressive this time on the city side. They probably learned the lesson here. So guys, we're winning every single round. We just hold up and trade the frags. And Tabson, just let him off the leash and do what he can. But got B towards long that UMP this time. Just gonna be holding up. And that's a 1 and done position we've ever seen him. So let's see if that works out for him.
Will boost up Tabson. Perfect play. Down goes Angel.
Got the smoke towards the short tunnel as well. That's so perfect.
Zero tries to spray back to catch them off towards the sandbags.
Yeah, some good damage.
That spray used to be like every round all the time.
Yeah, nothing used to be really good at finding close.
Exactly what I was thinking. He used to do it every round.
Yeah, he seemed to find frags like most games with that spam.
It's one of those ones you just do it, you don't expect much from it. While this could expect a lot. Flash goes through, Nexus dodge it, knows that means they're pushing and pre-fires back into position, but he only gets 0. Botnik's able to trade, so good response time from him. Better response time from Dead Fox to take down Legia at the pole.
Nice play.
But it is a drop down from Tabson. He goes down this time, but he gets the assist for Kiev. Another 3 kills. He's on 21 kills, 11 rounds in.
10 rounds in.
10 rounds in, you're right. We're going on to round 11. So he's now averaging 1.05 kills per round.
Yeah. Wow, that's not bad at all.
Wow, I did that math right. I'm impressed with myself, Henry. Yes!
Force buy from HellRaisers.
Sorry, maths.
Maths, yes, you're correct. 3 AKs, Tech 9, and a UMP. Still, they're force buying into this as they know they can still reset big. This is worth the investment, in my opinion. Losers trying to run to an eco, though. So this is almost last chance saloon. They're not out of the Pro League. If they lose this game, they go down to the lower bracket where they find Penta, if I'm not mistaken. They've already played them once. That'll be the deciding game to find out who gets the second place here. Big looking almost certain at this point. If Tabson keeps this up, God help HellRaisers. Like, this is one of the better performances we've seen in Pro League all season. This is amazing. I guess does this count as Pro League?
Does this count as Pro League? Yes.
Yeah.
No. Let me think about that and get back to you.
Still.
It's relegation
It's
week.
really good. That's what point I'm trying to make.
Well, certainly for level. Nax is going to take around. I call them Snacks, not Nex. I kind of mix it. I call Nax. Angel takes Tabson. That's probably the best kill you could get. He still manages 1 in the round. And it's Kiev that tries to fire in towards sandbags. Can't land it. Knows Dead Fox is going for the plant. He's trying to buy space. Gobby's in the window, but he's limited as well with utility. So it's all timing at this point. In fact, it's quite open. They missed the secondary smoke, so Gobby's got a chance. Dead Fox pre-fires it, but at 8-2, Big might be willing to sit back and just ride this one out. Their money's not amazing.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've got Kiev there. AWP, Godby, not your best fragger. Unlikely to win that 3-on-2 situation. They save the weaponry. Money will be extremely tight for big next round. So HellRaisers is a good decision there. Force buying around it, 3 AKs and the Tech 9 coming out. And they managed to trade frags effectively there and then find the rotating kill as well. So tabseN finally taken down there. He gets 1 kill into that round, not 3. So his total now is 22. Kiev will save the AWP indeed, so they'll base their round around this, and we'll see whether I'm almost certain they'll force into this. Just considering they've got an AK as well, drop some UMPs around. Seems to be where the game is these days. So they're just adjusting, as you can see right now. AK, UMP, AWP, 1 in 4 for Godby. I think you probably want to give that to Nex, if I'm honest, but here comes the final buy. A3 HellRaisers looking to, for the first time, string a couple of rounds together here. They can't afford to be reset once more.
No, absolutely not.
That might spell the end if they get reset here.
Yeah, very well could. I think it very well would. At least for the half, it would be a blowout. They can still obviously redeem themselves in the second, but Godby takes back Dead Fox.
Got the bomb as well.
Yeah, Kiev's going to sit with the AWP and watch the front side of
Oh,
Bathurst.
that's so sick.
This is...
Oh, what was that from?
What were you saying is sick? I think you get sprayed through the wall.
Because he's watching Connector and they've got the bomb in underpass where he's got it covered. So it's like a perfect setup. But somehow he got wallbanged or something. They had to give it away. That's why I remember saying they couldn't do anything about it.
I think it came through the door, through the wall, the little half wall outside the door, and then hit him. I think that was the angle, but I couldn't quite tell.
Well, for now, they've had to submit and allow them to get the bomb once again. I think that's a correct move after he lost that crossfire setup. Still doesn't have the bomb. He's still got the man advantage here. And in terms of HellRaisers' options, 4 and 3. Still have 2 smokes remaining as well. But big to just hold back on the site. They've got the AWP towards A side for now. Godby in the bank. Just trying to deny that plant. They've still got time to work with at T side. 40 seconds to be exact. And they could execute the A side. Wouldn't be the best. But I smoked on bank and CT spawn. Flash over. Hope you don't get absolutely wrecked. That's one of the smokes gone. So there's 1 remaining now. It's going to have to be a contact play. Walk up as close as you can with that smoke towards long. And hope Godby doesn't find you. Good flash like that. Oh, he didn't push through. Interesting.
Godby downed. Kiev turns around to find 0. He's going to have to go a little more aggressive, and he still manages to do so. Bondic down in the end, and it's big that actually pick up a 9th round.
No, he didn't. So they tried to, she didn't try to juggle the guns over.
Yeah.
Next is kind of
He ends
missing
up
the memo.
throwing his gun away.
Yeah, didn't get the memo and just kept his UMP. All right then, well, 9-3. That is a reset, but still, I think with the previous round success, keeping 3 players alive, they can still buy into this one. I think they have to at this stage. Sticko with a Deagle, no armor, no nades. That's all he's gone for. And he's actually fully invested into that one. So that's kind of nuts. Bondic 3 kills, Sticko 4. No one really going wild for HellRaisers. Another big round. They can reset big in the same sort of respect, but let's see how this pans out as they go towards B. This is the contact play. Walking in, Angels towards short.
Oh yeah, I realize now, looking back at chat, I said 1.05, it's 2.05, but I think it was actually 2.1. So I kind of messed that all up anyway.
And you complimented yourself.
Yeah, it's fine. Listen, I can pat myself on the back. My mom told me I was special. Yeah. Okay? I get the medal for showing up. I get the consolation prize. I got you, Henry. That's a consolation prize.
Yeah.
Nice shot, tabseN. I feel like I've said that a few times today.
You have.
Okay, good. I thought I was going to say.
Oh, Kiev, he's absolutely wrecked them.
Boom.
He got it.
Okay, it looked like he missed because the X-ray of the other player behind him. I was so confused for a second.
Oh, just when it was looking promising as well. They're going to have to run it away. And tabseN gets 1 kill here, which he definitely will. That should be round over. Dead Fox fighting back. Very good player in clutches. Going to be planting. That's a risk in itself. But Kiev, he's on the other side of the map here. Godby coming from CT spawn. Dead Fox definitely have a chance. If he takes down Godby here, probably his round. And he's in a great position to do so. Godby's got no idea. He's almost certainly dead. There it is. Oh dear. Kiev, no kit. Orp, he might just want to save this.
He might as well, but will he? Dead Fox backs away as Kiev considers it. Oh, he's going to go for it. No kit. Gets off it. Just trying to take him down at this point. I think he just wants Dead Fox to be dead with the bomb. And he should get it. He will, but round is over.
Yeah, you're right. Just try and take and limit the money for the terrorist side here. He does save the AWP. They'll probably force around this with UMPs and Deagles and whatnot. Try and shut them down before they have a chance to swell here. 9-4. HellRaisers pulling 1 back, but still yet to string rounds together. You can see the limited. They're going to bring Galil's out this round. Try and have the utility to work with. And so here come the UMPs, of course. Excuse me. And Scouts, apparently. Ligia brings that out. He's on 4 kills. Just to note as well, the disparity in the scoreboard right now. tabseN, 26 kills. Kiev, 15. Those two go to town. Then beneath them, coming in 3rd place, Next, 5.
That's ridiculous, to be completely honest. That is just an absolute one-man army. Or 1.5-man army. If you want to include Kiev in it, Ligia with the Scout this time does do decent damage down long towards Sticko. He's got a lot of work to do as they get closer. 6 HP, has to back off, smokes himself into a corner. Is there a gap by...
He can fall back, I think.
I think it covers off all the way from the bots pretty much to the wall.
Yeah, he's fine.
And if he's being slow about backing off, it brings Gobby into the equation. I think he was thinking to bait off of Gobby, but he goes down immediately on a trade.
Without sounding rude, if Gobby gets 1 kill in the round, like for him, that's just like he's done his job, right? So
you're so rude, Henry.
Yeah, I know some people take that the wrong way, but
well, shot goes in. Ligia continues to try and push out toward front bathrooms. With the Scout that he had it long, he's made it all the way back through the bomb site and out this side. Now the question is, does he wrap around and look long?
I would say almost certainly.
Okay, good, because I was going to say, if he thinks they've rotated around the other way through their spawn, he's
comes
wrong
at a time,
in
it's
doing
like
so.
milliseconds to separate if he spots them, and he's not going to. That was like 2 seconds within that.
Yeah, that would have been massive as well with the Scout, because he would have had potentially time to line up the shot without them looking in that direction.
Still can cause some damage here. Here we go. Headshot, bomb down. 19 seconds, it's over, Matt. Oh, God.
Huge. That's unreal. 15 seconds.
Stay alive, boys.
0. He's got to try and pull this back. 1 versus 2. Shot does do damage on a key, but only 9. That one's better. Headshot. 7 seconds. He's got to plant go safe side to do so. Round is his.
I don't know why Kiev even decided to just hug that truck. Just make it come down right up to the wire. Make him commit. He went for a grenade, I think, and now 0 almost certainly going to win this. Ligia out of it. What seemed like a godlike play from him. Oh, a chance, but that should be it now.
Yeah, definitely it now. 6 HP. Tagged him, got him to 38, but yeah, done in the end.
Kiev just had to stay alive as long as he could. He even gone to city spawn then, applied the pressure with his teammates to come help him out, lock him in the site. That's, I'm not sure. I didn't see if it was POV. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. But HellRaisers is looking to get 9-6 here. Very difficult round for Big to finish things off. So this is actually not the worst half in the world now. It's their map pick. You've seen their city side will be much improved than what we saw on Cobblestone. Final round is surely in terms of the buy goes in favour of HellRaisers.
Gobby sits, smoke down. Nade goes through. Gobby's gonna sit and continue to try and wait as they walk around. tabseN sees them all, and somehow he gets away with this. They surely saw him in return, did they not? Angel's got to check that. Goes out and does. Perfectly done. So we're going to see a 9-6 half here, I have a feeling. Or do I? Ligia nearly makes a very heroic play.
Could have been good. But 9-6, yes, looking very likely at this stage. Next flash, dead. And it's just going to be key remaining. 4-on-1, that's going to be it. So, well, looked so dominant from Big at the start. tabseN, he sort of dropped off towards the end, but I think, to be fair, he's already done his job, considering the amount of frags he got there. The 5-0 start, some blunders from HellRaisers to get things off here. Not what you want when you're a map down. And there it is. The final kill coming in. Angel takes down Kiev. And HellRaisers, a lot of work to do here. Already 1 map down, 9-6 in the first half, but enough to work with here. Still a CT-sided map. They've got 6 rounds of the T-side. They win the pistol right back into it. We'll take a break and see if they can win that pistol here on Overpass.
Great start for Big. A massive lead, 7-1 and then 7-2. However, it ends 9-6, so HellRaisers do a reasonable job of pulling themselves back into the game.
Finally managing to shut down Tabs in his team. They had economic...
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, they had economic disarray at the beginning of that game. They couldn't really get rolling at all. Some rounds where they were surviving after the timer expired, the bomb not going down. Setting up a really rough beginning sector of this first half there. But we'll see whether they can recover. I think they probably can. And if they win the pistol, they will certainly will. But we'll get into it momentarily. There it is, 9-6. If you are just joining us, this is the game decides it all. This is the first team that will make its way for the Pro League, and HellRaisers expect to keep their place in the Pro League, and for Big, a chance to enter it. That would be quite a massive deal for them.
Massive deal indeed. I think that's without puns, huge. I mean, it is a big deal to be in the Pro League, and they're that close to doing it, especially for a new organization, a new team. This is a whole new project. This came out of nowhere. It came out of players that were unhappy with their previous positions, former Mouse Sports teammates in a lot of ways, and then NRG, which was the North American division that brought over 3 of the players.
Tabson and Legia were, right?
Yep, Tabson, Legia, and Godby.
Yeah,
and Silent was with them with Justin, I think.
Yeah,
with
they had a few different lineups.
And Peter was in there as well, but I think when he broke his foot on the way to Counter Pit, that was when they brought Tabson in to...
And he went like sick at that event as well.
Yeah, exactly. So they've all kind of jumped back across the pond, skipped like a little rock, flat stone, and made their way back over to Germany, and now here we are.
Indeed.
They are the purest of the German CS. Well, Penta as well. Although I think Penta's only got one German right now, don't they?
Yeah, they got 4 Germans, I think, in this team. Legia's Serbian, I believe.
Yes, it means Legion.
Yeah, and I think that's correct. And then next couple of
there was a really aggressive metal band called Legia.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they had very, very profuse lyrics.
Okay. Wow. Big. They win this one. We could find ourselves a 2-0. HellRaisers win it. Maybe we have a third map. In terms of the buy. Smoke's been used already. We have 1 for God B. The gear. The gear hasn't spent any money into the pistol.
Who spends money these days, Hank?
He's got $800. Did he miss it? Was he AFK or something? He ran back to spawn. This is really strange.
I don't spend money. I save for the AWP from round 1 because I know when I get the AWP, it's game on. Noobs.
Game on.
Noobs. Like he's gonna put it up here and get greeted. Oh, they already pushed back the first player. Angel's still close by. Bonda gets a shot, make it double. Double the trouble. 0 back over toward Monster. Has Godby walking in. It should be pretty straight proceedings at this point. They go down. HellRaisers go up 9-9 potential scoreline.
Yeah. Obviously, we'll go against the Tech 9s coming into this round. Very standard. The bomb doesn't go around in the T-pistol. You're force buying in the second here. Legia should have some extra money, seeing as he didn't spend anything in that pistol. So, yeah, maybe that was the plan all along. He gets the UMP and head armor into round number 2. Pretty lackluster pistol from Big there. Shut down by HellRaisers. Just waiting above the connector. Nice angle to spot NATs walking up the steps. They find a nice trade of frags and run away with the round, funneling them towards B. So Deagles, Tech 9s, a couple of smokes to work with here. Always a chance. Always a scare of the CT. He's got a rifle focus from the CT side. You can see they've got 2 M4s and a FAMAS as well.
Bondic just chilling. Is he super chilling or is he lagged out? I think he might be lagged out. Bondic is 100% lagged out.
So is Angel. Oh, no, he's moving as well. It's okay.
Yep. So this could be. I'm surprised there's no call on this. Do his teammates not realize?
I think it has to be the freeze time, right?
Yeah, but no one's even said anything to my knowledge. Well, we may not be able to access to that. I don't remember what our config said to right now. You're in the server. You'd see it.
I can't see it.
Yeah, there you go. Angel was awarded plus $600 compensation for the suicide of Kiev.
What?
Yeah, okay, they are going to restart the round. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. We can't see the chat, obviously, with the config that we have to go into the GoTV. And obviously, they called it because he was very, very clearly just chilling.
Well, that was a good time for it to happen because no one had spotted anyone yet. So
yeah,
that happens in a 1v1. I mean, he's up against that. Could have been a nightmare, but it happens nice and early in the round. So at least they can communicate it, and he might have dropped out. His internet could have gone, could have blue screened. Who knows? But for now, I guess we'll take a little pause. This could take a little while to actually fix. Getting the match medics out on online games isn't the smoothest of transactions. It takes a while. But for now, round number 3. Oh no, it would have been round. This would be round number 2. This would be the force buy from Big, and I don't know what's going on.
Sorry, I'm talking to the producer. I'm having a good time.
Okay.
Was I throwing you off?
Well, yeah, I could hear him and you.
Oh, I didn't realize he was in your ear as well. That's pretty good. I was wondering what was holding you up. So 9-7. I've got a bottle of water, Henry. This is it's my friend. I've even got an earphone off so I can hear you more organically. This is the environment that we work in.
That's the secret, is it? Yep. You do say that about 5 times a day.
I need a haircut.
Yeah.
That's 6. I've gone over my quota.
Yeah. So
maybe I'll shave it like you.
If you're just joining us, it's going to be the second map here. We have a technical issue, one player lagging out. I think that was Bondic, and that was the round where it was the force buy as well. It came in at a nice time, so we won't be too disrupted. Hopefully we can get back into this nice and quickly. And yeah, if you one map already going in favor of Big. Winner of this does go into the Pro League. So still exciting times. This one could go anywhere.
Very exciting times.
Yeah, could go either way. Like it looks like, especially in that first half as well, Tabson running away with the game. He had like 27 kills. Then kind of like dropped off towards the last 5 rounds or so. But like we said, he's pretty much done all of the work required at that point already. Yep. You can't really blame him for that.
Nope, he was phenomenal. Yeah. Excellent. One of the best halves we've seen probably throughout the regular season. So obviously we're in relegation a little bit different, but that we've seen in the online play.
Yeah.
Obviously we saw Magisk at the major was exceptional on Cobblestone. We haven't really had a half like that from anyone all year.
Don't think so, no.
That I can recall off the top of my head.
From what I've heard, Tabson's doing this on a regular basis these days.
He had 100 kills in 3 maps during the final, and yet they still lost.
Still didn't win.
To
How
Penta.
Disappointing is that?
Very. Yeah, I can definitely understand his frustrations.
So similar performances, similar scenes here on Overpass. They might still lose as well after losing the pistol as well. That's looking like a 3-0. They didn't have the most compelling buy going to round number 2 as a Tech 9s. And it's always really difficult rounds to win, like on Overpass especially. You need the smokes to get onto the bomb sites. If you get Tech 9 armor, you don't really have those. You just got the pistols themselves. They didn't really get many kills. So I don't see this round going in their favor. I can see them getting back on the server though. So should be good to go any second.
Any second. I'm going to put this on.
Yeah.
Because I don't like hearing you organically anymore.
Okay.
And now I hear you like a robot. That's not really true.
Well, I can see them getting on the server. Overpass. This is just a note as well. HellRaisers map pick. Cobble was, of course, what Big went. And they looked very confident on the T side, especially. Like, they didn't really give much of anything. A 7-0 at one point. And maybe this is where HellRaisers get back into it. I can't remember the third map. So I'm not going to get there.
Well, you're going to have to. If they go there, you have to go there.
Yeah.
You can't really commentate it without going there.
That's true.
But it is, yeah, no, like, the fact of the matter is, I actually think HellRaisers are going to force out that third map.
Yeah.
Switching over to the CT side, they've won the pistol. They'll have momentum. We know Big's clever, though. But this map, does it lend itself to the fakes that we saw on Inferno?
Yeah, definitely, actually. It's one of the best maps to fake on. You got that really fast rotation from Connector. So you can fake wall of smokes, run back towards B, really like 5-6 seconds.
The problem that I have with that is, you're right, it is a relatively fast rotation. It's equally as fast for the CTs, if not faster, is my issue.
Yeah, but the idea is the fake takes away their vision, right? So
no, I get that. But I'm just saying that if they can figure it out, if the fake is unsuccessful, you're going to run into a rotation on the other side. Whereas Inferno, I guess it's long for both sides there as well.
Oh,
Nuke's
yeah.
definitely obviously the exception in all of that, but yeah.
Yeah, I know.
It's fairly balanced in some ways, I guess, though, because if you're going upward to A, it's slower for the CTs because you have to climb through a labyrinth of stairs.
The idea is, once the bomb's down, you have utility to hold them off from heaven. You've got people in crossfires. Like, you shouldn't really be running into rotations. The idea is you're sending one player in towards A, smokes are down, he's just aiming to get 1 kill. That forces the rotation, and they can't really get the clear information that's gone down until the smokes have kind of dissipated, and then you call, okay, now into fake, then we go back. You're not necessarily going to get everyone over, but you're just trying to at least force one rotation.
Well, and if you get them close to the choke points, like you say, the utility will lock them out.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. We're going to throw it over to the analyst desk because Chad's in the middle of a PUBG game, so we'll have to let him get back to the desk. Once he gets there, we'll throw it back over the... He's stumbling. Did you know that they're moving out of this office? So it is a mess in this studio right now.
Yeah, everyone's kind of... Jumping ship is boxes everywhere, chairs being thrown around. But I think we're ready almost to get over to the desk. I'm waiting for you.
Now.
Throwing over. Let's go.
Oh, you caught it?
I caught it.
You guys are great catches.
I got there.
This is the most animated I think
Quite
Pro
nice.
League desk has ever been.
Well, you were real quick, yeah.
Oh, boy. Well, welcome back.
Yeah. Welcome back to day 2 of 3 relegation days that we have.
Yeah. But so far, what an insane game. Hello.
Yeah.
Welcome back, Tabson.
It has been quite nice. Yeah, he's been incredible. And I think, Chad, was it you and I that were discussing this? He's actually shown some good stuff in the past. It's just he's been a little bit obscure, not really in the professional scene recently.
Yeah, I think Henry and Matt touched on it. He did stand in, and Peter broke his leg on the plane.
Yes, that's right, when they won counterpoint. That was the big one, yeah.
And he was like the best player as a stand-in for them then. It's just, I remember seeing these guys at Pro League finals last season, and when they were NRG, right? They qualified then. And why isn't that weird? They qualified for the finals last season, and then they just moved a region, and now they're qualifying to get into the league. Wow. And he was quite animated.
What do you mean?
I guess the best terminology would be like a rager, right? Like somebody who gets quite upset with how things unfold. Yeah, that's one thing that I noticed, and that's not necessarily a good thing. But the fact that the core of this team has played together for a long time, I'm sure that they're more than used to it. And if you're dropping 29 frags and a half or something ludicrous, I don't think I could fault a guy. Like you have to look at it. He's getting them rounds on his own.
Yeah, no, 100%. There's
so yeah,
two ways of putting it.
Isn't that like a pretty fine line? Because remember that was also like that was also kind of the Nico thing, right? Though.
Yeah, but okay, so like Gobby's the in-game leader.
Yeah.
So like you're not going to expect him to be
right
doing worse because someone's raging. Usually the in-game leaders are the ragers, just like me.
You are actually a pretty big rager. We were discussing that on the in the rank as well. Chad, when he gets a little tired.
Yeah,
gets a
little
bit cranky.
He does. He does.
But no, I think that speaks to a lot of like emotional players, right? When you have those great games, you can just spiral into this, real monster that you can become. And then when you have those really bad games, you can become completely obscure to how the whole game plays out. And it's one of those fun things. A lot of people think those really hyped up, really emotional players are the ones they want in the teams because they seem the most animated. But sometimes it can be, there is a negative factor. But then you also have someone like God B. You've got this kind of like really good structure system, I guess, around someone like Tabson that hopefully can then kind of almost negate that sort of thing. So hopefully it's a good environment for him.
Yeah, I mean we've seen a lot of examples of the emotional players, right? Like guys like Apex has been considered emotional. Who when he gets a hot start has a good game, not quite to like the raging level or anything like that, but like players who are Peter is a good one actually. One of the former teammates of Gabi and Legia over at NRG is a guy where if he gets a slow start to a game, he never seems to kind of click in, and it's something you always have to work on, right? So
who was the player? Well, I forget which match it was, but you said, that's the one thing that this team doesn't want to happen. It was someone getting kills on a pistol round.
Wasn't it
that was Virtus Pro against Nex, right?
Yeah,
they're just
that's right. Yeah.
Like since he has the reputation of having a little bit better performances online, like against a team like VP, if like the online player starts just destroying them, it's like the psychological game.
That in a concept though of somebody needing to have a good start to a game, like getting kills on pistol round or getting a few eco bash frags is actually really important. And I think if you know that you have a player in your team like that and you're the in-game leader, you would want to put that player in a place to get frags, right? And then if he starts off, then that's sweet. I don't think that's important for all players.
We could do an old rolling back the years. Remember the old 1.6 when the plant gave you 3 points, you used to let people with your
we did talk about that.
Anyways, the match is live. We're gonna send it right back to the casters. You're welcome.
Hadouken.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, we were gonna. I caught that one as well. I'm, I get the butter fingers.
So you just about got it.
Yeah, thumbs of an elephant.
Yeah. Well. So, it's 1-0 in the second half. This is the second round. We had a player issue. One of the HellRaisers guys drops out. I think it was Zero or Pondek. I can't remember. And now we're up in the force fight of Big. Deagles, Tech 9s, couple of smokes, flashbangs. Same approach, back towards middle. A bit faster this time, I have to say. And then we'll be flashing and trying to get some map control. Here comes the first flash, and Keeve gets caught by it, and that should spell his death. It goes down to 2 HP. Still alive for now.
Still alive indeed, as Bondik's going to push out toward long. 2 players go through the bathrooms, bomb included, so he's in the right place at the right time. Problem is, he's got a long distance between both he and his teammate, Dead Fox, toward the park sign. Thankfully, they're up against the pistols. The Eagles could be the ones that are threatening. Meanwhile,
he heard it.
He's got it. Goes around, dabs and goes down. Sorry?
You can hear the Molotov being pulled.
Yeah, if you're up close especially, it's a lot of players are really complaining about that as of late, and I kind of agree. Bondik's going to take down Gabi, Dead Fox gets Keeve, and it should be sweet.
So yeah, it's the light of the Zippo. You can hear it, so you hear that click. And then he's like, well, they're about to throw something here, run around the corner and take them down. I'm not a fan of that at all. I think the compromises, something like Chad and I discussed, is if you have the right-click grenades make the noise still, and the left clicks are silent, then you can still do your full executions, and rounds like that won't be affected. And I think that just kind of, that helps out. Those right-click flashbangs can be a little bit OP sometimes, so if you can hear those ones, sure, that's fine. But there it is. It's going to be 2-0 in favor of HellRaisers, bringing the scoreline to 9-8 overall, as you can see in the screen right now. Another pause coming in at this point, and we'll see. This should be technical, yeah, it is. And Big with a full eco this round, so just tie things up at 9-9. And this is a CD-sided map. We do expect HellRaisers to force the third. We'll see what happens. Just to correct myself from earlier, Legia is actually Serbian/German. He has dual citizenship with his parents, so he does speak German, and he's.
Yeah, I think I knew he always spoke German. I didn't know that was the case. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So people tweeted me and corrected me. So I just wanted to make sure I corrected myself.
Yeah, because he's been. I mean, 2014 he was. Was it he? I think it was. Yeah, it was him that stood in for Alu when he couldn't go to ESEA Season 14 land due to visa issues.
Yeah. Well, there you go. We're all learning today.
Yep.
I assumed he was just Serbian. Well. Full eco, like we said, it will be 9-9. In terms of the HellRaisers setup, they've got 3 UMPs, a FAMAS and an M4, and looking to keep all 5 players alive here. They'll have a bit of a bonus round going forward. And Big have yet to plant in this game in the second half, so their money will be slightly limited going forward. Technical pause. I can see everyone's still on the server, so there shouldn't be anything too drastic. Maybe a headset issue or some sort of TeamSpeak error, who knows.
Hopefully, you know, it's probably the server conditions.
Probably.
Yeah,
they can be.
It's spicy with the side of meatballs in there, and no one's really into the balls. Do you remember Balls Energy Drink that like marketed themselves around gaming? Jason would know. Jason would know from ETS lands where they literally brought in crates of balls.
Crates of balls.
Yeah, I can't hear what he's saying.
He said something about CPL.
Yeah, they were probably at CPL. It's BAWLS, Balls Energy Drink. You can look it up. I'm serious.
That's a weird kind of angle they went with there.
Yeah, yeah.
Order me a crate of balls, please.
Yeah. Drinking some balls. Just chugging the ball.
Draining a can of balls.
Yeah, but it's more like bawling your eyes out than it is. You know, it's us that take the connotations too far. But yeah, ETS land, they used to like have to limit people to like, so even when I was casting that land, which you cast for like 14 hours and sleep for 3, they would limit you to, I think, 2 balls every 3 hours because people were like ODing on the energy drink. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Were you drinking energy drinks back then?
Back then, the balls. So balls. I know I'm saying it a lot, but I have to now to describe it. Jason's
more
loving
balls,
it.
please.
Yeah, it's more like a soda. It's not quite as like concentrated as a Red Bull and as potent as a Red Bull. So I drank those. I have had energy drinks in the past. Let's be honest, but I don't particularly fancy them. They make me crash, and I hate the taste.
Yeah, I don't normally drink them at home. It's just when I'm in like environments like lands and stuff where they're just readily available all the time.
Yeah.
You just think to yourself, oh, it's there. It tastes kind of nice and it's cold.
Waters tastes amazing though.
Yeah, I know, but like when they're just there, like you don't want one. It's just in front of you, and it's like, oh well.
Yeah, what? I guess so.
Oh, Jason's being mature.
Yeah, Jason is always mature.
Yeah.
He might look 40.
One step too far,
but he's definitely not.
Well. For now, we are not unpaused, and it sounds like the whole studio is losing its mind. So, in terms of tonight's games, this is the final one. We do potentially have another map to come. If you're just joining us and wondering what the hell's going on this evening, we have lost VP from the Pro League.
They're gone.
Yeah, they've gone. And they lost 2 best-of-3s in a row. First of all to Big, and then to Penta as well, who originally lost to HellRaisers. So they came actually dead last in this playoff bracket. Oh, we've got another update. We've got another problem, Matt.
I like problems.
So we have the option to throw it over again if you'd like. What would you like to do?
On a scale of 1 to... Let's not throw it over. How about we kick it over? Can we kick it?
Yeah, we can kick it.
Let's just kick it.
Kick it? Yes, we can.
Do I catch those as well?
You know the song?
Yeah.
Can we kick...
What is that, like kick it, bop it, move it? What is that game?
That's a stupid, probably, that's like that little toy,
like,
right?
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that,
Bop
yeah.
it thing, yeah.
Bop it. We might need one of them right now.
Let's just dive right back into where we were.
Jason looking professional as always.
The denim jacket is so far away.
It really
yeah.
made the look. Don't
Listen,
worry.
I know it pulled it all together.
Yeah, it became like a kind of a split.
This is my Nip Magic t-shirt.
So what are we going to take? Where are we going to delve with Lauren? Should we make a new talk show because Lauren's here?
Yeah, we can. We can. It can be rolling
Sure.
back the years with what's a Wolfenstein thing that you
Wolfenstein.
like?
Wolfenstein.
Stein.
I don't know if that is where we should take a Counter-Strike broadcast.
Yeah, no. See, I'm not that relevant in the past here. You know.
Maybe we can talk about.
We talk about. There was a tab open that you had that could seem relevant to me.
Donald Trump impeachment.
Great.
Exactly
Guys,
that.
Scientology yesterday. Can we not do Trump impeachment, please?
Can you explain the litmus test to me, Lauren?
No.
Isn't the litmus test the test for acidity and?
I don't know. Lauren mentioned it earlier, and I wanted to know
I
what it
always
was.
use it as like, rather than saying like a control, right? If you're going to do a test, there's always meant to be a control, right? So there's a control group that's meant to be the neutral one, right?
Okay.
And in the litmus test, there is meant to be a control. So I always use it as that. So it's like the testing ground for something. It's like the middle, you know?
Okay.
There you
I got a fun one. Do you want to look at the top 30 teams in the world right now?
Oh, please do.
If you could drop the 30th place team.
What about fourth?
Lauren with trying to be edgy.
She is trying to be edgy.
Yeah, learning from
That's
the best.
unbelievable.
Big are currently ranked 27th in the world, and the team that they're previously a part of is ranked 28th. Isn't that a fun fact?
That is a fun fact. Yeah, that's some
Let's have
consistency.
some. Lauren, I don't have my phone on me right now.
What do you want?
Let's have some community interaction. People tweet questions at Lauren and we'll answer them.
Yeah, well, you want to do like a mini AMA or something like that on the desk? An AMA on the desk?
Yeah.
Tweet at one of the three of us.
I don't have my phone, so
tweet
don't
at
tweet at me.
Lauren or I with a question.
Yeah. So at Sponge, at They Call Me Pansy, or at On Fire Moses. Any
Well,
of the
not at
above?
Sponge. Not at Sponge.
I'm not going to see it. Maybe include me too, so I
just
don't feel
let him know
left
so
out.
he feels, involved. So he looks at his stats at the end of the week.
So
got a high
let's, while we wait
interaction.
for these questions coming, on the camera, my moustache looks quite defined.
So does Henry's. Henry's looks pretty defined these days.
Yeah.
Back to the hair.
I would hang.
Good one.
Going through with it.
So I think
Chad, when are you going to get your hair cut?
I have it booked for 1 p.m. on Tuesday when I get home.
That's quite nice.
Uh,
What are you going to do with it? Anything crazy?
I don't think so.
You were showing us some pictures. You had some short hair at one point.
Yeah, I did. I think we all did. Any questions, Lauren?
I'm just really enjoying the segment.
Help us, please.
I knew that was going to backfire at some point. I knew that topic, that line of thought.
You know what? You know what?
Where are HellRaisers actually in the
Like, pretty
on the
good.
list?
They've got to be top
They're
15.
pretty good. I think they're like 8th
imagine.
or something. Yeah,
So far, Big have taken top 4 and now could be top 8.
well, that's not how the world works, Lauren.
I'm just saying, it's if you're going to go by the value of those lists,
No, but
surely this means something, considering they're
No.
barely in the top, what, 40?
Well, I mean, listen, these are HLTV's rankings. If we brought up ESL rankings, they'd be a little bit more...
Much more accurate.
Let's do the qualifiers
so-
of those again.
I
That's
tried to pull it off. You guys
No,
tried
yeah,
to
so
go.
did it.
Gambit pulled out of the Cologne closed qualifiers.
Yeah,
Why was
that's a
that?
bummer.
Due to scheduling issues.
Some things they already had scheduled.
Yeah,
so I
yeah,
guess, I would
yeah.
imagine.
And then now Tricked have replaced them.
Okay. Who's in
in
trick right now?
Tricked,
Like Hunden, Fries, Cillian.
Oh, okay, that's that
right,
team.
so-
Yeah.
Is Freeze back? Didn't he have
Well,
to
he
have
never
like
left.
shoulder surgery or something
Oh,
like that?
someone wants to know why Jason is so cute. Would you like to take that?
I would like to take that.
Run with it.
Yes.
Look how much you're
This
loving
is-
this.
Yeah, this is a really good.
This
I
is the
know,
content
this is
you're
like,
after.
This is like the nervous smile, right? This is-
So
Please,
yeah,
stop.
it's Fries, Hunden, Cillian, S3 tag. I think he played in like he was
S-tag,
like
yeah,
in a mix roster. I don't know how this means mix, but it does.
Sign language for mix.
And so did Borup, I think, or Borup.
You still haven't actually explained why Jason is so cute, though. So can you go back to that, please? What's his best feature for you? That makes him cute, of course.
Say brain.
Please.
His enormous ego.
Accurate.
Yeah. What
Who
else we
will
got, Lauren?
win the finals in Dallas? I'll throw that over to you guys.
Ooh, SK or G2.
I think it's.
And Fnatic to surprise.
I don't think G2's going to make it out of the quarters. I think they're
Do you
going
reckon Fallen's going to be like he was in Sydney? see
I don't. Yeah, but I don't think you like really. The cool thing about Sydney was like that's all like he can repeat that, right? Like it wasn't like the old school like carry performances from the AWP. It was just like really good impact rounds with that kind of level. Who's the
Hold
favorite
on.
for the next major?
No, Jason, we've
yeah.
had a request. We need you to put the denim jacket back on. Not a question. Is also being told, but that they want the jacket back on.
It's actually
It actually is,
the CEO of ESL
Yeah.
said please put
Ralph something. Yeah.
That please
guy?
put the denim jacket back on Jason.
All right.
Yeah. Someone's asked my favorite enemy
Asking
territory
you on
map.
Twitter as well.
Yep. Favorite enemy territory
Couldn't have
map.
just sent a memo.
Probably Gold Rush. Bit of Gold Rush, always good.
I'm not doing that.
Sponge comb most of his head sensually while staring at the camera. Don't think that's
There's nothing to comb.
This is what happens when we open things up to the public.
Yeah, now we get to really
No, but
get in
that was
touch
a
with
good
our
question.
audience.
There was a good one. The Dallas question was good.
Yeah, the Dallas
that
question
was
was good.
decent.
I have SK winning Dallas. I know that's not like a shock or anything like that.
No. Oh, we're not throwing debris.
No, we're not
here now.
throwing. We are
here
on
now.
Henning.
Yeah.
This is happening. Strap yourself in.
This is happening. What is your opinion of Australia? What is your opinion of Australia? Would you like to work another Tier 1 event here?
Yes.
I think we've
100%.
all basically
Yeah.
expressed in the past 2 weeks.
And, yeah.
That was such a nice event for me. I actually really quite enjoyed that, Chad. Your country was nice.
It was incredibly grounding, though. You know what I mean? And it felt very genuine. Like the fans felt like very genuine. Because I know we always go to events where it's like, oh, it was great being here. Can't wait to come back. And it's a little bit fickle. It is. And bullshit if it's just
I
me
have
who does
never,
this.
ever, ever faked that.
No, never done that.
Not
Never
a
would.
faker.
Dedicated. Yeah. No, it's true though. We always kind of do the whole like, yeah, it's really nice. And most of the time it is really nice there, but it's not like you want to instantly go back. But City was sick. I'm just saying.
I went skydiving. I jumped out of an airplane. That was quite
that's
nice. Yeah.
That's one way to end it.
Yeah, okay. What else we got happening?
Who do you think will make it through to the EU minor from the qualifier? We were going to bring this up earlier.
We were going to bring this up.
Let's go back to you. Still have it up?
Yeah, let's get Henning involved. Hold
Was
up.
the minor qualifiers or?
1 second, Henning. We're almost there.
Oh, God, don't do this.
This
You'll
one.
just see all the
we
weirdest
found
tabs
it.
in the world.
Oh, we can close some of these.
God bless.
Yeah, so yeah, EU minor.
Yeah.
Who do we have here?
We're good to go whenever.
It's going to
now.
come up on the screen in just a moment. They're going
Trust
to pull
me.
it up.
We can pip.
Yeah, let's start.
Two is what I think.
Yeah, we're doing Heroic, NIP, Envy, Big,
Yeah, let's do
LDLC,
it.
King. There we go. Now it's up.
Nice. I'm going to zoom in further.
How many get through?
We can look at
this
rosters here
bracket?
as well. This website's amazing. All right, so we know Heroic, NIP, Envious. We're watching Big right now. LDLC, we're also in the Pro League. Kingun got relegated. Space Soldiers, Calyx, and Zantaras are amazing.
And this is the online qualifier for the qualifier, for the minor.
Yes.
How many teams get through this to make it to the minor? Do we know?
I can't look it up at it. Well, it should say in the article if they did the...
exactly.
8 invited ones and 8 that are earned. The
So-
qualifier was just with the 8 best teams earning a spot in the European minor.
So
this
8.
is... Yeah, okay. So as far as I'm aware, minors... Let's get that horrendous ad off. As far as I'm aware, minors...
Offensive.
They used to have 2 teams that were like auto-birthed in there from the previous minor, right? And I think that's still the same with Asia. Me and Matt were talking about this earlier today, but I'm not quite sure if it's the same for Europe, right? Because who won the European minor last year? Was it Gambit? It feels like it was Gambit. No, that would have been CIS minor. Yeah, they're CIS.
I honestly can't throw my mind back that far.
Yeah, I couldn't.
Oh, Matt said HellRaisers.
That could.
But they would already be in the offline qualifier. Matt could be wrong, so
Matt very well
he
could
might
be
be
won't trust
right.
Matt.
But
All right, should we do?
I think if you look at the left
Yeah,
teams
you
on the
can
left
pick out
side,
that.
I think that would strike me as the favorite
yeah,
8.
2 academy teams is
Yeah.
quite interesting. Dignitas have been relatively so-so. They immediately dropped Makaleli and Pizza.
Who's now in that roster? Who took their place?
Cromac from Norway, and Tensky.
Oh, Tensky joined him.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
That's
nice.
a nice little
Oh,
pickup.
Penta here. They're here
Penta's
as
in
well.
there.
Yeah,
It's a good shout.
Epsilon apparently only have 3 players, so they might have a rough
They've got
time.
Barbar. It's all right.
They could have.
Ba. Was that Matt? Did
That
Matt
was
do
Matt.
that one?
That
Yeah.
was the Matt. Wasn't that the ridiculous overtime game where it was just like obscene amounts? I think that Barbar was in the roster that went into that disgustingly long OT,
Imagine if you decided your alias was going to be Freddy Frog.
and then the lowercase y had to come through as well. Very imperative.
So there's quite a, like, Mertz is a name that I've seen before. Lome obviously was a coach and now he's playing again. Glace was in a team with Cadian for a while there. Never heard of Akor or Gade. That's his guy's last name though. That's a pretty good alias. I wish I would have done that. Jay-Z Walkings, I saw this guy. Oh, I saw this roster actually.
He dominated the Echo Fox roster at the previous Mountain Dew Land Finals. That was like the Swedish player Jay-Z Walking who got like 30-some kills on them in a
Can
match.
you say Linus's nickname?
Yeah, it's Borton. I had to do it at
Nailed it.
Leipzig.
Yeah,
I
nailed it.
I got on top of this stuff.
Good
I
stuff.
couldn't have done that. I'm glad you asked Chad. I would have been.
Yeah, well, because I was in, I asked the Swedes.
I had to
wanted make
ask
sure it's
him,
right.
like, how do I say your name? Because he was
Yeah.
at the Crayfellow, and I'm like, I don't want to butcher this for an entire
Yeah,
weekend.
right.
Like, help me.
Who else we got here? Obviously, we know Kinguin. Well, we know a lot of these teams, right? There's a few underdogs.
Do we think Space Soldiers is going to have a? I know Chad, you said they were going to have a good year this year.
Yeah, like watching Zantaras and like Calyx play, they've really...
They were at the 2v2, right?
Yeah, they're not like super like one-tap kind of aim gods. They're more like really good at spamming and spray control and positioning. And even in the 2v2, they looked really good. And we're talking to some of the players there, and like, do they practice against them? And say, yeah, they're pretty decent in practice. You know, they're nothing to be sneezed at. I think it's just like a lack of experience, lack of playing at the top. Obviously, they're playing on higher ping. They are playing from Turkey. Like, it's not.
It's a little weird.
So a couple of issues there, but I believe this is online, right? So it would be nice to see a team like that there. I'm going to try.
No, you're brave. Oh, he's done it. He's done it.
Godsent won the minor.
But wouldn't that have been the CIS minor?
Godsent?
For Godsent.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I'm a silly goose. We can show this one now. We can move across.
Oh yeah, this is a tournament that we thought was going to be like really sneaky good.
Yeah,
because of SK Gambit Fnatic right off
I
the
think
bat.
that's pretty nice. 3 teams off the bat, right? SK obviously, Gambit. Well, Gambit aren't like a bad team, right?
No.
Yeah, and then Fnatic on the rise.
Well, what is the event? This is over the E-League. This is the one where the
over the EU.
Virtus Pro. No, this is the one where the. Is this the Clash?
Clash for Cash.
Yeah.
And is the EU minor as well.
Okay, so well, I mean, if you look at the NA qualifier slot, you have to imagine that would be like a Cloud9, Liquid.
Maybe even an Immortals.
Yeah, it could
Not
be.
bad, yeah.
There's one more invitation spot, and I wonder if they're going to make that.
There's 3 more.
Holy cow!
Spots.
So okay, so someone like Cloud9 will probably get invited.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, this is going to be a really good tournament. Isn't it?
Like I think they're going to get decent teams in, right? Because the teams that EU qualify, we just saw, EU minor even aren't like. They're good, but they're not like they're the top level. So we can get teams who are already at the major, maybe. We can get teams who are going to be at the offline qualifier for the major as well, which is a pretty good stretch of teams. So that's going to be pretty nice.
I'm just happy to see Hobbit again. It'd be good to see that guy playing and see how well he's doing.
He's just a human who looks like a happy guy.
He's genuinely a really nice
I don't know
guy,
where I was going with that, but he looks really happy all the time.
I remember meeting him at, it was
Where
like the
else we
Take
going with
TV
this?
event, the Crefeld event, the one that Henry G said, you know, is his idea of hell. I was there at the following one. I got to meet Hobbit. He was a really genuinely nice guy.
Yeah,
like
he's
really, really sweet. It was surprisingly so. It was one of the not breakout events for him, but it was one where you you just started to take notice of him in that roster. You're like, okay, you know, Zeus is there, and then he started to really start to shine there. First couple of games, super shaky, looked nervous as hell, and then by the end of it, he was absolutely crushing people.
It was DreamHack Winner where he was really like a breakout performance in Jönköping last year. I remember that's where we kind of all were just like, holy cow.
That's when they beat Renegades in the grand final, I believe.
Yes.
So we don't need to bring this one back up, Henning. I just want to talk about this one. It'll take 2 minutes. Just an AFL team, which is an Aussie rules football team.
Now explain that a little bit, because I've had Mitch try and explain it.
The sport itself?
Yes. Like,
I can't.
It's weird, because I thought
So
it was
it's like a rugby
football,
ball.
Yep.
But we don't run with it under our arms.
Yep.
Well, you actually do for a little bit, but you can hand pass it.
Okay.
Or handball. And we kick the football. And then if you mark it, which is if you grab it, they mark, and then there's too many rules, Lauren. All you know
American
is
football is much easier.
Yeah, yeah. Enjoy the concussions, mate. But yeah, it's like the biggest sport in Australia.
Edgy.
Biggest sport in Australia, and now
Tom.
they've picked up a local organisation, which
Very
is pretty interesting, right? So
Is it Legacy Esports?
That was an organization. I saw Mitch tweet about this today. Where he
Mitch
was
used to be involved in this organisation.
in Legacy
from grassroots.
Okay.
Like
Yeah.
I think he was like management level or ownership level or something like that.
That's quite cool.
We have another question. Who at the moment is the best player in the world? Bit of an easier one, I guess. Bit of a sweeping
Cold
statement, but Cold.
We can get this off the screen now. We don't need this anymore. Thank you.
Yeah, Cold.
Still Cold?
I would have to. For me, it's a weird one.
It's not even close for me. I'm not even gonna lie to you.
Cool. That's the concussion I was
So you're
talking
just
about.
going, yeah.
Interesting. You can't even think of another person to name, can you?
No, I was thinking like Nico or Device. I think Nico is still blossoming into that kind of position. Device has just become more consistent, not necessarily a star impact. Coldzera, you know, they had a big drop-off period. If you just start calling him the best player in the world right now again through that lull where it's not that he's playing badly, it's just he wasn't at that same level. When the team doesn't perform, it's difficult to see the star perform. There's a lot of candidates. I don't think there's a clear number one in the world, Jason. That's why I couldn't name one individual.
Okay. So the cop-out.
Yeah, you went
That's pretty big
a good
cop-out.
way. It's a good way to do it.
Answering the question without actually answering the question.
It's perfect.
I want to be a politician one day.
Politicians, yeah, I'm about to say. What's your favorite game outside of CS?
Ooh.
We like a bit of
No iterations, of
Worms.
We play a little bit of the Worms Pro
Like
League.
Worms.
Back-to-back
Who's
champion.
winning? Who's winning
Back-to-back
right now? Are you
champion.
still in the lead?
Back-to-back champion.
Who's second?
Had the concession
I think
speeches
Hank's second
earlier today.
Hank's second.
Oh, yeah. Have you got the new rule set in place yet for
Yeah,
this
we have
season?
been.
We used a different one for season
Okay.
2. We haven't changed it. We decided to finish out the season. There's only 1 week left. So
Are you going to be streaming this on Twitch at any point?
we were going to, but no one seemed very motivated this week. Everyone seemed kind of a little down in the dumps. I was up by like
Maybe-
35 points heading into the last week, so, you know,
Well, look, you know,
Making
I win
things up as
ESL
usual.
Fantasy. No one mentions that. Big point throughout the season.
You did win
Yeah, Lauren
fantasy.
did really
wins
well.
it.
She
No
won
one cares.
by like
Sexism.
10 or 15 points
Feels
over me,
about
which
10.
was fantastic.
Maybe this is a good
Good
time.
job, Lauren.
Maybe this is a maybe this is a really good time. I told Henry that I would give him a shout out for spending a lot of time on the desk during the season of Pro League. We really appreciate Henry sacrificing a lot of his time to come help us out on the desk during some tough moments.
That sounds relatively facetious and a little bit like bullying.
I think it always sounds like that.
Is this a yellow card?
Because
Do I
you're
need to
saying
get
it.
Mitch over here? Just calling it out
You're
right
looking
now.
for the
We need
facetiousness.
the commissioner.
All right, most underrated team at the
That is
moment.
such a ludicrous question. Tell that guy to try again.
He's tried. He's also gone for the overrated team, but I ignored that part.
There's such a thing as an overrated team.
No?
Probably underrated at the moment, I would say, is Fnatic.
Do you reckon they can do damage?
Yes.
When are we going to see it?
In Dallas.
So Dallas is the event they're going to do well in?
Yes.
How far?
Probably top 4.
She got you to make a prediction. That was,
Oh, yeah,
that was
that's
way
a
too
loose
easy.
prediction. That's a loose
Yeah, loose
prediction.
Yeah, but right now with this prediction, if I'm right, what I can do is I can cite this conversation and say, I'm a
Okay,
genius.
so you're learning from Anders, is what you're doing.
Yeah.
This is the Anders tactic. Say the most
The
outrageous thing
Astralis
before turning
like 4 years ago, whenever it was. Like
Yeah, he's been
Danish
saying it
teams
for
will
2
be-
years, and then he's like, "Oh yeah, see, I told you they were going to win the major." Like, yes, you also said they were going to win every other tournament that we've ever had.
And if I'm wrong, no one will remember this moment.
Yeah,
That's a good point.
exactly.
Fair play. I will.
Well, Jason, who's the most underrated team for you?
Underrated.
It'd be an American team. Watch this now.
Of course it is. Of course it is. Anything the Koosta's on.
Yeah, exactly.
Your face lights up whenever you mention
Koosta.
I don't know. It wouldn't be an American team. I don't think
No?
any American team is.
underrated.
being
Slide
mean.
back up. I can't remember everything. I don't know all the teams.
Show
that
me
we-
the teams.
There's the concussion again.
Yeah, pretty much.
God.
I would say keep going.
When we get into the top 10, no one's really underrated at that point.
This is a tough one. I would say
Henry would say Nip.
Henry would say Nip.
No, that's we don't need to.
Fnatic's not a bad shout. I still think Gambit is a little underrated.
It's weird to think Fnatic, right, with that roster, is even considered to be underrated, right?
Yeah.
But in the
Well, just based on the
circumstances as of
results
late,
they've had, yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
What else we got going, Lauren?
They also still want to know why Jason is so cute. That's a repeated
Give the
question.
people what they want, Chad.
Chad, you're going to need to really get on that. Can you give us a better description, please? Please, Chad, help. We're running out of questions. I'm sorry, guys. It's run dry unless you want me to get into the really kind of lower quality ones.
No, let's not reduce the
How's
quality.
your Battlegrounds career coming on? Was one of them. I don't think that's, that's really up to date. No, it's over. It's dead in the water. Had a very bad game earlier, probably as to why.
I
The
won a
timing
game
on the blue.
before.
Yeah, well, prior to that. Do you remember you and Matt playing?
yeah. And then the person was camping in the fog.
This just sounds awful.
Why were they doing that?
Why would anyone want to play this?
Why
game?
were they doing that?
Matt did avenge you, though.
That's
so
true.
There you go.
It's true. I have a good one.
So okay.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Go on.
I was hoping something would come to mind when I said that. So
Someone did ask what's your favourite thing to do in Cologne since you've been
Who
here.
did?
Someone on Twitter said...
We did the escape room. That was quite nice.
Yeah, I think we chose a bad one. Myself, Henry, Matt, and Drop the Bomb producer Tom. We did one before, which was much better than the clown one we did. The one that we did, I think, was also picked because it had a scary element, and then we found out Jason is horrified by clowns.
Not horrified by clowns. I
What's
just feel a little bit uncomfortable around clowns.
What's the new movie coming back out
It.
about clowns? Have
That's
you
what
seen the
ruined him
trailer?
as a child.
That was actually the movie that destroyed clowns for me as a child.
Really?
I watched that far too young of an age.
And it's just like echoed throughout.
You
You've
just
Googled
Googled
IT.
it. Yeah, well, it actually does work. That's pretty creepy. I don't like that
It's
page at all.
just, it's the bulbous head part going on there. That does it.
Yeah, it's that's the fear, right? Because I say it's and it's
And
that's
it's there.
There we go,
Oh,
isn't
no.
it?
But the thing for you, like, how are you scared of something that you know isn't real?
I keep trying
real?
to tell you I'm not actually scared of clowns. You keep bringing this question up.
So when
I don't
Matt is
I don't
standing-
search clowns out. I try and avoid clowns wherever possible. If I see one, I do not freak out.
Okay, so if Matt is standing in a clown mask out the front of your apartment this evening, you will not freak out.
No, that's a bit of a creepy situation, isn't
That's
it, Chad?
terrible. That's, It's worrying for Matt
Will he be
to do
holding a
this.
knife? Is like,
Well,
what is
okay,
this?
so when we were in Cologne last year,
Okay.
that was when the whole promotion for it was happening around the world where, I almost used a bad word, where people with not many brain cells were walking around with clown masks on it and trying to scare
yeah,
people.
yeah, that
and they were
YouTube
walking
thing
down
everyone
the
did it,
street,
yeah.
and I'm like, this is not cool because it's like, why are you doing this? But at the same time, I'm not really scared. I don't ever really feel fear for my life. Is that what you? Do you get that vibe where you think, man, this is an interesting situation where I might need to bring out my judo?
Yeah. Show my karate moves. Yeah, possibly. I've never been really encountered that kind of a situation. We never had that kind of stuff going on where I was at the time of those promotions going through. Yeah, so I'm just getting word right now. We're having another 5 minutes, so.
At least, perfect.
5 minutes. Yeah,
well,
this is good.
someone has asked what your favorite movie is, because we were talking about probably the worst movie.
We had this conversation last
We
night.
did. Lauren could have been there. She could have been there, but she decided not to come out.
Well, I had no internet for 7 days, right?
What's your favorite movie, Lauren? And then we'll
favorite movie. I need to kind of mull this one over.
Okay, I think we were discussing. Jason only just recently.
Just recently on a flight to Australia actually watched Shawshank Redemption. It had been the first time I'd ever seen that flick, and that was very, very good. That was nice.
Yeah, I'm more into TV shows because I like to watch a lot more of the content, whereas a movie I feel is like over, and I get a bit sad that the storyline could have been more adaptive and stuff. I don't really have a favorite of all time.
Is really tough.
I'd probably go for like Akira or something. I like the world that it was set in.
Anime?
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah. It was a really good film. I really liked it.
Chad, you've been reading a book recently.
Yeah, I've only just got into it. I'm not a big reader.
Just got into reading?
Yeah. 27 years of age, going on 28.
It's like the hungry caterpillar just having a look through it. Like,
that's why I can't say certain words, because I don't.
What was the word you were trying to say again?
I'm not going to try anymore.
I can't remember what it was.
Shut up.
Please, Chad.
Yeah.
We taught you how to say it.
I'm not even going to try because I'll stuff it up again. In my brain, the word is spelt wrong. That's why I'm saying it wrong. So I need to fix that.
Oh, someone's just gone for the cheeky. Okay, is the game ever going to start? Clearly, there's an issue, guys. Clearly, we are just here for your
So basically, to this Muppet who just said that, we are sitting here so I can be self-indulgent and have as much camera time as possible to keep you entertained for no apparent reason. That's why we're here. Or you could look at a break screen. Jason, throw to a break. Screw this guy.
So shout out to...
We told you Chad gets cranky when he's tired.
Who was it? Who said that? Cyanide explosion.
Terrible alias, first of all.
Yeah, let's be honest.
What'd your mum come up with that one for you?
Let's move along. Let's keep it.
Cyanide explosion. Good one, mate. Where do these people have brain? Wait, we're on an ASL broadcast. I gotta chill out. I gotta relax.
Chill. Like
dial it back.
All right, here we go. What do you think will happen when Dust 2 comes back? Is it?
I hope they don't listen to Sadicus plans.
Yeah, that I actually.
tunnel plan.
I actually do think that's an awful plan.
Why? Why didn't you like that plan to start with, and then what do you think happens to the map pool when it comes back in?
The roof to B tunnel is being taken off.
Matt says he's got a great plan here, very well considered. I do map development. Yep.
And he likes ducks.
Essentially, I don't like the idea of like executes coming from those B tunnels, right? I think B as a bomb site is very difficult to hold at the moment. It's not necessarily because of the B bomb site the way it's laid out. It's because mid is such an issue, and I think that should be the area that's kind of addressed more so than the B tunnels. I like the B tunnels at the moment. I think they play out really well when there's aggression and everything like that.
Feel about keeping the B tunnels the same and then opening the skybox?
Yeah, like it was in Source outside. I think that's good because because you throw the nades and it allows enough time for the CT to react. Otherwise, it's too quick. I think that could be a good change. In terms of the map pool, I'm not sure what will go out. There's been a lot of debate about cobblestone being an issue. I think if they expand the map pool any more, that's not necessarily a good thing.
It kind of weakens the pool, right? You can't get as good at being
But then Veto's become super interesting, and I can be more nerdy about Counter-Strike, which I do love. But I think Dust 2, they're going to stay true to the map. They're actually probably going to bring in some things which are good in 1.6, like they did in New Inferno. And
widening.
And just make it look nicer, right? And I think that's the basis that is going to happen with them from now on, and I think we'll see that across all the maps because it seems like they're just going to constantly keep touching stuff up, which is nice to see from Valve. Keep up the good work.
Yeah. People are asking about how should teams practice, but you guys kind of covered this.
We did.
In that mid segment. So
there's the treasure trove of information on that, though.
Rewind it. Yeah.
Do we want to go back to that?
No, let's not.
No, but people couldn't rewind it on
rewind it on YouTube. Yes, that's one of
the
the great features.
Pay me. Little extra is always good. Having a look through what else we have. Favorite American teams.
Muppet that he chirped up.
Favorite American teams.
Yeah, favorite
I like
American
Cloud9. Cloud9's my favorite American team. We talked about our American, yesterday actually. We talked about the
super
American
team.
Yeah,
I like
mine
that
would
super
be
team.
Stewie Automatic, Elige, Kusta, and Stanislaw.
Well-rounded.
Yeah.
It's good.
And they're actually North American, so
Which helps.
It's great. Yeah, I would like to see. You know, there's obviously like a lot more money in North American stuff. Well, actually, I don't even know if there is anymore. But people like are a bit down on that region. Sure, there's 330 million people who live in that place, right? But they don't really have other people to learn from in their own country. You have Canada, which is basically integrated in with North American Counter-Strike, and then the Brazilians come up, and I think because of their work ethic, that's why they're the best. They do a lot of boot camps in Europe, which North American teams can look at and try and adapt into their own game. But yeah, I think...
Can't stream from there. Different streaming hours.
Yeah, good one, Jason. Yeah, if you would prefer to stream, then play professional Counter-Strike. Just be a professional streamer.
No, I think that's fair summary of the situation.
So you like Cloud9 because of automatic, and
that's Stewie.
Stewie's
cool.
Stewie, yeah. Stewie and automatic are good shout.
Basically, you want anyone who can feed into the super team.
Jordan's a really cool dude.
It's a cool dude.
I like Jordan a lot, yeah.
Yeah, good
He's
guy.
nice. Most of the players in North America, I feel like, are good guys.
This is very personality based. It's like we don't care about what you can achieve.
True
as
to
team,
North American fashion,
exactly,
personality
there it is.
based.
We also have a question actually. Most memorable moment when playing/casting. I guess the playing's included for you, unless there's anything that stands out casting-wise.
No.
Like, you haven't casted that much as such, right? It's like, what's your most exciting analyst desk? But
We did this last night as well.
This one, yeah.
very true. But yeah, favorite moment playing for you and casting for you.
I have two.
Go on, Chad.
We already know yours.
Qualifying at Katowice 2015 major qualifier by beating Dignitas on Inferno.
Who was in
and
that roster at the time?
Like Fetish, AZ, Pimp, Nico, and one more.
There was one more.
There was one more.
It's all right. We can move on to that. Who else did you beat?
3D Max with Alu.
Are those your two moments, or are you combining those two into
that
one
event
moment?
is one moment.
Yep.
And then the other moment was where I had like probably the best game of my career at a major, which was just absolutely destroying Titan on Mirage with shocks. Titan with shocks, so a good time.
Existence, Shocks, that weird
Yeah,
little
Existence,
combo
Shocks,
through,
Maniac, RPK, and
that guy.
Smiths.
There you go, found him.
Smiths.
Yep. Casting moments.
Well, I can do a playing one as well.
No one remembers you for that.
How far
Fair.
back do we have to go?
It was going to be pretty far. I don't want to do it anymore.
Okay.
You guys have
I'm
ruined the
sorry.
excitement.
We're bullying again, lad.
Yeah, that was a little
My
rude.
bad.
Casting, just any cast I've done with Lauren, really.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's it. I like that.
And now
like
Lauren's answer will be any cast I've done with Jason.
I should probably say Sean.
Sean was great.
Sean's very handsome.
Yeah, it was just more impressive, like how much he knew in that specific matchup. It was quite nice to get his insight. I think it was a different approach. I don't think it was one of the most exciting though. That was in a closed studio atmosphere. That's not that exciting, right? I always like the stadium ones.
Yeah, I guess the Cologne 2015 casting that event, that was like the first TriCast, but like just any match casted in that arena was like the first time that Counter-Strike actually had an audience. And it was what, 12,000 I think, or 11,000 that weekend. And like as someone coming from Counter-Strike like way back when like in hotel ballrooms and hotel rooms, we were like,
and that
it would be
felt
so
quite big as well then at the time.
And we were just like, man, if it ever got to that point, this would be so epic. And I still have the video on my phone of when we first walked into the arena, like when it was empty, and it was just insane, and it was just like one of those memories that sticks.
Yeah, I remember I can't remember who I was casting with first of all, but I just remember walking out there, and because you're on the little bit of a platform, so it was like a little bit of a raised plateau.
Yeah, that was sick.
When you kind of, like when the crowd started to cheer and get you like hyped up, the floor started to shake a little bit, you're just like, this is kind of terrifying.
Let's just say that our favorite moments of casting is when the casting desk is in the crowd.
Yeah. Do we want to run with this one? Is that your favorite moment there, Lauren?
Either that or Edward dumpstering. I think it was Liquid at the time on Dust 2 and
the 1v4.
Yeah,
that was at San Jose,
and it was just because it was against the home crowd, and it was disgustingly good, and you could hear like the fans wanted to be happy about it, but they also didn't. This really conflicted moment. It was kind of great.
Was that through the smoke?
Yeah, like one of them was through the smoke. It was just like they all played through, and then he went around the back.
I remember that play.
It was just absolutely sick. So that was just like god tier.
That was like the first time that they like choked like a big lead away, and then from there, then the MLG Columbus one against Luminosity occurred.
What about the game you did in Australia? Didn't you? That one was quite a good game.
Oh, that was incredible.
Yeah.
That was quite nice.
Yeah,
that was quite nice.
I guess just because it's so fresh, it still feels like really big. I want to see how it like settles into it down the line. But that was
how it falls into your historic memory bank.
Yeah, that always gets twisted and thrown out of proportions. But yeah, no, that was pretty sick. To be fair, I think the finals kicked in pretty good later. Like the first couple of games in the grand final, I was like, oh, I hope this isn't going to be
the first two maps, you were just like, oh, please. And then overpass happened.
But that always seems to be the way of finals. You always kind of get like the two exciting semi-finals normally, and then the grand finals are a little worse. It's rare than not, but that is a great picture.
Can we bring this up?
That is bullying, Chad. That is bullying.
This is a bit like bullying.
I didn't do it. It was on Reddit.
Who is that, though? Who is that on the right? Yeah, we are going to bring it up for you guys, so just give it a second.
Perfect.
All right, hit us up, Lauren.
What's your EU super team? So you did the NA one.
I can't do an EU super team.
to do an EU one.
Right?
Yeah, I'd have to
really
research
work.
that.
Yeah, no, that's not a great question. Nice
Here
try,
we
but
go.
we do have
3, 2, 1.
something. Why did they choose that moment to screenshot Henry? Like, out of everything, they're like, no, that's the one.
Who is that on the right, though?
He's an actor of some variety.
Well, yes, but do we know what it's from?
He's in that movie Split.
Okay.
Producer confirms.
Okay. That's quite nice.
I can find the actor's name if you give me one.
Why
moment.
is Spun J so cute? Jason,
James
that's to you.
McAvoy.
Yep, he's done some things. Why is Spun J so cute?
It's because of how humble he is.
What are your thoughts on jump throw scripts and binds? Is that even still a thing?
Oh, don't get me started
It's
on
not even a
that.
thing, really, is it? But that
So
does
binds
get
are
you,
still a thing.
What binds can make that much of a difference?
Well, I mean, you can just bind up the two keys.
Oh, so you just do the jump throw as such.
It's the same as the script, except for
Yeah,
two keys.
so the players who complained about the single key now have the exact same thing, just in 2 binds. So it almost seemed pointless complaining about something which was always going to be like this anyway.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm bitter
Do you
because
want it to
I
be
was on the
completely
fence.
removed, or-
No, I'm more than happy for it to be 1 key. I don't really think that, like, if you're throwing a jump smoke, 9 times out of 10 you're in a safe spot. So like when I do it, I just take my hand off the mouse and press the 2 buttons, which I use K and L because my spacebar is my mic button, and then I throw it.
What's your...
It's because your thumb's always on it, so we can communicate.
Yeah,
because
because you talk a lot as the in-game leader, right? My thumb rests on the spacebar, so I basically am holding it down all the time.
What's the weirdest like config in terms of binds you've ever heard of? Like I know we had a guy. Is this really that weird? We had a guy in like early 1.6 who actually used spacebar to shoot because he said that
You don't add pressure to the mouse?
you don't want to like if you go to press the mouse, you might flinch your aim a little bit. It like might just throw it off just like a fraction or like a hair. So he used spacebar to shoot. But I know like Storm used to use the old like Quake play style where like what mouse 2 is like move forward. Yeah, or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of the old, like, original, like, FPS games, like, I guess very early, like, Quake World. I may be wrong, but like, very early iterations where you used to have, like, the move key on, like, the mouse.
Yeah.
And Silent still has that, and he's got, like, some really weird binds. Like, I'll try and find a reason of it, but wasn't there the guy who, like, tried to download Scream's config or Shock's config, and he didn't
Yeah,
realize
and it was the different language
thing?
keyboard.
Yeah, so
and he was like, how do you walk with that?
That is the best thing. It's like,
really
imagine
good
it for, like, a week playing matchmaking and just being like, I just don't, my hand's killing me. How does this work?
There was actually something really fun. Like, but yeah, I mean, it's like the extreme of like wanting to copy like pro player setups. Like at one of the early CPLs, one of the like I think it was a Russian player used his keyboard on his lap.
I used to do that.
And everyone started like copying it because like he was really really good at this event. It might not have been. It was just some event. It might not have been a CPL, but everyone started copying it, and like no one could really get used to it. No one liked it. And was like, how does he play like this? And like no one realized he just didn't have a big enough table at home to put the keyboard on. Yeah, because of the CRTs.
Same with me at the time. Like I couldn't fit both on this, so I had like my CRT monitor there and like my mouse mat like directly in front of it, and I just used to play keyboard on lap. But it also helped when I go to LANs, and they used to have like tiny tables. You know what I mean? Like as much as it was like the ESL tiny table desk thing, you know. But it genuinely was like tables used to be like completely wonky, and you'd have to put something under your mouse mat. That joy of like a nail just casually.
Well, and
underneath.
if you were the guy who was situated next to someone who played with their mouse hand was their left hand, and you were right-handed, so you're just like punching each other the entire game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, it used to help because I used to give everyone else extra space.
Havoc and Top Gun both were Quake players, so they used inverted mouse.
Yeah, the
Rambo
guy
used inverted mouse as
I
well.
used to be on my team used to do that, and it just baffled me.
Yeah, me
like
too.
I tried to play with it, and it just felt like I was drunk. You know what I mean?
There was an old story. This guy named Destroyer. He wasn't like he didn't have any like real fame later on in Counter Strike.
Destroyer. It's a good name.
Rajan Mahajan was his.
Why was that not
That
his
should have been
name?
his alias.
That was it. That's
Rajan
the one.
Mahajan.
You're gifted that.
But he apparently when he was like younger and he first started playing, he like put headphones on and he put them on backwards.
Yeah, I got that one
and
too.
like he just like got used to playing with it, so he always played with backwards headphones.
It's Imagine from Winter Fox.
Good Lord.
Now he's not in Winter Fox anymore, but Imagine who was playing.
When you figure that out though, don't you just say I'll just suffer through it for a week?
Not if you play like for a very long time, right? It kind of gets ingrained.
But how? Like it just seems like very.
It's so counterintuitive.
Yeah,
isn't it?
exactly.
I don't know. Maybe. Let's get
Alex
down here.
Yeah, no.
Get it down here.
The questions are getting a little quiet here.
Cyanide explosion pipe back up.
No, sadly not.
Damn. Meet me outside.
Existence uses arrow keys and surrounding. That's pretty weird, but that's what a lot of left-handed people use. I know Alex uses his left hand on the arrow keys and the surrounding ones.
Alex is a machine.
We had I think there's like only one player who. Do you remember Davio from Australia in Counter-Strike? He was in F-Zero, the later iterations of F-Zero. He was left-handed with the mouse.
I only ever saw F-Zero once, and that was at that one CPL. You know, I was actually going to make a video then. I never got the chance to do it, which is a bummer. We're going to be live very soon, that's why I just paused it. We got the verse. But F-Zero like really revolutionized the way Counter-Strike was played, because at the time they went to a CPL, massive, probably one of the biggest upsets in Counter-Strike history, playing against 3D, which was the American super team at the time. And it was on Cobble, like the old 1.6 version of Cobble, obviously. And they were the first team to like show that you could throw smokes over ceilings and over rooftops. No one like ever did that in Counter-Strike in the early days. It's
crazy.
And they go up against 3D. No organization to it, just threw smokes wherever they landed, and 3D just freaked the hell out. Didn't know what to do, didn't know how to defend it. So this random Australia team just upset like one of the best teams in the world. And that's what kind of got everyone thinking, oh, we can actually throw over the rooftops. Yeah, it was quite funny.
That's amazing.
In a raging debate ensued of whether you should be allowed to do it or whether you shouldn't be allowed to do it.
And you were allowed to do it ever since, and there was some great
And
flushes
henceforth, the
that
Lord
you
said.
could throw through the skybox to retake the B-bomb.
You looking at Snacks up there? Snacks Jesus?
He's still up there, isn't he?
He's thinking.
He's gone to a better place now.
The Mountain Dew link, of course.
Yeah, I'm so sad about that.
Yeah?
Yeah, Virtus Pro play like a really good brand of Counter-Strike.
But have they as of late?
Not online. It might be a good thing for them. Like obviously, they're probably the team who has the most going on outside of the game, and that should be like not detracting from the fact it's their job. I just think they have a lot of distractions lately, and maybe not being in the online league will be positive for them going forward.
Yeah, that it'll be interesting to see where that goes as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors at play there with like tournament invites and everything. But yeah, they're just one of the most exciting teams, and I'm receiving word.
This just did.
Perfect. We seem to be live. We're going to go directly into the game, so take it away, boys.
I really like, as Jason's such a creative host, that he just repeats everything the producer says. That's pretty good. But we are going to jump back into it. 9-8. Big over HellRaisers on 8. And HellRaisers, having swapped over at a 9-6 halftime, have won the pistol in the ensuing round.
Yeah, round number 3 now. Force by in the second. Didn't find much for Big. No plans coming in as of yet. So fully go here. Should be quite open showcase. In terms of this round, just Glocks, no PT50s. We had some issues. Didn't really work out they were, but they had to kind of manually replay the second half just to get where we are. So that takes a while to get that right.
Does take a while. Smoke down in toward Monster, doubled up by Sticko. Make sure no one can push through. Lagia hovering in the corner. Next, Squeaky Door in front. Work his way through as the flames go down at the sandbags. Sticko will hold position inside of the site as Angel tries to fire towards Squeaky Door. No real aggression, but it is going to be a 4-5-man push onto the site. Eventually and aggressively as Lagia takes down Sticko with overwhelming force from Monster, but they strike back. Zero dancing around the pillar quite simply takes them all down.
They get 1 kill there. It's pretty much as good as he's going to get with no armor, no nades, and just Glocks. So the first gun run comes in. We did say before the break there'll be a chance for a bonus run here. HellRaisers with 2 UMPs and a FAMAS still. Sticko about head armor, interesting enough. I'll have a look at his screen and see what's going on there. So decides against, I guess it's not a big deal. Oh, maybe the UMP in the hands of Goppy could be interesting. No AWP on the T side as we get 4 AKs. Limited utility towards B. All 5 players on this side of the map. Looks like a contact play coming in. Next is the Nostalgia first. Might just push through here, but Sticko aggressive on short. Spots 2 of them, and that's going to give the rotation call for his teammates.
Shot Sticko takes down Nex. Swing back as well and find Key, but unfortunately trying to reload. Eventually runs out of life as well as ammo. Tapson's done well to pull this back. As always, 1 HP though. No time to get the bomb plant down. If he had maybe had a chance, but he can't win the round on his heroics alone this time.
Yeah, going all in on the B-bomb side. Big didn't really have much to work with. They were definitely clutching at straws with the by itself. AKs and the UMP getting in there, losing the first 2 frags. Pulled it back somewhat, but 2 versus 1. Tapson 6 HP can't find the victory. It will be a partial buy as the loss bonus finds itself at the 4th stage. That's $2,900. So a partial buy, Tech 9s, PT50s, some armor. Tapson PT50 head armor, and they'll be heading towards middle this time. Next towards the underpass. And surprisingly the bomb down here. That'll be the main objective. Try and get some more money going forward. Number 5. Open hands of Dead Fox now. He'll be towards long and finding the first frag. Takes down God B.
Bonnet continues to push up as well. So the that watches inside a bathroom is Bondic is able to catch off one and fall back successfully. Leaving Dead Fox to watch over toward long A with the 8WP. Good find, Bondic. Changes his angle once more, continues to spray in. Hoping there's someone on the receiving end, timing off for Dead Fox. Bit awkward with the pistol getting slightly closer for Tapson, and as he continues to miss, he may have to call Angel over. I need you. Please, come here. Be my guardian, Angel.
Clean sweep for HellRaisers. Bondic with 3 kills, Dead Fox with 2. AWP since you're coming alive. Nice bank account for HellRaisers. Look at that. Bondic, $13,000. Lots of money to work with here, but another buy for Big. The first time they bring out the AWP in the second half. They did win the first half 96. HellRaisers after winning the pistol, looking very good. This is their map pick if you're following along at home. 4 AKs, Keeve on the AWP, of course, and Dead Fox looking to challenge in the middle as well, using the classic smoke on the steps. Doesn't actually commit to it. Keeve watching towards long A, and 2 players are long. We've seen Bondic use this position before, and it'll be actually backed up by 2 other players, Bondic, Angel, and Dead Fox, all in the long position.
Gear that's going to take the shot toward the jumping player. We always talk about how deadly that can be. I haven't seen anyone hit that shot in a while. Dupree's the most common.
Yeah, he seems to hit that more often than not.
Ooh. Did the sign... Okay, his teammate's coming back, but the sign blocked off what I thought was an angle that he would have wanted toward long. They've got so much aggression out there, though. 2 players. 1 toward bathroom connector, 1 at second rock. Bomb is getting closer, but they're going to go for the reverse boost toward the flower pot. Angel down below it. They do it slightly differently. They don't go directly into the corner. They do it from the railing.
Yeah, they couldn't get the kill there, so just jump up and get information, I guess. You can do a 3-man boost there to get the kill. Bondic, this is great timing. This could be the round in itself. In fact, if he comes in here and finds the 2 frags, let's see if this goes out for him. Doesn't find it as crisp as he would have liked. He's going to get 2 frags regardless. That should be the round now. Like, yeah, looking to take him down. Bondic just staying alive now. Smart play. Deploy the smoke to find something one more time.
Inside of the site, though, found by Gabi. It's going to open up space for a bomb plant. There's not much time to do so. 24 seconds seems ample enough on the clock, but unfortunately, it's more the positioning and space that limits the time, and unfortunately, the space was taken away. Slagia alone walks in.
Ooh, okay.
I will hold my thought. Because bomb down, he's got a chance to try and get it, but Sticko goes back out for another shot. He's successful.
Well, still yet to post a round here. It's going to be 6-0 in the second half. HellRaisers now with a firm lead, lots of money to work with as well. With maximum loss bonus, Big can certainly buy into this. I don't think they actually planted the bomb yet, Matt, in the second half. A little bit weird, considering what we've come to know of Big. This is not a map, I guess, from what I've seen so far, it's not like a map they played that often. They're known to be a very tactical team, as the executions, haven't really seen any of that yet, but still early days. Could pull it back, it's going to be 4 AKs, I think a little now for Keeve, no all for him. And the Gia getting towards short again, laid to the face, so Sticko was certainly going to take him down, which he does. Another 5 on 4. I have to say, Big look a little bit out of their depth on this one.
Yeah, I think so. And I think this is what we kind of anticipated when we saw them swap over to the T side. They just simply don't have the, like you said, I think a good word, depth. They're lacking in creativity. We're not seeing the fakes, the executions that we saw from them previously. Smoke's down early to try and limit an AWP player, which means they're just going to get closer to it and have to deal with the fact that they won't be cutting off anyone else. And not only that, Dead Fox is able to take the shot on next.
Yeah, it's looking pretty poor now. Not really anything that's inspiring me. Suggests that they might be able to get back into this one. It's going to be 7-0 after this round. Only finding 1 kill into this by the looks of things. Dead Fox didn't have to take that challenge, but he does. 13-9, and still that maximum loss bonus. No bomb going down in so long. I think they've got to take a pause and work out what the approach is going forward. Tactical pause this time, not technical, thank God.
Yeah, agreed, because we still have a 3rd map after this, I think.
Which is looking very likely.
Yeah, I would say it's almost a certainty.
I'm going to have a look what the 3rd map is. I can't actually remember. So let's have a look, Matthew.
We shall, Henry.
Train. We're finishing things off here.
Oh, that's... Okay. I don't know much about Big on it, obviously. But from HellRaisers, that doesn't strike me as anything amazing, so that's interesting.
So tactical pause. Has to be a partial buy really for big here. 3,400 per player. Can't really buy around that. You get Tech 9's armor. Try and get an execution in. Still, oh, okay. Scout comes out for the gear. So he's still fine. He keeps leaving himself about $1,800. You get 3,400 on top of that in the next round. So that's not a bad shout. He's known to be a relatively decent scout player. The rest of the guys, though, got B with Tech 9, taps on the P250. Same story for Nex as well. Keeping no armor. He wants to get that AWP in the next round. So here we go, round number 8. Unpause comes in. Still, nice full buy and lots of money to work with HellRaisers as we enter round number 8. 7-0. HellRaisers, their map pick. Looking to take us to a third map, which will indeed be Train. 4 smokes, 2 flashbangs, Molotov. Let's see if we can get anything going here at all.
Keeve heads back up toward the top of the stairs. Bondic will go up toward the green bench, smoke himself in position to try and use that gap that it creates. It's a good knowledge of the smoke deploration. What's the word for deployment? Deployment. Yeah. Declaration. Done. We're making it. We're making a declaration that declaration is now a word.
Well, 5 and 4. They've ascertained it's an eco at this point, so don't need to work too hard. Hold the bomb sites. AWP set up. Covering Bondic as he gets to that classic corner position as well. He should be able to find a couple of frags here. Baited it by his teammate. He will take the other away. It's a shot from Dead Fox.
Shot.
Yeah.
Bondic, meanwhile, takes down Gobby. Up close, swings wide. Down goes Tabson. So the timeout, although that pistols hasn't amounted to much, I'm afraid.
Get 1 kill.
We need the bomb, I'm afraid, too, next. But tries to go for the kill first. Dead Fox takes him down.
Wow. This is the game that decides whether Big make it into the Pro League or HellRaisers stay in it. Whoever wins this series, at least, currently 1-0 in favor of Big, gets to stay. Well, HellRaisers get to stay, Big get to go in. HellRaisers, a team has been doing better and better recently. It's a shame to see them down here, but Pro League is a very fierce and competitive league. Some of the world's best teams compete in it. And Dead Fox's time, changing things up. Is Angel pushing me to smoke? I like this. Change things up. Try and find our first frag.
Watching out from the park. Angel sits to wait as they walk around, sprays down 1, but only 1. Gobby able to trade as Dead Fox responds, swinging back into a position of power. A flash goes over the top, and Dead Fox, well, he is indeed a Dead Fox. Bomb dropped temporarily based on Bondic's return fire, though. So within 1 this time, Big, but unfortunately it's still not enough. 1:05 to work with. They need to find the next kill, or it's done again.
Yeah, not looking too good for Big here. This is a map point 3-on-2. Looking towards long with his teammate as well. That's key with the AWP. Spotted. They need to make this frag. Unfortunately, it's Bondic that strikes first, and that should be the round concluded. Keeve can't find the wide face from Bondic there. And this is looking like the reverse sweep completely. 9-0, I should say. Not a single round from Big. And this is day and night compared to what we've seen from Big on other maps. They just don't seem ready on the T side here at all. They were so kind of tactically aware on the other maps. Like Inferno looked amazing for them, and Cobblestone as well. The executions are crazy. The fakes were there. I think it's just a map they just don't play. I think that's as simple as that. Quite a new team. Probably just work. The CT side's easy to put together, really. Like, you don't need that much in terms of practice. Just everyone knows how to play it. But the T side needs a lot of work.
Well, that seems to be the case. Not a single round thus far, and I think that likely to be the way that it ends. If the nade and damage any indication to go by. Already locked into the lower hallway. Next is going to go back up, and this all seems like someone individually trying to create space at this point. No teamwork and chemistry to create openings.
Train will be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what to expect.
Well, that's a map that lends itself to executions, right? Like
Yeah,
that's the classic execution map.
I just meant from these two teams specifically, but no, you are right in that sense. Tabson takes down Dead Fox, backs off. Shot still raining in. Good exchange, Tabson. Again, to be the one that has to hold things together. I think he's going to get out of that nade. Yestico makes it far enough. Gobby, the last alive, will pull it into a 1 versus 1 as he takes 0 as well, but it doesn't know that Angel's still in the corner. HellRaisers will force out map 3.
Disappointing second map there from Big. Like he said, it seems apparent they didn't really play that much overpass. CT side was okay, but just nothing to really offer in terms of strategy on the T side, lots of defaults, execution was pretty poor, seemed to have a lack of understanding of how to operate in the defaults himself. So that's a little bit strange to see from them actually allowed to slip in, but still, it's a big map pool, and I think we'll just go to a break, Matthew, and we're back shortly with Train.
Get your team apparel now at shop.eslgaming.com.
You ready? Huh? Hey, easy boy, huh? You ready? Huh?
Start your esports career now at play.eslgaming.com.
ESL Pro League is brought to you in part by Logitech G, Pay Safeguard, Legion Lenovo, Mountain Dew League, and ESEA.
Well, we get ready for what is our deciding map for who gets Virtus Pro spot. Well, I shouldn't say that. HellRaisers would keep their own spot.
Yeah.
Big would take away the one that Virtus Pro is now vacated.
Yeah, just to know as well, it's Kingwin and Virtus Pro that have been eliminated so far. It's both Polish teams out of Pro League.
Yeah.
Just to know as well. Innocent.
It's Polish League. Polish League. I'm trying to say the anti-Pole.
Yeah.
Without Poland.
I guess Innocent's
not that clever when I haven't slept,
the last
but that's
Polish
fine.
player that can make it in.
That's true.
Yeah, from Penta, right?
Yeah.
So he's the last hope of Poland.
He used to play with Spiro and Meniz.
So there's that. Just a little note. Virtus Pro, if you are just joining us, what we're talking about, Virtus Pro did get eliminated from Pro League today. Disappointing couple of seasons for them. This time finding themselves in relegation once again, losing.
Second season in 3 that they've been in the relegatory position. Last year, they were almost in a playoff position on the decider time. It looked like, okay, things have been redeemed, and obviously this year, not so much. This season was extremely close in many ways, but unfortunately, a lot of their games weren't, so it's not like you could argue they were close as well.
Well, for now, Big stealing the first map away, which was Cobblestone, their pick. We moved to Overpass, where HellRaisers ran away with it, especially in that second half as well. I don't think a single round was posted by Big at all after winning the first half 9-6. Train, like we said, a map that lends itself to teams that maybe like to execute a lot. There's options to do it. You don't need any map control to bring a full execution in. So maybe this will be interesting. I'm hoping to see a bit more from Big on this one. It seems like they're very strong on some maps, and then especially on Overpass, and they seem to have anything prepared on the T side whatsoever. Just kind of trying to run the defaults and get basic control and see what they could do with it. Tabson could not carry them to success.
In other news, Fernando Alonso is currently 4th in Indy 500 practice.
Well, there you go.
That's very impressive.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure what to expect, to be completely honest, on Train. You said it's execution map. I don't know what to expect from Big. They've been great on some maps with execution. Inferno comes to mind yesterday. Cobblestone wasn't too bad today, but it's based map to map, and we don't have that much information on it, to be fair.
No, we don't. So, yeah, we're just going to kind of roll with the punches here and see where we end up. HellRaisers, certainly a team that are known to be very good on Train. This is one of their best maps. So I would say HellRaisers, just on the lack of knowledge I have with Big on this map, I would say my money is going to be on HellRaisers because I know they're very good on this one. And there can be a lot of top teams on this map, especially as CT sides are very good. They get a knife for sides on the third and deciding map. So obviously, going in the first and second map, it's your map pick. The opposition gets to choose whether they want to start CT or T. You do want to start CT side on Train. If you win the knife, it's considered a CT-sided map still. And yeah, especially for Big, I'm not sure whether they want to start. T-side might be good for them. Their T-sides seem to be better than their CT sides. So maybe that wouldn't be a huge issue for them either way.
Players are in, but readying up. Perhaps we'll get just a few thoughts from the 3 people with brains and not bronze. Except for Jason, he's mostly brawn.
Thank you, Matthew. Server conditions are a bit haphazard out there. You can see the players having a really tough time joining the server. There's a lot going on. It seems to be the southerly wind really blowing hard, preventing the connection to the server. The packets are being lost all over the place. Chad, over to you in the studio.
I'm expecting a lot of chip damage this game, Jason. I've got that in the forecast. And I think Storm, that will be Kyiv, is going to be coming through his AWP in this map and taking down some little...
Lauren, what are your thoughts on Hurricane Kyiv?
It's dangerous times out here, Jason. We're all a little worried, actually, on the streets as we speak. Hopefully families out there will be prepared for what's coming their way over in the HellRaisers camp.
Board up the windows. Get to the basement. God B is here.
Is he like some kind of predator or?
All right, you had the cave moment versus pro. Let's not go back to this sort of
I didn't even
predatory-
realize that is the connotation that you guys took from that. I just was talking about
17-year-olds wandering into caves.
That's not what I meant. That's not what I meant.
So it makes it so funny.
Such an innocent mind.
Yeah, that map there went more in the way of HellRaisers.
Much like
Obviously.
fantasy.
You look drunk when you're doing you gesticulate a lot more.
So HellRaisers looked a lot better on that map. Everything was good for them. T-side,
Yeah.
CT side, fantastic. This one here, I think HellRaisers is going to win.
Okay, yeah.
Prediction?
Lauren, yeah, it's all going according to plan, right, Lauren? You said
2-1.
You said 2-1 for HellRaisers, and that Cabo was going to be won by Big.
Yeah.
Much like the Fantasy League, you just seem to be on point.
It's very smart.
Some have said Lauren is a prophet.
Most of them are incorrect.
Nice. Well, I'm going to be a little bit prophetic here. I think that the knife round is live. So what we're going to do is head back over to the commentators. It's going to be Sadakist and Hank.
I'm really sorry we actually threw over to them. If I'd known that was what was going to happen, I would have kept it here.
Have they been preparing that for a while? It seemed like they've been
sometimes, yeah,
like amazing, hilarious thing they had prepared.
Yeah, sometimes I'm not
Got the
really
microphone
sure. I hope it was improv, because if it was thought out, I would have probably canned that if I were them.
Leave it on the maybe pile.
Yeah. Well, can't all be winners, can we, Hank?
Well, the knife round coming to an end. It's going to be HellRaisers picking out. They'll go on the CT side. Like I said, more favourable for sure, so they'll be switching up. Any second now, you'll see all those CTs switch over. Surely. Will they swap? Will they all drop dead? No one knows.
No one knows.
They actually just morph into terrorists.
Well, there we go. Now we know our sides. Ooh.
So I'm going to say this is going to be, from what I know, HellRaisers running away with this one. Their CT side especially is going to be very good. They can take down some big names on this map. So I don't think Big will be able to hold a light to them. We'll see what happens. But here we go. Round number 1, 3 sets of armor. God B and Legia on the utility buy. Molotov and a smoke for God B. Legia, smoke and 2 flashbangs. So we did say they like executions. 2 smokes suggest they go inside. All teams do that. God B there with the smoke outside. He could just be, oh, okay, both smokes outside. This could be like a pop dog rush or something. Smokes out. God B using his smoke towards the bomb train. And yeah, pop dog is very fast after coming out. They seem prepared on this map.
Certainly do. Sticko will try and use the ladder to get vision. Has it. Gets wrecked. Even with the silencer, Tabson able to take him down through the smoke. Angel, meanwhile, getting one, but then dropping. It's going to be Dead Fox to recover and get Tabson after his 2nd kill in the round. Is that enough to finally silence Big? Because Tabson has been a large part of their success. Bondic looking to smoke off the bomb, potentially get on top of it. Does have a kit, remember, and doesn't even need to smoke it. Save this round.
Oh, such a promising round there for Big. Good smokes going down there from the first frag as well. But it's going to be Bondo finding 2 kills. Same story for Dead Fox as well. 4 defuse comes in, and they're absolutely fine. Like I said, their CT side, I think, is going to be too much for Big to handle here. But we'll see what happens. Round number 2, presumably going to be buying up in the 3rd. So just a light buy here. Maybe some upgraded pistols. And a couple of smokes, what I can see as well. No armor purchase, of course, getting the AKs in the 3rd round. That's round number 2. And looking at the HellRaisers buy as well. 2 rifles, actually 3, including the FAMAS. And 2 UMPs as well. Kiev trying to do what he can with the Deagle. Very deadly weapon at sort of range. 1 taps to the head. No one giving him anything to work with.
Kiev just gives himself up. I think he was jumping, expecting someone further back, perhaps. Or maybe he just wanted to say goodbye to this cruel world after watching the desk segment. Sticko, meanwhile, needs to swing out and catch off Tabson. Actually doesn't need to do anything. It's already burned him alive. That works for now as Angel. Just to try and sit back by Legia, who's going to walk out for the smoke and be greeted immediately by Bondic.
Well, there's that. 2-0 now for HellRaisers. Well, this is the round that really matters. Legia investing a bit too much. From what I can see in the previous round, he got 3,300. He should have enough for AK armor at least. So he'll be limited to maybe a Galil or a UMP. So the latter. Galil for Kiev, 2 AKs. This is, maybe they invested a bit too much in the last one. They should have at least 5 AKs, all things considered. But here we go, then round number 3. And it's going to be the AWP out for Dead Fox, an early AWP at that. So we'll see whether he can get rolling here. This is one of his more specialist maps. I actually think he's very good at this one. Aggressive play from Sticko, taking the game. How many flashbangs did
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like a fireworks display.
1, 2, 3.
Bosh, bosh.
That was insane.
And Dead Fox finds another kill. They're looking hot on the trap. HellRaisers, good job in the first gun round here.
That's very cool sounding. Tabson in behind the server will sit there and try and wait out what Dead Fox wants to do. Smoke down at the inside of Ivy, and Tabson's not sure what he wants to do, to be fair.
So he had the Galil firing behind him. He thought it was the M4A4. They sound very similar.
It's true.
He's like, whoa, where'd that come from? But it was just his teammates spamming.
Tabson will continue to try and put pressure onto Ivy. He's a man that can open things up, that's for sure.
Yeah. The 5-on-3, though, he's got his work cut out for him. He's the only player with an AK-47. There's another one. Gobi finds... I think it was the AK. So they've graded in that respect, but 45 seconds remaining. A lot of work to do. But like you said, Tabson, if there was a player to step up and find frags here, he's the man you wanted to be. Good flashbang out, but almost blinds himself as well. Sticker now trying to recover the situation. 30 seconds remaining. The bomb's heading outside. Actually found some wiggle room here. Bomb can be planted. Has got to be finds himself right up on the bomb train here.
Gombi trying to spot in. Oh, toward the Z connector and get the elevation. Realizes they're too close and goes for the default instead. Gets caught out with a wraparound.
Can't find the AWP, but they know they're beginning to DK this one. So this should be the 4-0. Good work by HellRaisers. That nice alley push. The flashbang firework display, I think we'll call that. I don't think I've ever heard that many flashbangs in one area go off before. It was like 4 in a row. All at once. It was kind of nuts. And they managed to push out, find the first frag. Dead Fox gets an AWP kill as well, 5-on-3. They did a decent job to bring it down to a 2-on-2 in the end, but HellRaisers finding the 2 kills, and it's going to be 3-0. P50s and Glocks, and 1 smoke. I think really invested into this round from the T side. Angel using the smoke just to look above. Was guaranteed a frag there, bomb down, and he might get a complete ace. Looking quite nice. Okay.
That works for Angel. Again, not the complete ace, but a good number of kills. Starting off well, Big, remember, took the first map. It could be the back-to-back wins for HellRaisers. I can't really call it a reverse sweep because it's really only 2 wins. But, yes.
It was a reverse sweep and overpass, for sure.
Yeah, in terms of rounds, absolutely.
They're not giving a single one away after losing the first half 9-6 as well. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, we're going to... One of the first official gun rounds, I guess you can call it. The 3rd round forced by obviously lacking in AWP. Kiev's got that now. It's round number 5. We'll see whether Dead Fox can bait and sticker behind the server. As they'll be leaving him to his own devices here. As we get into round 5. Damage done to the sticker there. Goes up to 59 HP from an HE grenade. Similar response though towards Nex and Gold B. And I haven't seen anything that's excited me as of yet from Big. The pistol round, obviously, they've got stuff prepared. They've got set pieces available to them. Let's see how powerful they can be.
WP. Try and look in through the smoke. Flash goes out, so he just fires, hopes for the best. No one there going to receive it. Dead Fox thinking about trying to peek back, but slips away, fades into the abyss, Henry. A dark, abysmal abyss.
45 seconds remain. No one really getting anything done on the T side just yet. Sticker waiting on the other side of that smoke. A dangerous position. Can hear them being tagged up. Guaranteed frag. Takes down Tabson. He can fall back as well. He knows an AWP is in towards Ivy. Time ticking away. 30 seconds. They will be able to get a plum by the looks of things on the mini-map, but they need to start finding some frags.
Straight plant like yep. Kiev's got the shot on Sticko. Another one. As he follows up Angel in the same footsteps. Dead Fox just cops a nade straight in the forehead. This second one doesn't do quite as much damage. Took him from, I think, 33 to 16. So 15 damage dealt. As Bondic will continue to try and pedal his way back into the site. Gradually moving on and forth into, well, the hell position where Nex waits. So it should be pretty straightforward for Nex to take him down with the AK-47. Yep, he's even gonna fire his hands. He's got no fingers left.
Oh,
that
Nex.
was quite good.
Yeah, it looked like they were about to slip away from them. They touched the defuse at that point, and then Nex Spots 2. Like you saw that big barrel sticking out from the little nook there in the corner.
I like it when a big barrel sticks out, Henry.
Yeah, who doesn't? Especially when it's a big one. Yeah?
Ah.
Well.
That's why they named themselves Big. If it was my team, it'd be called Small.
Yep. I'll give you that. Well, Big, only one player surviving. HellRaisers have already established their economy. This is the chance for the double reset. I love this kind of smoke. You actually go all the T-spawn into Connector, so this is an inside take at that point. You throw that smoke to guarantee the AWP can't really wreck you, and it looks like they should get full control of the inside bomb site here. Zero to the full back. Known as being a very good inside player, exactly for that sort of reason. Good for one frag and staying alive. That's his specialty, I would say.
Specialty? That's one thing to have, as Legia is going to try and work his way around inside of the B site. Unfortunately, it's found by Angel. However, they manage a bomb plant during all of that, so they can try, despite being 2 men down, to hold this off. Next, going to stay aggressive as well with the bomb. I hate getting stuck down there after a plant. As Dead Fox takes him out, Skeev has to go aggressive. Smokes on either side to hold off the bomb. Gets the first at far, but that gets Angel up close. And that's unfortunate that Godby has to try and run his way all the way back to the site.
Well, after Nex had to bat on the 2 versus 1 in the previous round, Big with a simple strategy, that smoke from T-spawn that lands in the connector. A few smokes outside as well to try and force some rotations. They go towards inner. They don't find much as they come down the lower round. Like I said, Zero. Normally very good at just staying alive, delaying with the utility and finding 1 kill. And he does that perfectly. Buys his teammates some time. The rotations come in, and the Dead Fox AWP finding a few frags out as well. That's kind of a harsh reset for Big. You get the bomb down, so it's not the end of the world to be able to buy into the next round for sure, with $2,000 per play at the moment. 5-1 though. HellRaisers looking decent here. And in terms of round number 7, is that a straight up wallbang?
That may have been, yep, the Guardian-esque in reverse. No, that's what long.
So he was
so
he did it straight through. I'll show you.
Did he clip him through the top of the roof?
I'm sure we'll get a replay, but he was like this. So he was like here.
It would have clipped. That's nuts. Because I was watching when the player died in A main.
I must say, okay, so you just did it in this angle here.
Yeah, so it's down the wide side. That's still pretty cool.
And then you can see he went Bosch through there.
Bosch. Why do you say? I like Bosch.
It's a very British word. I don't know why.
Bosch
it's a rugby term.
Gotcha. Dead Fox falls away inside of the site. Spawnick instead that will do the damage, dropping the bomb momentarily. 5-1 about to become 6. Dead Fox makes it so. Make it so. Do you remember that meme?
What, the
Captain
Patrick
Kirk?
Stewart one?
Patrick Stewart, yeah. That whole like song that they edited.
Yeah, that was actually. I remember that in college.
Pretty sweet, yeah.
I'm 16 or something. They were doing that.
If you haven't seen it, go watch it. It's pretty funny. I really liked it for some strange reason.
Well, 9 frags for Bondic. Same story for Angel as well. Seems like everyone's contributing on the HellRaisers side. This is looking very convincing. And a Nova on the T side, Legia, really? Is this the thing? Let's see. Planning on going with that. Pop Dog, presumably. Yep, that's where he goes. And now he's done that and you haven't found anyone, this becomes almost useless. How do you get out of Pop Dog? Kind of hoping that someone just walks into your crosshair. I don't think they will. They don't know what your money's like. They want to keep the range advantage. Smoke's been deployed, but Sticko trying to look over it. Going to be silent at the same time as well. Can't really jump around. Just going to be bonding to find the first frag and also finds 2 as well.
Yeah. With the shotgun.
Glock out.
Yeah, goes to the pistol. Smokes off. He gets a smoke down and gets close enough to the bomb. Never mind. Sticko takes him out. Crisp, clean headshot, boys. Angel's gonna take down Godby. It's just Kiev in a 1 versus 5.
A little bit desperate.
Yeah, at that point, yeah, exactly.
But there it is. The Nova, surprisingly, doesn't reap any rewards there. Technical pause, Matthew. Tactical. That's okay. We don't mind those
you
ones.
panicked. I know. I could hear you. No!
We don't mind tactical.
Technical.
Okay, well, that makes sense. We haven't really seen anything as exciting as too much from the big side as of yet. No crazy fakes. They have got some executions, but they're struggling to put rounds on the board here. 7-1 for HellRaisers. That is a very good and well-rounded train side, I would say. They've had some big results, especially at the start of the tournament. This is one of the maps they got a lot of the work done. We'll see whether this continues. Dead Fox, their kind of secret weapon, I guess. Managing to, like, if he turns up to a game at best of 3, that's when they're absolute best. Like, he's a Hungarian player. I guess you call HellRaisers an international team at this point.
They are. They're European classified, but they're international.
Yeah, so they've got, like, Hungarian players, Slovakian players, and Ukrainian as well.
Keep going. Yep, there. That's good. What else you got?
And the coach is Slovakian, I think, as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you're probably right. I can't remember right now. I can't remember. Oh, Junta. No, Junta's Ukrainian.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Junta went over to them. If I'm not mistaken, I'm pretty sure Junta's with them right now.
Yeah, that's right. LMBT went to Mouse Sports.
Yeah,
right?
that's correct. Yeah,
Okay.
Junta's who left Flipside.
Whatever happened to Flipside? Where have they gone?
13th in Premier last year, apparently.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's poor Markelov.
So they're a team that always makes...
That slipped into the
They
abyss.
always make the major.
The major, and they'll be at the qualifier this time.
Right.
That'll be the next time we see them.
Because they got top 16. Well, they was in the major last time. You always
Exactly. Yeah, no top 16 is a fair way of putting it. It's considered all one tournament by Valve.
Yeah.
So, yeah, they've disappeared.
That's nuts. I haven't seen like lights of World Edit playing.
I think when you're a big brand like Virtus Pro, if you don't play in Premier next year, okay, you may not get back into the Pro League, but because of your brand and your performances at LAN, well, give or take, you'll still get invited to events. But if you're a team like Flipside, you need the Pro League to showcase yourself. And if you're top 8 in Pro League and having good results, you might get invited to events, a few here and there. If you're nowhere to be seen, you're not getting invited anywhere.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, you're not on anyone's radar anymore. Like for me, I cast CS every day of my life. I'm like, where have they gone?
Yeah.
Like, how can tournament organizers be thinking about them?
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's why I say if you're a massive brand, it's different.
Yeah, that's true. There's a lot to be said for orgs and prestige and all that sort of stuff.
Very true.
Well, here we go then. It's going to be another round for Big. Oh, Dead Fox finds the first frag, though. He takes down the Danger Man. It's going to be Tabson going down first, 5-on-4. The buy's not great. They have got the Orpha Kiev, but Godby's down to the Galil. They're limited in terms of what they have left in utility. And Molotov out of the pop dog. Let's have a little party down here. But Angel waiting for... I thought that was a terrorist joining him up with the AK there. Godby is hiding in the smoke, hoping Angel doesn't find him.
Oh, Angel.
How many flashbangs?
It's the right time for the nade. Yeah, exactly. Throws it through. It goes too far. Godby with the smoke slowly dissolving is able to take him down. But Sticko getting next brings things to a rather abrupt halt in terms of momentum for Godby and Big. Another small half from them so far as it's going to go 8-1. A 1 versus 4. Godby not exactly the man I would put in this position.
No. This is like, hopefully... As CT comes hunting for you, can see he's got no attempt to win the round. He's just going to be holding up. Hopefully get one frag out of this. And is that a wallbang towards Pop? I'm going to check where that goes. Where was he hoping to go with that? So he fires through there. I don't think that goes anywhere.
Either way, Godby's managed at least 1 kill in this. Dead Fox is low. If he wins this, I'll be very astonished, I think is a good word for it. Ball him down over toward him. He's going to pedal over toward and try to grab it. Grab it like a rabbit. He's got it, but now he's going to get spotted out. Surely peeked off. Molotov goes too deep, and Bondix in play already. Tell his thought process isn't... It's far from the issue for Godby.
8-1. Lost bonus to 4th stage when you get $2,900 per player. Have a partial buy, methinks. We'll see what they can do.
Dualies. I was just going to say the same thing.
When all else fails, bring out the dualies.
Yeah, why not? Are they viable in any sense other than crab walking?
No.
Do you remember when Nip did that strat?
Yeah, well, everyone is
clawing up banana. Or was it Dust 2 Cat? No, it was banana.
It was Inferno, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Dust 2 Cat was the show match we did with Play It Cool. That's right, when Michael Lele did it. And
Yes.
Shocks.
God, it feels like a lifetime ago.
Dude, it was back when love was fresh in the air and pure.
Okay.
I meant to say life, and I said love, and I just went with it, Henry. It's 9-1 for HellRaisers. Double op setup still in play.
This is what I expected, though. So just to reiterate, Big do not kind of crash out after this one. They will meet Penta.
Yeah, double
decider match. One more best of 3 after this one. And then whoever wins that best of 3 between Big and Penta still will find themselves in the Pro League.
Penta's been there before. HellRaisers obviously trying to fight to retain. Yep,
right?
That's right. Kingwin took their spot.
Different lineup, but...
And, well, yes, okay. But Big has never been there before, so for them it's rather significant to try and accomplish that goal, to try and do it on their first attempt, ultimately, because straight into the Mountain Dew League last year, and this was their first chance to make it to Pro League.
I believe that was Tabson's last team, Penta. I think that was his team.
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Yep. After he originally left Mouse Sports. And then his brief tenure in NRG.
Well, 9-1.
who also made the playoffs in the North American division, by the way.
Haven't seen anything fast from Big, have we? No rushes, like no defaults that led to any picks. They seem to be... This is why I don't think their sort of play style working as a top team. They're just focusing on the executions, the fakes and stuff like that. I think once you know they do that, you're just going to start bullying them. You're just going to hold up and like keep working the money down and just keep going for those aggressive peaks, showing the lack of respect that we saw from HellRaisers in that first gun round, pushing Ivy. As soon as you find that one kill, their tactic's gone. They can't really do much about it. And Train, like I said, I thought it would be lending itself to their strengths, but if they're losing the first pick time and time again, and the money's in a rut like he is right now, Keeve can't get any picks. He's like a very strong player for him. He's on 3 and 10 right now. The AWP on Train, that's shocking. The AWP should be opening up the map for you. Not necessarily getting loads of kills, but he's finding openings, and that's what Dead Fox is doing, at least. Double AWP setup for the HellRaisers for the first time, just to note that as well. This is looking promising though. Taps him with the first pick, but Dead Fox, he gets 2 in return.
Zero getting Legia down though. Makes us still have an advantage for the HellRaisers side. Dead Fox trying to do what he can. He'll get it. Next walk's a little too far into the open. He's still sitting on the bomb train. We go 10-1. Could be a fast third.
I think you might be right.
Another tack pause. This is from HellRaisers though. Interesting.
Let me have a look.
They just said tactical pause HellRaisers in my ear.
Yeah. So I'm just going to have a look and see why they would do that. So how many players went down there? So 2 players survived. They've got plenty of money. They've recovered the double AWPs. Maybe they said to run to the toilet or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that,
doesn't really
that
make
makes
sense.
more sense.
I would say it's been a long couple of hours in terms of that pause. We probably just have to run to the bathroom. You get 5 minutes with your pause here, and they're so comfortable right now. They probably know they won't need it going forward. They're looking like they're going to get like a 14.5. In terms of the money for $3,400 per player, no bomb going down the last 5. So they've got 4K on 2 players, and then 3 players, I should say, and then 2 players on about $3,500. So suddenly a buy there, not the best in terms of AWP. They cannot buy an AWP. So Keeve, 3 for 11. Legia, 2 for 11. Tabson, who is the god on the first map. Only with 5 kills here after 11 rounds. This could be a 41, 13-2 half, I think. They're looking too slow here, not assertive. When the strats aren't working for them, they seem a bit lost at that point. Like Inferno is such a strong map for them, I guess. Like they're very solid on that one.
Yep.
Getting the apartments control, falling back, and the teams don't. Like if they're playing against a team like Virtus Pro, like who looked so cagey and not themselves.
Yeah, that's true.
They're allowing them to get that map control right at the start of the round. Then they've got all their nades, they can do all the flashy executions and like the fakes, and it's all going great. I think as soon as you get the map like this, where HellRaisers are very confident, and they just had a great map in the previous one as well. They've got the momentum in their favor. It's getting late. It's round number 12, and a buy does come in. It's a bit of a dicey one. 1 AK, Tech 9s and a Deagle, and the Legia Scout. I'm not sure it's going to matter too much. They've still got about 2K per player. And rushing. Let's see what this brings to the table. Maybe the full-on rush is what it is.
Good pick from Gob B. Doubled up, takedown 2. This is starting to work. The timeout may be backfiring. I suspect you are correct in your bathroom assumption. So the nade will go through. They've got a bomb down, Henry. This is something new. With pistols as well on fast play, as you suggested.
Yeah. Why not? Nothing else is working. Give it the outside rush.
Yeah. Don't overthink it, Gabi. Just run. There's a low HP player on Sticko toward long, but they're slowly clawing ground back. They're not now. Next takes down Angel. Sticko, the low HP player, indeed will fall. Zero's in a 1 versus 3. AWP to be saved, and we got big with 2 rounds now, finally.
On an eco, pretty much. So one thing as well, like if you think about Astralis, when they were kind of going through that phase of everyone calling them chokers, right, when Carrigan was still there, it's like, especially on maps like Train, they couldn't really, when they got into this sort of rut where they had a great first half, they move into the T half, and they lose like 6 rounds in a row, they can't seem to get anything going. Carrigan, like, he seemed to never want to change that. You want to keep to what they were doing and said, no, it's going to work. It's worked in the past, it's going to work now. As soon as Glaive joins, he seemed to be able to recognize the trends of when they start to fall apart, and he can see when his star players aren't really finding picks. And he goes, right, you know what? We're just doing outside rushes now. All we're going to do is just keep it fast, and we'll allow you to have some aim duels, and we'll get out there before the utility can really be an issue. So that's what, I guess, Big went for that round. Obviously, it wasn't really a full buy, so it's difficult to take that much away from it, but get the rushes going, get some confidence, find some frags, pick up a round, 10-2. And this is looking much better than it was just a round ago. So now they've got a full buy. No AWP on Kiev, but that necessarily hasn't been a huge impact area for them.
No, it's not been in this map, that's for sure. Not like it was on Overpass when Tabson was in another world, another dimension. Another did I mention, Henry? Dead Fox waiting for anyone to get aggressive at long. Tabson slowly getting there, waiting for anyone to do the same from the CT side. Suspect the T's to go first. No one looking like they're going to try and push through from CT. 2 players inside of the A site, 1 close to Z connector, and they doubled up B. So no one playing aggressive pop dog or, interestingly enough, A-main, but neither of those places occupied right now. Nades out, yep, walks in. Angel is the one in position. Fast enough for Dead Fox. Backs it off, Stick goes on top of the train. He'll play in support position, cover off his teammate. And he does so successfully, goes down to next eventually, but Dead Fox wins that duel as well.
It's a bit of a lackluster fake there. They did the smokes down the lower ramp and sending 2 players in who got spotted. One goes down, they can't find any frags, and it's kind of a fallout of Ivy and hope for the best there. Dead Fox finds the first pick. Great movement for him, like a nice little bunny hop to get it in the corner again and then get his back up and the teammates on top of the train next to Ivy. And there it is. It's round number 11 picked up by HellRaisers. I think this is a full force buy response from Big. It's not looking too promising. The full execution, maybe something fast here. Smoke's going out, taps in. Tech-9 in hand. It's the gear with the AK-47 going towards Ivy. They've expended quite a lot of the utility at the start of the round. Hasn't really brought them too much. Here comes some more flashbangs. Dead Fox still watching towards Ivy. Can't find that shot, but nails that one.
That's almost interesting because he unscoped, realizing like, hang on, I missed that, and then still had time to set for the other.
Well, yeah, well, usually they jump across, they're baiting someone in, right? So
yeah, of course, but it's just more that he unscoped and like his reaction was like, oh, I've missed it, and then still went back for it.
Yeah.
It wasn't what the standard procedure was, that's all. I just noticed those little things, Henry. Don't ask me why. I'm just kind of crazy sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes.
Let's not get personal.
What?
Next, jumping up on top of the pallet, we'll continue to watch inside of the site for anyone that wants to get aggressive.
Well, for now, just under a minute remaining. It's Nex and Kiev with not really much to bring to the table. They're going to have to just go one by one and hope that someone finds a frag. And this is looking like to be a 13-2 half. It's number 14 here. Almost guaranteed to be 12-2. They won't have any money into the next round. Zero can hear the footsteps in T-spawn. That should be a simple frag. And there it is. In terms of lost bonus, they've only got second stage, man. So $900 per player. It's the last round. 13-2 was guaranteed at this point. To be fair, any rounds they've picked up so far is a Tech-9 kind of semi-buy, which is in like round number 13. And then round number 5 as well, which I can't even remember what happened there. It's getting quite late here, but can you remember what happened there?
On the round they won.
The first round they won. I know it's Tech-9.
I don't remember that far back. Second round was Tech-9's rush in, but don't ask me, don't quote me. That's why we have analysts to do that after the game. We had a pause. We had some other stuff going on. It's been pretty much HellRaisers just dominating. And they look like they're going to continue to do so to close out the half, 0. With a Molotov down, just sprays in, and Legia and Tabson fall. Bombs inside of it, so they have to wait a little bit longer. Smoke in. Zero's got another. He's got 3. Won't get an ace, but he will get 4.
Like we predicted, Matt, going into train, I didn't think HellRaisers would give much away on this map. They get 13-2 from the CT side. After winning the 9th round, they get to start on that side. Obviously, it's the 3rd and final map. So we'll take a quick break. I'm not sure Big have any sort of response to this. They lose a pistol, that's pretty much it. They're not going anywhere, although we'll find out whether they can do it and make them way towards the Pro League.
It's all HellRaisers over Big in map number 3. A 13-2 first half means a pistol round could end us quite quickly. That's my throw to you.
Thank you very much, Matthew. Yes.
Back to you in the studio, Hank.
Yes, back from you in the studio to me in the studio. It's back and forth affair. Yeah, they win the pistol here, HellRaisers, that's pretty much it. Even if they get the bomb down, that could be it as well, because that means they get the AKs in the third. It could be early shower for Big, I should say, sorry. But at the end of their dream to make it into Pro League, they do face off Penta tomorrow if it does go horribly wrong here, looking like it could be the case. 13-2 is very difficult to recover from, and what I've seen from them on train so far suggests it's another map they don't really have in their repertoire. Here we go then, the pistol about to begin. The final half of this evening, a little bit later than anticipated with that technical issue in the second map, but here we go. 3 sets of armor for HellRaisers, one of which is Superman by Zero. He's got the Tech 9 armor, which of course was dropped by Sticko. He's only got a smoke, and Dead Fox with the Molotov and 2 flashbangs here. We normally say the B-bomb site favoured by T-sided. Seems they've on the pistol rounds, as I kind of get distracted for a second, sorry. Smoke should be going down the lower ramp or Molotov towards the connector. We'll see what they decide to do. You can save the Molotov for the retake as well. And the CT's touch the bomb, you chuck it in, and should be good to go. Tabson on the bomb train now. Let's see if we can shut it down. They're pushing it aggressively.
Quite good. Tabson, a real chance to swing the round. Gets 2. Sticko, Dead Fox. Take it back, though. Bomb's going to be planted. This is HellRaisers looking decent if it goes down before another kill comes in. In fact, another kill goes in for them, so it's looking even better. Ooh. Better still. Angel takes Kiev. And I'd say we are near the end.
Yeah, Scott B, not known as a star player. He's the tactical mastermind and can't get the shot. And it looked so good at the start. Taps in the first 2 kills, 5 on 3, but they recover very swiftly. And HellRaisers find the pistol has to be a force buy from Big here. They can't allow them to get match point so early on, so they have to buy what they can. The gear, he always buys this guy. I haven't really seen him use it to great effect in this sort of stint we've had in the last few days. Obviously, we don't really get the castle with that weapon. 5.7's a Deagle and the Scouts. That's all they've got to work with here, and it's 3 AKs, well, 3 rifles, 2 Chicalos, and UMPs. They'll be treating this like a gun round. They want to get to match point very early on. Stick with the first frag on Tabson. Nice kill to get. And I think that's going to be the cue to get towards inside. Using the upper round like a bird's eye view map means you can just look over the bomb side and find any CTs waiting for you. They're not going to have necessarily the firepower to hold you off. Bomb comes in. That should be the round concluded. Angel watching Pop Dog. And the gear though, okay, called him out, managing to get that first scout headshot in.
2 to go. 2 kills in the round, 1 either side. Angel already watching his backside to make sure there's going to be no flank through from the stairs. He's not wrong in expecting that there might be. Good shot, Legia. Sticko is the one found. It's Dead Fox to take next. Gobby still responding. Legia again will get Dead Fox down. And the bomb to be defused. Legia is holding it 10 seconds. 10 seconds. And Bondik's not checking it. This is going to be done.
It.
He's going to be done right now. He's got to get the kill. Oh, Bondik timed that perfectly.
He did indeed. So yeah, you have to have an internal count in your brain. Just think, okay, count to 10. And he had to check at the end of that as well. He got his, I think it was a 9 when he finally checked it, but there it is. 15-2, and it has to be another force buy from Big here. I would say this one is done. He's going to round number 3. UMPs, PT-50s, Deagles, a couple of Scouts. I don't think they have a chance here. They're going to stick together, HellRaisers, choose a place to go. There's not going to be much refrag potential from the CTs. Bondik's looking to go towards main entrance. I would say this is a 16-2 scoreline. But we'll see whether Big can hold on. Could be in the Pop Dog position. Takes a nade to the face. A couple of them. Oh my god. He had head armor as well, man. He goes under 5 HP. That's insane. Perfect grenades.
Good shot from Angel to take down Legia. Good shot back on the Scout. That's the 2nd round in succession they've had success on a Scout, but is success in a single kill enough? Gobby next, the last 2 remaining. The last hope to try and secure it in the upper bracket. They still have a chance to use it against Penta. That's kind of cool.
Totem pole and the Pop Dog.
Totem pole and the Pop Dog.
So that should be it. That should be the 16-2. It's next with just a Deagle and a 4 versus 1. Well, I kind of built this one up with a bit of hype. The third map, the third and final map. Will Big do it? They didn't really turn up at all. The second half of Overpass and then Train just got completely blown out of the water. Not out of it, though. They still have a chance tomorrow, our final best of 3. But overall, HellRaisers looking very comfortable. That's what we've come to expect. They are a great CS team. Kind of had a bit of a fumble in the first map, but Overpass clinical towards the end, and then this one goes without saying. Matt, it's been a pleasure. Let's throw it over to Jason and the gang at the desk.
One last time, yes, HellRaisers make it back into the ESL Pro, or retain their spot in ESL. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Yeah.
Retain their position in ESL Pro League. Congratulations to them. Big is going to drop down. Yeah, tough third map. Pretty big of a blowout.
Yeah, I'll jump on this just because you said map. I think the fact the map pool was you're walking into two of the statistically best maps for HellRaisers out there. I think you've got to really have a plan in mind. I kind of hope that maybe Godbeat didn't seem to happen in the end, and it did fall apart. That pause clearly didn't help as well.
Chad,
I think
thoughts?
if HellRaisers fix their map pool a little bit, maybe add one more into the mix there, they can be even more competitive with top teams. And I was impressed by Bondic over both nights. He's been relatively consistent. I think he was towards the top or top frag over all three of the maps this evening and last night. So good to see.
Yeah, good chap, that Bondic. Well, let's bring up the results of the day in case you're tuning in pretty late. HellRaisers,
They did
we
it.
just witnessed them beat Big 2-1. They're going to make it retain their spot in ESL Pro League. Penta, that was the big news. I mean, even bigger than HellRaisers making it through is Penta beat Virtus Pro 2-0, so Virtus Pro is relegated down to the Mountain Dew League. Big and Penta will play tomorrow in one last deciding BO3 to see who that second spot will be in the relegation for ESL Pro League next season.
Repeat of the Mountain Dew League, right?
What's
the
that?
Finals there, the repeat of the Mountain Dew League
Yes,
finals.
it is a repeat of the Mountain Dew League Grand Finals, which Penta took 2-0, two close maps. But we're going to get out of here pretty quick. It's been just a pleasure. The North American relegation matches are going on right now, so make sure you tune into those if you're going to stay up. Other than that, we'll see you tomorrow for the deciding matchup.